Is it okay to stand in session?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Hi, Councilmember Fimbres. Okay, now I'm seeing people. Excellent. I am feeling better. Thank you so much. It hasn't hit me as hard, so I'm happy about that. Thank you. No, I'm good. I'm being taken care of by my family here, so everything good. I just hate to miss the meeting in person, but it's best to keep everyone safe, and just want to remind everyone that, you know, we have to make sure that we're taking care of each other, continue using a mask while indoors, get your booster, and take care of each other. It's still, COVID-19 is still around, and it's high contagion in Pima County. So anyway, council will stand in session. Just to remind everyone, Councilmember Fimbres, Councilmember Lee, and I are attending electronically. What I'd like to do is delay the executive session and direction to staff until the end. So we will start with item 3, which is COVID-19 and monkeypox virus update. Item 3, time has been set aside for an update on COVID-19, the monkeypox virus, mitigation measures, funding and appropriations, and related legal matters. Mr. City Manager, do you have anything to add on this item?
I do not, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity. I think the fact that you're remote speaks volumes on us remaining vigilant during these difficult times. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. And I just want to add that, again, COVID-19 is at a high transmission level in Pima County. We again have to make sure that we're wearing our face mask when we're indoors. Consider doing your booster shot, and call the Pima County Health Department on any other issues. The number there is 520-724-7895 for any additional help. I called the Pima County Health Department immediately to report my being COVID positive, and it's an incredible system. They called me right away. Nurse practitioner prescribed Paxlovid, and I'm taking Paxlovid. It's my first complete day. Started last night, so it does help people feel better. So with that, we move on to item 4.
Free testing package too at the libraries.
Yes, they have free tests. Pima County has free tests at the local libraries. So anyone, please make sure that you can, access those. And if you're feeling sick, please test and try and stay home. Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. I just wanted to ask Mr. Manager if you wanted to. I know that we have a presenter or a couple of presenters for our state and national. Should we move on to item 13 for those presentations?
Mayor, that would be fine. I know we did notice some that we were going to do it early. I don't see them here unless they're virtual. I don't see them here quite yet. So if you don't mind, Mayor, maybe we move on to the next item, and then we'll, as they walk in, we can certainly get them. But I know they were trying to be here early, but they are coming in from Phoenix.
From Phoenix. Okay, perfect. So we'll move on to item
excuse
4.
me, Mayor. I believe Councilmember Lee had her hand up earlier. Not sure if she still does.
Councilwoman Lee?
Thank you, Suzanne. Thanks, Mayor. No, I was just going to add, similar to what Councilmember Fimbres brought up, for our City of Tucson employees through our healthcare plan with Cigna, we do have free testing kits available through Walgreens, CVS, other pharmacies. So just wanted to share for folks to look into that if they're having problems accessing test kits. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for the information, Councilwoman. Alrighty, so it's we're moving on to item 4. This is an item that Vice Mayor Santa Cruz requested. This study session item is to discuss and give direction relating to the process required to consider applications for a change of zoning conditions. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to bring this back to Mayor and Council. I think after we had the item on 36 in La Cholla, in my conversations with Councilmember Kozaczek, he had suggested that we look into giving some policy direction on any time there is a zoning, what's the change of condition, that it go to the zoning examiner, and he get to be the one kind of mediating and talking through with neighbors before a recommendation is presented to Mayor and Council. So I'm hoping that my colleagues on the council will consider giving this direction to staff.
So, Vice Mayor, I think that this is a worthwhile UDC amendment to consider. I know that the process that you had to go through as a representative of your ward for 36 in La Cholla was a lot of work that I believe belongs better in the hands of a zoning examiner to be able to have a neutral arbiter to consider all of the options on the table. I know that you put a lot of time, you and your staff put a lot of time in this process. So I just wonder if you have a particular motion for to, make this a formal recommendation. And then after your motion, we could open it up for discussion.
Mayor, I might be able to help in terms of the process. This is simply an initiation of the amendment to the UDC as outlined by the Vice Mayor. It's really that simple. It just does require a formal vote and acknowledgement by the Mayor and Council to move that forward. So that is really all we're looking for is direction at this time, Vice Mayor.
So can I say so move?
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item?
I would just say that just to calm people's concerns, if there are any, this is really beginning the process. It'll wind up at the Planning Commission, and we'll wind up here. There'll be public hearings, and so, applaud the initiation of this. This is where it has to start.
Absolutely, I agree. Any others? Any other comments, discussion on this? And please bear with me. I'm virtually, I don't see all of you at the same time. So please speak up if you do have your hand up. I'd really appreciate it because sometimes I'm looking at different boxes that I don't see everyone. Alrighty, if there's no additional discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Well, that was easy. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor, for bringing this item to us. We move on to item 5. Item 5, I requested a discussion of the Reid Park Master Plan and the Randolph Golf Complex so that we can provide direction to staff. I just wanted to bring this item to us because I have heard really good input from the community of the master plan process for Reid Park. I'm really happy to report that there have been an incredible amount of response from our community, especially those neighbors to Reid Park and the users at Reid Park. During the master planning process, community members inquired about potential improvements to the entire complex. It's about reimagining Reid Park, right? And Reid Park and the complex is also part of Randolph Golf Complex. So I wanted to allow for the city manager and our Parks and Recreation Director, Lara Homway, to update us on the Reid Park master planning process, where we are. And I know that there was a lot of discussion from community members about potential improvements to the David Bell multi-use path that traverses the exterior edges of Randolph Complex as well, and potential interest in exploring how green spaces over at the golf operation could potentially be made available to the public. But also, as we reimagine Reid Park, I want us to also reimagine how we can reinvest and reinvigorate the Randolph Golf Complex. There are some incredible ideas that have been used in other cities like Phoenix that really revive spaces that we can do over at Randolph Golf Complex. So I'm happy to share more of my vision and thought for that, but I would love to be able to invite the city manager and Lara Homway to present what they have first and what they've heard from the community on the Reid Park Master Plan. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of council. Appreciate the opportunity to have this discussion. I think that what's important here is recognizing the evolution of this as a master plan. This is our central park, if you will, for Tucson. I know there has been a lot of community output or input. There's also been a lot of feedback that has been incorporated into the plan. I think the council's thoughts in expanding the conversation to include the golf complex is timely and is appropriate, given the conversations that we're having. This is part of our Prop 407, both Reid Park as well as the Randolph Golf Complex. I think it's important to keep that in mind as well. And we will continue down that path. So with that, Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to Deputy City Manager Tim Tomier, and he'll get into some of the detail, and then we'll open it up to staff if there are any detailed questions we can't answer. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Honorable Mayor, members of the council. As the mayor indicated in the opening statements, the Parks and Recreation Department has been conducting a master plan update for Reid Park. This is on the heels of also a community conversation about changes that are underway at the adjacent Reid Park Zoo, and extending that conversation to include just across the road, we have the Randolph Golf Complex. Seems like a situation of perfect timing. The master plan process, there's been a consultant engaged called Sasaki that generated a number of different potential concepts to re-envision Reid Park itself. And after community review in the form of workshops and meetings, including 2 large public surveys, there's now a draft final concept for the potential future for Reid Park itself, and that has a community survey underway right now. Some of the key features is that it preserves some of the elements that people really love and treasure about Reid Park, while creating opportunities to make improvements, especially with navigation and connectivity within the park itself. It's also timely in that, as the manager mentioned, Prop 407 has several $1 million allocated for investments in Reid Park. Prop 407 also has about $5 million allocated to irrigation improvements at the Randolph Golf Complex. So there's imminent investments to be made in both Reid Park and the Randolph Golf Complex. And also, with some initial looking at the footprint of golf within the Randolph Golf Complex and the opportunities to make publicly available open green space that's compatible with the golf course operation is something we've been challenged to do, and quite frankly, there's a lot of opportunity for that. And so before the Reid Park master plan is finalized and before those investments move forward, we are interested in hearing input from the mayor and council about some next steps and how you'd like staff to approach those pending investments and how to merge all of those conversations together. Thank you.
Mr. Tamura, I added this item on the agenda for my colleagues to learn about the ongoing engagement that has happened for the Reid Park Master Plan, learn what the community has been sharing. I want to make sure that there's a little bit of more discussion about the incredible engagement that Sasaki has brought to this item. I think that more than 6,000 people have been engaged at different points. Is there any input from staff that could just update our community and then just make sure that where we have landed on the Reid Park Master Plan?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, certainly Director Hamway can come to the mic and provide some additional detail about that outreach and a little bit more thorough description of the draft master plan. That draft master plan was included with the mayor and council materials, so there is the image and layout is available publicly, but I'll turn it to Lara to talk about the details of the outreach.
Okay.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, council members. So we started the process in May and kicked off the master plan engagement with 19 stakeholder meetings where we identified a lot of the folks or the main user groups that frequently use the park itself, and had them come in with maps and really talk about how they use the park and how they envision using the park in the future. At the completion of that, we then launched the first survey, and that survey was really about getting to know what the residents' relationship was with the park. How do they use the park? They could actually tell their park story through an interactive map, where they could drop key points such as, I like to walk my dog on this path, or my kids and I really enjoy this playground. That particular survey came in with about 2,900 participants, which we were very excited. That's a very robust number for a survey in our experience. And from all of that feedback and prioritization or understanding how people use and value the park, it did confirm what was said earlier. It is considered a central park. People really value the experiences that they have when they visit the park. And so from there, we launched the second survey, which was issued with 3 different concepts. And those concepts were really issued in a mindset to stimulate conversation and really get to the heart of what people valued in terms of keeping and what they were open in terms of embracing as changes. So that survey landed with 2,400 participants. We did have an open house at Reid Park. We did tabling events off-site because we were very mindful that being a central park, we didn't just want to talk to people at the park, but going outside of the park to make sure that we were engaging with the wider audience. So from the 2,400 surveys that did participate or give us feedback, we were able to confirm that, as Tim had said, there are a lot of features in the park right now that people are love and don't want to see changed. The baseball fields, we already knew about Barnum Hill, the Rose Garden, and the Demeester. And then what the Sasaki has done is come back with a final concept that honors a lot of the values that people have for the park itself, but then entertains improvements that can really enhance the experience for the future generation, the current generation and future. Because what it does is it does give us a master plan to follow, not only with the Prop 407 investments that are planned as part of phase 1, but then how do we strategize phase 2 and beyond, and how do we also identify funding opportunities that perhaps match up with some of the focuses such as natural improvements or physical activity investment in the park itself.
Lara, has there been questions from community in terms of the entire complex, including Randolph and Delaric? And I'm mostly thinking in terms of the walking path. I know that I heard that people wanted more options of connectivity between Alvernon and the rest of the park, possibly even between Randolph Golf Course and Delaric. I know I also heard about being much more thoughtful on green spaces that are not necessarily used for Delaric or Randolph, but could be used for the rest of the community, not having to go in to the golf course to enjoy the greens. The reason I'm asking this is because other cities, including Phoenix, have entered into public-private partnerships. Other cities throughout the United States have made it a point that to reinvest and reimagine their golf, their municipal golf. And to be honest with you, Randolph and Delaric and that complex haven't seen investment in a long, long time. So how do we maintain relevant as a city with our municipal golf? How do we revive and reinvest in our driving range? So that we can compete better with, the top golfs of the world? How do we revive and reinvest in our clubhouse so that it becomes a community asset that is used by everyone? And how do we start the process to reimagine the entire complex to make it sure that we're making it work with each other? So anyway, Lara or Tim, if you want to add to this, just my question is, what other input have we heard about the entire complex?
Mayor, I'm going to take the liberty of starting that conversation because I think your question is, what's the process for us to incorporate it? And I do think that it's visionary to incorporate it into the master plan for Reid Park. So first and foremost, I think the mayor and city council can give us direction to do exactly what you outlined, which is exploring in a larger context of that park experience to include other recreation activities such as golf. I think you're exactly correct in that we have not traditionally invested. As I mentioned at the start of the discussion, we do have some Prop 407 dollars available. I think it would be absolutely imperative for us to take advantage of that investment and really catapult us into all the things that you listed, which is to reimagine how we can and reinvigorate the utilization of that space. So that would start with your direction as a unit to say, we would like you to explore this, and we can bring back some ideas, some concepts, engage with others. There tends to be different constituency groups, but they're all in it for the same reason, which is, the Reid Park and the entirety of the complex is important to everyone. So, Mayor, that would be my suggestion at this point.
Alrighty, Mr. Manager, then I would like to entertain a motion to direct staff to evaluate the opportunities to increase the connectivity of Reid Park and the Randolph Golf Complex, and reinvest and reimagine Randolph and Delaric as part of reinvestment plan for the entire complex.
So moved. Sorry. Go ahead, Steve.
So I will do that motion. I also want to make a point after there's a second, assuming there is one.
Second.
Okay. It is going
There's
to
a
be
motion and a second.
It is going to be key that we have OB Sports involved in the conversation. To this point, they haven't been. We also recognize that when we did the Reid Park survey and the master plan, we had to have subsequent meetings to bring, quotes, the baseball community in to talk about the importance of the quad. So make sure that we're engaging with, quotes, the golfing community so that they're in early in the conversation. I think that there are absolutely opportunities for establishing connectivity from, say, Alvernon through to the west to, thanks, to the west. How did you do that so fast? Don't answer that. To the west, to bifurcate the courses, but I think what you're going to also hear from OB and Troon is that a 27-hole product is probably not where the shot ought to land, and we can, I think, achieve all of the above without eviscerating the two most profitable assets in our golf enterprise.
Mayor, I do want to suggest that we will certainly go down that path. What makes this difficult, and I'm just going to let you know, as we go through the exercise of the public engagement, we will put various different scenarios on the table for comment and feedback. We'll make sure that you are in the loop on that, but we're going to put different ideas, different concepts out that will work together with those stakeholders. And so my idea then is to do that first before bringing it back to you for further review. So again, you may hear that decisions are being made, and that is not true. It's really just an opportunity to engage the public in a meaningful way as we craft together what the configuration of that looks like going forward. So I just wanted to make sure that you all knew that's what I'm hearing in this conversation, which is consistent not only with the motion, but also with Councilmember Kozachek's comments.
Absolutely.
Madam Mayor.
Just a second, Councilmember Fimbres. I'll go to you and then Councilmember Cunningham. I absolutely agree with Councilmember Kozachek. We must. This is just a vision, right? That I thought when we were in the middle of the Reid Park master plan, and actually even during the discussion of saving our pond and Barnum Hill, is how do we look at the entire complex in a win-win-win scenario? A win for neighbors and those that use the park, a win for our golf complex that hasn't seen investment, I think, in over a decade, and really taking a look at what other cities have done and bringing it to Tucson and making the golf assets that we have, as Councilmember Kozachek correctly said, that it makes money for the city of Tucson, but we also need to stay competitive in terms of what's popping up around us. And if we want our Randolph Golf Complex to survive another 30 years, I think we just have to, one, reimagine it and reinvest, and two, invest so that we can be competitive and used by the community for the next 30 years. Also, we have to take a look at how we have some access to some of those leftover green spaces that are really not used by either Randolph or Delaric, and making it available for the rest of the community. So with that, Councilmember Fimbres and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And it's very important. The fields, the boss, I heard anything about the basal fields, they're not going to be touched, correct? discussion about the coffee community. Okay, I know we got a partnership with the University of Arizona. They need to be a partner with us also.
I don't know, Mr. Ortega, I don't know how to respond to that.
Mayor,
Would you be able
sure.
to answer?
Mayor, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity. Councilmember Fimbres, if I'm understanding your question, it really is about the engagement of all of the stakeholders. As you know, and you heard it called to the audience a couple of months ago, there were concerns from the baseball community about the quad. That is in the materials. It is recommended to be left as it is today. So that really demonstrates our ability to be flexible as we go through this process, and as you and we receive feedback. This opportunity for the golf component of this facility will be the same. So it'll be an iterative process as I see it. We'll make some thoughts and presentations known to the various stakeholders, which, just to refresh the mayor and council's memory on it, we do have a Greens Committee, so we'll have a conversation with them. We also have others that are very interested in this topic. All of those folks will be brought to the table and ultimately given the opportunity to provide feedback. And I think that will cover us in terms of making sure that the outreach and that the feedback is incorporated. Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Michael. And we need to create a win-win situation and make sure the community has feedback. We heard about the golf course, we heard about the duck pond over and over again. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Paul, you're next.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Go ahead, Councilmember Cunningham. You're on mute.
Couple things. One of the questions was with the U of A. For now, that ship has sailed. They've made the commitment to another golf course. I don't see them coming to us into Reid Park for a minute, and I don't know if we want that commitment. I think the people that we're engaging with are the conquistadors, whether or not we're going to host a tournament here, or whether or not we're going to keep the 36 holes that are performing very well on municipal course already. There's other municipal courses out there around the country that aren't performing anywhere near where Randolph is. It's one of the most diverse hosting golf courses in the world right now, and I'm proud of that. We're going to do more outreach about Reid Park. We just spent 2 years doing outreach about Reid Park, and we have to spend more money on a consultant and an outreach partner. I gotta be honest. I'm concerned about that too. I'm not trying to put a damper on this, and I understand everything here is well intentioned, but I'm just trying to lay out some things I'm trying to understand. The next part is that I understand that from everyone about the accessibility to the green space. That's the elephant in the room here, is we've been talking about accessibility to the green space on the golf course for everyone and not just golfers for a long time. And I think there's an opportunity to thread the needle on that. I think there's a way to improve the space so that we are doing just that without compromising our 36 holes and without going into platitudes on how we're going to reimagine this golf course and spend millions of dollars on redoing the actual course, because I'm not really interested in that. I just made an announcement at State of the City about one of the things I love Tucson is the 17th on Del Uric, when you get to take 15 mulligans, because that's what the people behind you are going to do. So the bottom line is we've got to be careful about appreciating what we have. Look, if we've got millions of dollars to put in a golf course, I say we don't. And we put it in. If we've got millions of dollars to put in parks, I say we don't put it into the golf course. We put it into more parks. We put it into new pocket parks and new neighborhood parks. So those are kind of my thoughts. I want this process to unfold because we have to but if it comes down to the idea of investing money into this golf course, or investing in more neighborhood parks, or investing money into assets at public schools so they can be public space, I'm going to go with the second. But I want to put that out there now. I'm definitely going to support the motion because I think it's worth the discussion. But just remember, that's kind of where I'm coming from first. And I want to be transparent about what my intentions are when I'm voting for this motion.
Alrighty. Any others of my colleagues want to add to the conversation?
Madam Mayor, Kevin Dahl here. I want
Go
to
ahead, Councilmember.
thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to compliment the Parks Department under Director Hamway and her team. I think they did a really great job of responding to community concern, and it took a while, but it was worth the time to come up with a master plan for Reid Park that meets the needs of almost everybody who's been involved. So congratulations and thank you. And following that, I hope that the process for this expansion of the other part of Reid Park, where we're looking at making more green space accessibility to Alvernon, and improvements to the golf course, has that same level of involvement and creativity from your staff. Thanks again for what you guys did.
Any others want to add?
Mayor, just as a summary, as a part of this process, and I know this is important to all of you, is how we would pay for this and what that investment might look like, I think speaks to Councilmember Cunningham's comments. And I would suggest that part of what we'll do in our presentations is talk about strategies for that, up to and including our partners. I think the U of A is probably not on that list right now. I know they're working on some other things for their purposes, which is fine, but we do have other partners in the Conquistadors, Rio Nuevo, Rio Nuevo, as well as some of the private entities in the community. So when we come back to you, I'll bring back some ideas on how the funding or the financing of that could work and give you some options to consider. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the conversation. Again, I'm going in here requesting my colleagues, take a look at the possibilities that we have within our assets. I'm not going in with any, ulterior motive of reducing the holes at Randolph or Delaric. I want us to have a win-win-win. And there are incredible possibilities and incredible models of what other cities have done throughout the country to reinvest and reimagine their golf courses, including their possibilities of public-private partnership where the city of Tucson doesn't have to spend that much. We already have dedicated about $5 million for the irrigation improvements within Prop 401. So might as well just take advantage of that investment that we're doing and see what else we can see investments in. I just see, the possibility of doing great things with our clubhouse, maybe even inviting a chef into that area and making it a public restaurant and part of the clubhouse. I'm looking at the driving range with maybe a hybrid Top Golf type of investment. I don't know. I'm not an expert in this, but I agree that we need to engage the community and have a robust discussion with all the stakeholders in our community, including the Conquistadores, the Greens Committee, the neighbors, and have a robust discussion. And I don't think we should slow down the Reid Park master planning process and the movement of that plan forward with this particular concept and vision and idea. It's not mutually exclusive. It can move. They can move on their own. So, any others that would like to add to this conversation? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all so much. This is awesome. Thank you. We move on to item 6. Time has been set aside for discussion and direction to staff on the Scion Power Primary Jobs Incentive. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, I have Mike Jakowski from the Economic Initiatives team here to give you a very brief presentation on this particular project. Mike?
Just want to make sure I've got my visuals on everybody. All right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. Item before you today is consideration of the primary jobs incentive development agreement with Scion Power Corporation. Just a reminder, to qualify for the primary jobs, a project must have a capital of expense of at least $5 million and create at least 25 new jobs that pay at least $54,932. Scion Power currently has a facility located at 2900 East Elvira Road, just north of Tucson International Airport, where they do R&D for next generational lithium batteries. They are proposing an expansion project for manufacturing of battery cells and lithium metal anode, which includes leasing an existing facility at 6950 South Country Club in Ward 5. The projected $81 million project includes lease of the building, acquisition of new equipment, and approximately $18.9 million for improvements to that building. The maximum reimbursable incentive would be $278,378, which is paid upon performance. The company must create 25 new jobs that pay that $54,932 annually and retain those jobs for 3 years. The company does currently employ 100 people at their existing facility with an average of $85,000. As a side note, Scion Power has been here in Tucson for 33 years. More than $2.2 million in direct revenues will be received among all taxing jurisdictions, including property taxes for school districts. An overall annual impact for Scion Power expansion is estimated at more than $85.2 million over 5 years. Construction for this project is expected to start as soon as possible, and they would hope to complete in late 2024, so relatively quickly. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I do have representatives from Scion Power here to answer anything, and there may even be people available virtually if there is any questions. Thank you.
Any questions from my colleagues on the council?
I have one, Steve. I don't know what you can
Go
see on
ahead,
your
Councilman
screen.
Kovacs.
This is relevant to both this one and the next item, whatever that project name is. And that is just as we go through the permitting process, I want to be sure that any use of solvents or other chemicals is addressed in a way sensitive to our water table and the fact that we've got a history of having solvents used inappropriately in and around Tucson, and we want to be sure that that doesn't, we're not exacerbating that problem.
Good point. Any others?
How does Scion deal with issues?
Go ahead, council member.
How does Scion deal with environmental issues and concerns, and how can the project move forward during these times?
Thank you, Councilman, Mayor, members of the council. As information provided by Scion, they have very little solvent output on this project. Most of the machines come from vacuum chambers and are well below the permitted levels. And as Councilman Sajek pointed out, they will follow any permitted requirements in the process.
Thank you. How will Scion do outreach to students at Sunnyside, J-TED, Pima Community College, 2 tribes, and the other educators, as well as you got Tucson and Pima County?
Thank you again, Councilman Fimbres. Scion is planning on working with all of these entities to recruit employees, not only for the existing project, but for future expansions as well.
Thank you, Michael.
Any others?
Mayor, do we need a motion for this?
Yes, we do.
I so moved.
Second.
Move forward.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I would just like to add that I'd like to congratulate CEO Tracy Kelly, Scion Power, Tracy Kelly, on their latest plans for expansion. The reason that companies like Scion are investing in Tucson in part is because of our climate innovation, our leadership in this space, and our willingness to create hundreds of high-wage green jobs and the green jobs of the future. Tucson's reputation as a leader in climate mitigation is going nationwide, and companies that are green companies want to invest in cities and create jobs in cities that understand their value. And I just wanted to talk about what this expansion means to the city of Tucson. Scion Power has proposed to invest $81.3 million for facilities and equipment. And once the expansion is complete, the company is expected to generate over $85 million in the next 5 years. In addition to the 100 jobs they already have, they will be adding at least 25 full-time jobs in Tucson, where the average wage is about $85,000 a year. This investment shows why our city is an emerging leader in EV readiness and a growing hub for battery manufacturing in the Southwest. The next item is very, very similar to Scion Power. We're becoming a hub for battery manufacturing, and I'm very, very proud of the leadership my colleagues on the council have displayed in this investment. So with that, there's a motion, there's a second. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And I know we are moving on to item 7. Time has been set aside for a discussion and direction to staff on the Project Flag Primary Jobs Incentive. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, as you mentioned, this is very similar to the Scion. This is just a different project. I'll let Mike Chakowski go over some of the details with you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Very similar project before you today is consideration of primary jobs incentive for American Battery Factory. We can say the name now, also known as Project Flag. Same requirements for the primary jobs incentive. Project Flag is an attraction project for ABF to build a new lithium-ion battery cell manufacturing facility. They are executing a lease purchase for up to 267 acres with Pima County at the Aerospace Research Campus, just south of Tucson International Airport in Ward 5. The projected $1.2 billion project includes acquisition of the land and equipment and approximately $305 million for construction. The maximum reimbursable incentive is $3.965 million, which is paid upon performance. The company must create 50 new jobs that pay in excess of $54,932 annually and retain those jobs for the 3-year term. The company does plan to hire 1,000 new employees for this facility over the next several years with an average salary of $65,000. More than $32.9 million in direct revenues will be received among all taxing jurisdictions, including property taxes for school districts. I do think it's important to note that this property, as owned by Pima County, is currently tax exempt from property taxes, so that will be immediate revenue coming in the form of property taxes to all entities. The overall economic impact for Project Flag is estimated at more than $2.5 billion over 5 years. Construction for this project is expected to start next summer and with a completion in late of 2024. I'm happy to answer any questions on that, and not sure we have representatives yet from the company, but if we do, Paul Charles from American Battery Factory will be here and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions or comments on this item?
Very good to be reminded of the employment jobs created and average salaries as well as financial benefits for Ward 5. City 2, then the proposal is approved. Mike.
Thank you, Councilman members, Mayor, members of the council. As stated, this is projected to create 1,000 jobs over 3 phases as construction occurs on the site. Average salaries will be for all 1,000 about $65,000.
Thank you, Michael. Madam Mayor, I requested we invite President Biden, who's in Phoenix, looking at ships today, to come to our grand opening when we open this up and cut the ribbon. The second term. Thank you,
Yes.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Fimis. I think this is such a significant win for the city of Tucson. Mike, I know that our Economic Initiatives Office in my direction have always invited me to preliminary meetings with the decision makers at different companies that are considering the city of Tucson as a relocation space. Mike, am I correct in the meeting that I had with the CEO and COO of this company? They were not really thinking of coming to Tucson and explore this space, correct? I think it was the ACA that suggested they come and visit us as an option.
Madam Mayor, you are correct, ACA, and we just had Mr. Charles walk in, and he can expand on that if you'd like, but anyone, in my opinion, anyone that comes to visit Tucson in June, July, or August is obviously serious about coming to Tucson, and I think it was a significant win, obviously with your participation, with members of the council participation, and obviously ACA and the rest of our economic partners.
And it really is a true partnership with the ACA, with Pima County on board, with the city of Tucson. I always make it a point to sit with and personally describe why the city of Tucson is the right choice for these companies. And one of the things that I talked about is our leadership in EV readiness, and really moving really quickly on climate mitigation and climate action and climate adaptation, but EV readiness, and that being in conjunction with battery manufacturing is something that I brought up in the meeting with the CEOs of American Battery Factory. I'm very proud of the partnerships and the work that we're doing together with the ACA, with Pima County, to bring in 1,000 new jobs to the city of Tucson, with an average of $65,000 a year and a potential to generate $2.5 billion over the next 5 years. And bringing American Battery Factory to Tucson means that they will continue to bring additional companies that they need to produce the batteries that they're manufacturing. So it only has the potential to grow, and I'm very, very happy that we had the opportunity to present why the city of Tucson is such an important option for this company, and they saw what we see in Tucson, right? And that's why they made the decision to come here. So I would like to offer the opportunity to Charles to see if he wants to say a couple of words to our colleagues on the council.
Oh, up here? Sorry about that. Mayor, it's so good to see you. I'm not sure if you can see the visual on this, but I hope you're feeling better, and we'll have to do lunch another time when I'm in town here. The journey with American Battery Factory has really been quite interesting and remarkable in many senses. One of the first areas that we came was to Arizona, and I got to tell you, the level of all other meetings that we've had across America, and we narrowed it down to 12 states and then down to 2 states, was really, the benchmark was Tucson here, okay? Of how you interact, how you can make a company and people feel included, but also the forward-thinking nature of this, of having a perspective of stewardship, not just of the people, but of the environment itself. And that's really, really important to American Battery Factory. What we hopefully will be seeing here will really be a showcase for North America and the world of how you can manufacture in a clean and green environment for something that's literally not made in America today. And this is what we do. It's pretty simple. It's like a tiny Lego. We'll make 3 different sizes of cells, which will then be put into a module, which will then go into a pack that somebody can actually use, because this by itself, you can't do a lot with that. And so as the mayor suggested, we will have other companies come and co-locate with us that'll be able to produce products that you can buy, which will allow you to have home storage of energy in your house, or portable solar generators, or if you're a business, to have energy storage for energy shaving on that, all the way up to grid level 20 and 40-foot shipping containers. And it really all comes down to just a couple different versions of this. And this is really a national security issue. A few weeks ago, we had an opportunity to present and interact with the organization out of Washington, D.C. called Business Executives for National Security. And there were about 500 people there, and it was an amazing experience to really understand the level of importance of what American Battery Factory will be doing in producing something that we really need to have. National security, all the way down to the ability to make sure that you have power in your home, no matter what the situation may be on that as well. As the mayor said, we'll be bringing in about 300 people initially and growing that to 1,000 people. We also have an apprenticeship program that's continuing to expand. It's kind of based upon the Swiss model that literally starts in high school and goes all the way through for PhD programs. We want this to be an educational system in which we're working hand in hand with the local opportunities and educational institutions here as well. We're very thankful and appreciative for the opportunity to be adopted into your family here. And we hope that we can be great citizens now and for frankly, the generations to come on that. Open for questions.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Any questions or comments?
Madam Mayor, I have one. Make sure you interact with those local educational systems here to grow those mentor those 1,000 new employees or 700 new employees coming in.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Make sure you interact with the local educational systems with us, so you can grow that mentor, those young employees that you need so badly in the future. Welcome to Tucson.
Oh,
the Renaissance of Ward 5 continues.
I got that. Thank you. We're very excited on this. This is kind of like a homecoming. I actually raised my family here in Arizona. I have 8 children, and I was a scoutmaster, 6 sons, and so I've spent a lot of time camping all over Arizona, and it's an exciting opportunity to say the least. Yesterday when I got on a plane, it was snowing heavily. So this is, I'm sending a lot of photos back to people up north here. So definitely looking forward to a quality of life as well that's pretty remarkable. Oh, pardon me?
Tucson.
I can bring it.
Madam Mayor, I move the motion.
I apologize, I can't actually hear you.
Second.
There is a motion and there is a second to move the item for approving the primary just incentive program. I'm sorry I couldn't be there today. It's an incredible day for the city of Tucson. Great partnership with Pima County and ACA in the state. We are so happy that you're back home. We want to embrace you as part of the Tucson family. I'm very happy to hear that you want to be part of mentoring the next generation of workers within your company. We will be more than happy to connect you with the school districts and Pima Community College and the University of Arizona, so we can have that pipeline of training for the future workers of American Battery Factory. So with that, I don't know if any other of my colleagues have any comment.
I believe Councilmember Cunningham has his hand up.
Councilmember Cunningham.
I think that's old. That was from the parks item, but congratulations to both the companies today. This is a big part of opening up a new sector in Tucson, and we really thank you for choosing us.
It's really our pleasure.
Well, we're happy to have you, and we're looking forward to continued work with you. We want to make sure that we make it as easy as possible for you to go on to your next step of the process, and that includes building and et cetera. So we want to make sure that you have access to our Planning Development Services Director, and I know that Mike Shakowski and the Economic Initiatives team will be making sure that we're making it as easy as possible for you to move into Tucson. With that, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, and thank you for choosing Tucson.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. When I get better, we definitely have to get together for lunch.
Absolutely. We got 23 miles of Mexican restaurants, I heard, or something like that. So, and we started today, so we've got a goal. Thank you again.
Well, I'll be happy to go to any of those delicious places. Take care. Thank you. Well, that was great. We move on to item 8. Again, I requested an update on public safety, the efforts to support housing and unsheltered persons in Tucson, and how the city of Tucson is addressing the concerns expressed by residents and business owners in the city of Tucson. We have an update by, let me see, Mr. Manager, I believe you're going to kick us off in terms of this update. Can you start the item, and then we can start the conversation? I know that the Pima County Board of Supervisors has been bringing this topic to their board meetings. They have become incredible partners in trying to find remedies to concerns about homelessness in Tucson. And the city of Tucson, at my request, formed an internal task force about 3-4 months ago. And we brought in representatives and leaders in Pima County so that we can work together to find long-term solutions for the concerns that, frankly, every city in America is having to face. So, Mr. Manager, would you like to kick us off, and then we can start the conversation?
Thank you, Mayor, and members of the council. So I do have a team here today that will give you quick updates. Keep in mind that the spirit and intent of today is just give you a quick snapshot. I know that we had agendaed or put a placeholder for 25 minutes. We could spend 25 minutes talking about each component and more. But what I thought I'd do is let the staff start. They're going to give you some pretty high-level pieces of this, and then I'll come back, Mayor, before we get into the dialogue and questions, because I want to share with you a few overarching pieces that I think are important. So what we'll do is we're going to start off with Brandy Champion from our Housing Community Development. Brandy will be talking about shelter and what's going on now as well as in the future with some of the pieces there. Then Sarah Lanius will come in and talk about our navigators and both the internal navigation teams as well as coordination with our service providers. Then we'll go to Mari Vasquez, talk a little bit about the harm assessment tool as well as the dashboard. And then we'll round it off with our Chief Casmore talking about gun violence and his strategic initiatives that he's been going. So they'll just introduce each other and we'll keep this moving. They'll turn it back over to me, then we'll have more discussion there. So with that, here's Brandy.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to present an update to you today. I want to provide a recap of the shelter that's currently being utilized. As you remember, we experienced a significant loss of shelter beds at the start of the COVID pandemic, And as a result, the city leased over 300 rooms to assist those experiencing homelessness who are at risk of contracting COVID. After the success of the hotel program, Mayor and Council directed staff to invest in non-congregate shelter, meaning individuals and families would have individual rooms. The city initially began with one site and opened 3 additional sites since February of 2022. A total of 140 beds came online for shelter. Currently, we're assisting 162 persons, and since February, the city has assisted 430 individuals and families, and out of those, 225 have been placed in housing in the last 8 months. We're planning to increase the capacity of these 4 sites, as we're hearing from Mayor and Council that we need more beds to address the significant need for shelter. As current individuals and families move into housing, we will begin transitioning and doubling up to existing rooms as much as space will allow us to do that. We can go from a capacity of 140 to 250 in the next 4 months. In September, Mayor and Council allocated $1.5 million in congregate shelter dollars, and staff has been exploring options with Pima County on a joint collaboration. The city has 2 accepted offers for 2 hotel properties. One will have 40 hotel rooms converted into studio units for unsheltered persons who have housing subsidy and need permanent home and services. The funding for that is expected to come from the Arizona Department of Housing. The second hotel will potentially be used for shelter in coordination with Pima County, which provides 67 additional hotel rooms. The funding will be from HUD allocated ARPA home funds. Staff have been meeting with our nonprofit partners who operate shelters to see how we can increase the capacity with existing shelters. 2 shelter providers have reported back of their commitment to increase their bed space. Old Pueblo Community Services reports that they have 54 emergency shelter beds in inventory with over a 95% utilization right now. Of these, beginning in January, they expect to have a total of 104 emergency beds online in their inventory. Primavera Foundation has a men's emergency shelter, and due to COVID transmission and staffing issues and other things, they have kept the capacity at 40 beds. But they should be able to address these issues, and their plans to go back online with all 80 beds in their emergency shelter in the near future. We continue to work with the remaining shelters to identify additional opportunities for increased shelter beds in Tucson. Finally, I want to provide an update on the outreach efforts that Housing and Community Development has had in operation since 2017. These outreach teams have been effective in helping many of our unsheltered persons and getting them into permanent housing. Since 2017, they've assisted 2,222 persons, and out of those, 466 have obtained permanent housing. In addition to the work done by the outreach team, Housing First and Housing and Community Development have been able to house 414 individuals and families since January 1st of this year. This includes recent allocation of emergency housing vouchers from HUD that has allowed us to obtain housing for 132 individuals and families in just this year. We will continue to focus our efforts with Housing First approach, utilizing housing resources within the city and in our community through Tucson Pima collaboration to end homelessness. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thanks for inviting me back to provide an update. As Mr. Ortega mentioned, I'll talk a bit about services and some forthcoming work that the program's engaged in as well. So since we last met, I do want to also just say that thanks to support from Mayor and Council and members of our congressional delegation, we recently moved into the El Pueblo Community Safety Hub. So the Housing First program team and the Community Safety Health and Wellness program teams are there currently. We very much look forward to partners from the mental health support team and the core units from TPD, as well as the TC3 partnership between TFD and TMC. Those teams will be joining us later next year, and we look forward to that. Also, since we met last, we've had a number of months, 3 full months with the new care coordination team being up and running, and so I want to give you some data on that. To date, we have had 352 individuals referred to us by our 911 call center, mayor and council offices, the Housing First program, and our mental health support team. We've been able to connect with 237 of those individuals, and several merely needed a quick over-the-phone referral to a relevant service provider, but 71 agreed to engage in service navigation with the care coordination team due to complex social service needs. The majority of the needs that we hear relate to homelessness and housing insecurity and behavioral health. The Community Safety, Health, and Wellness team was able to support 29 individuals and families who were either homeless or at risk of eviction to become or stay housed in just the first 2 months of our operation. Between August to November, the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness care coordinators conducted 15 outreach events in lieu of or in coordination with Tucson Police Department, engaging 300 individuals who were experiencing homelessness and to connect them with housing services or detox as needed. The care coordination team has already been providing follow-up navigation for individuals engaged by Housing First, whether as graduates of our shelters or by providing support to folks in place while they're on the street. In addition to that work, we have also started this week to support in some of the assessment efforts as well as that ongoing navigation work. Some things that are ahead of us, we are at the kind of final stages of launching a new pilot that really helps to support our efforts to back up our public safety departments and put the right work in the right hands. And so we will be launching a pilot project early next year that will incorporate medical professionals paired with housing navigators and peer support specialists to respond to a particular welfare check call that is typically referred to as a person down call. These calls comprise approximately 4,000 dispatched calls per year, or 4% of TFD's calls for service. The person down calls are made by bystanders who observe a person laying down, and it's unclear to the caller if there is a medical emergency occurring. We know from our data that 89% of the time no emergency medical response is required, but almost always these calls involve someone who is either unsheltered and resting in a publicly visible location or someone who may be inebriated. We are working with local service providers to ensure that we have an independently licensed medical professional who can determine whether an emergency medical response is needed and thereby reduce some burden on our fire department. And when that is not the case, which we know already is the majority of the time, housing navigators and peer support specialists are able to immediately engage and direct people to the appropriate services with the opportunity of finally placing them in housing. So we look forward to providing additional updates to you as we run this pilot over the first 6 months of 2023. Finally, as you know, we have a small but mighty team of care coordinators, 5 individuals who are doing really amazing work. We are in the process of hiring a data analyst and a staff assistant who will start before the end of the year. And we are also hiring for our community outreach and violence interruption work. Next week, we will interview for 2 coordinators who will start in January and support TPD to break cycles of violence by providing community-based programming, access to services, and leadership development in areas of the city experiencing historically high levels of gun violence. The 2 coordinators will focus initially in the areas where place network investigations are occurring, and they will support me as we partner with TPD and homicide survivors to roll out community-based violence interventions. I know Chief Kazmar will speak more about those later on with the evidence-based approaches that TPD is doing, so I'll let him elaborate further. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and esteemed members of council, I am thankful for this opportunity to be here to give you an update on the dashboard and encampment reporting tool. A successful endeavor that the task force was able to accomplish was the implementation of the reporting tool that went live on October 27th. Attachment A shows the data collected from that day through the end of November. As you can see in that data, that not all reports become cases on the dashboard. A reminder that the reporting tool should only be used to report encampments. Fundamentally, once someone reports a location, it is assigned a report number on the dashboard and an assignment to evaluate the site. The assessment tool used is designed to evaluate encampments in 3 categories: impact to the community, impact to those living in the encampment, and impact to the environment. The ability to have qualitative and quantitative data on this effort helps us to have an explanation as to why some encampments are allowed to stay while others need to be removed. The results of these evaluations determine the tier for the encampments found. If upon arrival, the reported location, there is no encampment found, it is deemed not an encampment. Tier 1, no encampments, there's just some cleanup to be done. Tier 2, there are unsheltered individuals living there, but have kept the area free of disruptive activities. Outreach is offered and a mutual agreement for trash pickup will be coordinated. And Tier 3, encampment has significant high health and safety concerns and an impact on crime in the encampment and the surrounding area. Enforcement will then be called out to issue a 72-hour notice, and outreach will be offered to the occupants, and cleanup of the area will be done once it's vacated. This is not to give the impression that this process is 100% foolproof. We understand that there'll be situations that need to have flexibility, and the need for encampments to be reevaluated will remain. Communication is definitely key in this work. The establishment of this protocol has led to coordinated outreach. With the help of our encampment coordinator, we have had strong work from Housing's First outreach team, the homeless work program team led by environmental services, as well as Tucson police. And seeing the high number of reports in the first weeks, we were able to enlist the help of community safety, health, and wellness care coordinators and TC3 navigators as well. The homeless work team has helped to clean up 153 locations. Outreach workers have been out to offer services to 110 encampments, and 23 needed the assistance from TPD for 72-hour notices. Currently, the dashboard has 214 active cases with 22 reports pending. The outreach emails that go out to the reporter go out to whoever it is that's reporting the location, ward offices, and needed departments as we move through the protocol. They get alerts on the submission of a report, the outreach initiated, case initiated, if it's a duplicate or not an encampment, and the monitoring, if the site is being monitored or closed. One of our main goals is to take the burden off of Tucson police when dealing with all aspects of the encampment so that they can get to higher acuity calls and assist businesses as they deal with those who are engaging in criminal activity in their area. The way this new protocol is set up allows law enforcement to have a role in encampments without driving the process. Now with that, I'll pass the mic to Chief Kazmar.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council, and thank you to my colleagues for setting up the presentation and allowing me to close. So as a Chief of Police, it's one of my responsibilities to continue not only the great work that we've worked on the last 5 years, but how do we continue to play a key role in the evolution of our profession, not only from the last 8 years or 5 years, but really to date. What are we dealing with in our community? And we're doing that through evidence-based strategies. Specifically today, I'll be talking about gun violence. Beginning in 2020, we developed a comprehensive and strategic violence reduction plan with evidence-based models that address gun violence, concentrated at places around offenders, and a network gun violence behavior in an integrated systems model. And why is this important, and what does this mean? So when we talk about evidence-based strategies, there's 4 implementation goals that we have at the Tucson Police Department. Strategies must be evidence-based or at least evidence-informed. And there's a distinction there because we're not here to follow everybody else. We're here to understand what's worked in other places, but also recognize that as the 33rd largest city with, just for one example, 250 square miles, we have a unique geographic spread that other major cities, let's say Chicago, might have a different strategy and that might not work here. Number 2, testing and tracking performance metrics shall include measurements for community harm and equitable service delivery. One thing that I've heard in my first year as chief is let's just use traffic, for example. One of the first things when I came back and said that we would be deploying traffic officers and doing enforcement that I heard from some populations of the community and from the public defender's office were, how are you going to prevent the harm? And how are you going to prevent targeting people of color? So again, going back to the evolution of profession and using evidence-based strategies where we can be laser focused on the work we're doing and understand why it's working or why it's not working. Number 3, emphasis on a comprehensive strategy that employs short-term, midterm, and long-term goals. And I'm going to touch on that here in a little bit more. But let me end with sustainability. Number 4, sustainability with reduced resources over time must be built into every strategy. So the idea in presenting with my colleagues today is through the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness investment, it's allowing Tucson Police Department specific resources, putting the right work in the right hands. It doesn't mean that we're still not involved or contribute to certain outcomes when needed, but the primary responsibility doesn't fall upon the police department. So let me, I won't recap all of the materials that were provided to you, but I just wanted to, again, recap for our community and things that we've been talking about. A good example of a short-term or immediate solution is hotspot policing, sometimes referred to problem-oriented precision policing. What that is based upon community feedback. It could be residential, it could be business community, it could be data that we're seeing, that we're marrying those concepts together. We're also getting the perspective from the operational staff in the field, and we're very intentional about when and how we deploy an over-marked police unit. We do over 3,000 of those deployments a month, but again, that would be an example of something that's short-term, and what we know through evidence-based strategies, when we deploy that, we see impact, but without really going beyond treating a symptom, that symptom can come right back if we don't treat the root cause. An example of something that might be a midterm or a medium-term solution would be place network investigations. We've talked at length with all of you about that as well. That would be an example. And an example of a long-term, and I'll close with, would be the Public Safety Partnership grant, the support that we were awarded from the Department of Justice just last month. That's an example of a 3 to 5 year project and commitment from a federal government, recognizing because of the population size, our violent crime numbers, and the commitment to evidence-based strategies that they come in and they invest resources in our community to help us get different outcomes. I can't say enough, again, with really the evolution for our department through evidence-based strategy started in 2020 and continues. It's typically a 6 month to a year or multi-year, as it was with the Public Safety Partnership grant application process, to go ahead and reach out to our federal partners and let them know that we need support to actually write those grants and obtain those grants. As Sarah alluded to, one of the things that we're excited about through focused deterrence, and we just hired our first of hopefully 5 coordinators with federal funding support. It's somebody that can go in with lived experiences in the neighborhoods and identify in an environment we have to recognize to date, not all aspects of our community are interested or willing to talk to the police department. So when we're seeing pockets of violence in certain areas, those violence coordinators, for example, go into a community, generate information for us, bring it back to us, which helps us be very laser focused with the way that we combat that challenge. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chad and team. I appreciate it. Mayor, I'd like to just give you a few other thoughts, and then we'll open it up to dialogue and questions. And I'm going to start with Chad's presentation there towards the end. A few months ago, the police department was responding and basically attending to every call that came in to an encampment. Today, that number's dropped to between 15 and 18%, as you've seen in the materials. It's extremely important as we know that there are not enough resources out there, period, right? And you can go through and finish that sentence with any of the resource providers, both in the government sector as well as in the private sector. But how we address these challenges with what we have is the key piece to that. So I wanted to focus on that. The other piece that I've heard is that somehow it's translated that either I or you have provided a certain direction to the chief of police to not enforce laws. That is absolutely false. And I will, if need be, I'll have the chief stand here and reiterate that. But I wanted to make sure that you heard that directly again and reinforce that from me. That has not been direction that I've provided, nor has it been direction that I've received from you as well. So moving on, I wanted to spend just a quick minute talking about the evolution of this conversation. I know that this is the second update that we've provided you, but I wanted to refresh your memory as my memory was refreshed yesterday in my briefing with Councilmember Kozacek, and he reminded me that we've been having these conversations for years, and it made me go back in time a little bit and think about the interactions that I've had either with you or with your predecessors about issues around this. And if we go back to the retreat that we held, Mayor, right after you were elected with the entirety of the council and the staff, one of the pieces and one of the conversations was the community safety approach. And when you look at our ability now to go out and deal with the situations that we face, but more importantly, coordinate with the service entities, with our partners at the county, with our partners in the private nonprofit sector. That doesn't happen by accident, and it doesn't happen just by itself. It has to be very deliberate. And again, your leadership as a team has really been focused on that. You heard the dashboard, you heard the resource guide, a little bit conversation there. That's conversation that's been going on for many, many months. Credit to Ward 6 and particularly Ann Charles and Councilmember Kozacek there. Councilmember Feenbris, you've been involved in the Homeless Coalition discussion for years now. I believe that, if my memory serves me correct, that's what happens when you keep a manager for a while. You remember all these things, right? Almost 5 years, up to and including going to Albuquerque and bringing the homeless work program to Tucson. Councilmember Lee, I think that not only you and your predecessor have really been on the edge of that, cutting edge of making sure the pilot programs are out there and we're providing an environment for people to be successful. And I want to talk a little bit about an idea that you prompted here in a minute, but I'll come back to that. I think that as we look at Council Members Dahl and Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, although you're newer to the council, the fact that you've been in prior lives helping with this is a testament to your leadership here. And then, of course, Councilmember Cunningham, in terms of the conversations we've had, not only for Ward 2, but also across the board. And then, Mayor, in your prior life, you used to regularly get on me about making sure that we got on a variety of these fronts, all inclusive, not only community safety, but also cleanup. What's occurred to me as we've gone through this discussion in preparation for this presentation is that we know what we're doing, right, in terms of all of the actions that we've taken. We know that we have gone through this exercise now for years, but the public doesn't. And I think that Councilmember Lee pointed out to me that it's great that the staff is working on all of these fronts and we're making progress and so forth, but how does the public truly understand what it is that we are doing? And so Councilmember Lee, although one of the newer members of the council, also reminded me that there was a 2006 report on homelessness that was prepared by Pima County. And so I got to thinking about a way that we may want to consider getting that information in a public format, is that as we do these reports to the mayor and council, as opposed to just having folks get up and give a thumbnail sketch of where we are in a 2 or 3 minute presentation, maybe we do a more robust report out that is outward facing, that gives you an opportunity to know in detail what is going on. And also it's public facing so that the public can see that as well. Ultimately, it's not just about tooting the horn. It's really about demonstrating the movement and also being able to pivot if the movement isn't appropriate or isn't working. It gives us an opportunity to really look at, how we approach that. I'll leave you with a couple of other quick thoughts in terms of some of the things that we've seen. We did apply, I mentioned this last time, we did apply for and receive approval of a $2 million grant. Those dollars are specific to cleanups as well as shelter. We're moving through that now. I don't think I'm going to need anything from you on that because there is adequate local match in all of the things that we're doing, so I think we're in good shape. Marty mentioned the encampment reporting tool. We'll make sure that that is out in public and people know about that. Again, we did do a soft launch on October 27th. Also, I do have a resource guide that I will give you to share with your constituencies, and we'll make sure that the public knows about that. The bottom line there is when someone doesn't know what to do, if they do see some unsheltered folks, how do we address that? We do have our relationship with the Splinter Collective. It's very new. We really just got the agreements a few weeks ago, so I really can't report on that exactly, but I will at the next update. We also have, as I've mentioned to you before, our weekly task force meetings where we coordinate and really talk through our strategies, which leads me to our partnership with the county. We have a strong partnership in Pima County, not only in terms of Jan Lesher, but also her staff. They do attend those weekly meetings with us. They have also invited us to attend their weekly meetings, so maybe we can just have one weekly meeting as opposed to both of us having meetings. But Madi has been attending those meetings on our behalf. What's important there, though, is that's when we got wind about their opportunities that they're exploring on the annex for the pretrial services efforts and the courts, which I think is not only something we should support, but also be part of, and we are certainly interested in that. Also on the congregate shelter concept, I know that that's been brought up and discussed many times. You have allocated $1.5 million for that effort. I have expressed that to the county that we are ready, and we're ready to be players either in the actual purchase of that congregate facility or tenant improvements up to and including operational costs. $1.5 million is not a lot of money for that kind of an operation, but we'll come back and have that conversation down the road. Also, we have met with the regional managers of Walmart, some of the challenges that they were having at Grant and Alvernon, as well as on Wetmore, and the Sam's Club over near River, over by the Tucson Mall. We have agreed to partner with them to tap their security and surveillance cameras to assist TPD in some of their responses. They've also suggested that we solicit conversation with Lowe's, Target, Walgreens, and CVS. We have that meeting scheduled, and we will be offering the same opportunity there, a strong partner there. Also, as you recall, I did mention the Pima Interfaith Council is a partner that we have not tapped as of yet. They have been a willing partner. We have had a conversation with them, and we have a follow-up conversation in a not-too-distant future. So, Mayor, a lot of information. The one that I didn't have here that I will bring next time will be someone from the court system, talk a little bit about opportunities that there may be within the municipal court, and then obviously our relationships with the county. So, Mayor, with that, I've bombarded you with a lot of information, but I do think it's important, the context of something we have been working on for some time, and the staff and I are available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I just want to continue this discussion with our commitment as the City of Tucson to continue working on solutions for issues that have been highlighted as societal issues that have been going on for decades. You know, homelessness is nothing new. Mental, behavioral health issues is nothing new. They've been unfunded for treatment for decades, and the pandemic has highlighted the needs of the community and have brightened the issues in not just the City of Tucson, but throughout the country. I just want to, like you, Mr. Manager, make the declaration that you know, there are some out there that are saying that the mayor and council simply do not care about this issue. That is absolutely, patently a false statement. And with the work that you've said, that all of us have contributed, not just within the last 3 years, but for the last 10 years, I would venture to say that the City of Tucson, its mayor and councils have invested on this issue. Let's just go back to our January of 2020 retreat that we committed to creating a community safety, health, and wellness program, a housing first program, and that we voted as a mayor and council millions and millions of dollars to invest in homelessness in our city. In cleanup efforts alone, we're investing more than $2 million for the Environmental Services Department for cleanup efforts in our city. And I understand that people feel frustrated because it is a huge issue that neighborhoods and businesses have to deal with. But the statements that the city of Tucson, its mayor and council, do not care and are not doing something about this is just absolutely false. And I just want to remind the community with this particular presentation done today, the task force that you have put together on our behalf, Mr. Manager, working with Pima County and nonprofit partners that know how to deal with homelessness, the more than $10 million that we've appropriated and spent on housing first options, the work that we're doing with our police department to make sure that we are enforcing the laws that are on the books, are incredible strides forward. I'm really happy for the partnership that Pima County brings to us on this issue, because it is not an issue that the city of Tucson alone can face and find answers to, right? The $2 million that the Arizona Department of Housing have invested in the city of Tucson in this effort is greatly appreciated. And I know that Pima County is working really fast to find solutions on their end in partnership with the city of Tucson. So I'm happy of the work that we're doing. I'm proud of the work that we're doing. And I know that there is continued work and continued investment that we need to do. But no one can say that this mayor and council have not done something for it. We've invested millions and millions of dollars. And no one can say that this mayor and council does not care about businesses and neighborhoods and the homeless community itself that are going through this issue. So with that, I'll open it up. I know that Councilmember Fimbres has his hand up, as well as Councilmember Cunningham. Go ahead, Councilmember Fimbres.
Hey, Madam Mayor. We saw the article in the paper on Sunday, stopping us because they feel we're not doing enough work. Mike, how do we change that mindset? How do we get those attitudes going? Change to show them the work we're doing.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, I guess that's exactly the point that I was making. Councilmember Lee had suggested maybe a report in terms of maybe like an action plan that outlines exactly what we're up to. And it really needs to happen in a way that is outward facing, so that people know and understand the magnitude of what we are undertaking. And I think that is the fundamental difference, because as you heard today, there's a lot of things that are occurring. And I think that a big part of that is not knowing what's actually going on out there. So that is the strategy. My goal is to bring that back to you at the next update, which currently is scheduled for February. And then I'll have a draft to share with you that you can then put out to the public.
The other thing is COVID. COVID put a lot of these shelters in minimum capacity, not maximum capacity, like the Opportunity Center. We also got the private center, like Roberto Lopez. They just sell properties to purchase the old Holodome, turn it into a shelter for homelessness. Councilman Westgate has been running it. It's a $5 million investment that he gets from his own pocket. So they can't say we're not having a private-public partnership. Done a good job, Madam Mayor. We all have a kind heart, all working real hard to solve this issue, but wintertime, we increase the numbers because people can survive the winter out here in the summer, the wintertime, as opposed to summertime. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mayor, I'd like to.
The other thing is, we need.
Mayor, I'd like to make a comment, and I know that wasn't a question, Councilmember Fimbres, but I do want to reiterate, I don't think I've sat here and ever told you that COVID-19 or the pandemic is the reason for all of our challenges and problems and all things that you oftentimes hear. But I will remind you that during the pandemic, the CDC guidelines were very explicit in not disrupting encampments, and we follow that. And I think it's important as we go down this path that we are, in essence, catching up as we go forward. Again, I don't like that as a, quote, excuse, because it's not, it's a fact, but there is a reality that we all have to recognize that the pandemic did disrupt, and you heard a little bit from the chief on some of the pieces, but Liz can stand up and talk about some of the shelters and some of the lack of capacity. Again, it's moving the needle now, not necessarily using that as an excuse, but certainly with the context, I think it's important. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
On that
Councilmember
note-
Cunningham.
Wait, ma'am, I have one more question.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember
Emergency
Figueres.
Get out, it comes out available Monday through Friday through the housing department. Now it says not reported. We need to find a way to get these guys to report their system, how many beds available in shelters they have. It's a good tool for us to use. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you,
Thank you, Michael.
Councilmember Fimbres. And I think that's something that Mari Vasquez, our regional coordinator that works with Pima County and the city of Tucson, can help update whether the shelter beds available within our own nonprofit partners. That's a report that hasn't been kept up to date, but something that possibly Mari can help update for us in her work. And as I talk about Mari, her position is another new position that had never existed within the city or the county. That is a partnership between City of Tucson and Pima County, specifically to respond to these great needs in the city of Tucson in terms of houselessness. Go ahead, Councilmember Cunningham.
A few things. First of all, congratulations to the county, I wouldn't call them new agencies, but our kind of our new functions at the city for kind of getting online and being able to address this head on. The issue of homelessness is very complex. There are multiple reasons, there are multiple levels, there are multiple factors that go into every single case, and they're different for everybody. It's almost like a spider web. So when we talk about homelessness, we should be talking about the full continuum. There's a different remedy for everybody, and I think the triage center and what the county's doing is a great start for us. We're still going to be missing a gap in between Wildcat Inn and a secure environment. I'd love to see some type of gap where we can kind of bridge that. I think there's an opportunity to do that as we move forward, whether it's in partnership with one of the existing shelters that was briefly mentioned. I mean, we got GRC, Salvation Army, maybe coming back home. We'll have some opportunities, but that increase in bed spaces and then whatever we got going at the VA. But a congregate shelter, which kind of is a fallback and helps us help people who are displaced. So that's one thing that I think that continuum we're missing on that continuum. The other one is the later transitional. If you've been at Wildcat or you've been at a shelter and you're kind of back on your feet, if you have that transition to permanent housing but you're not eligible for possible benefits, and having some type of bridge for that. And I think we're working on that. I think HCT's done a really good job at being creative and trying to thread that needle with different programs that are already existing. But I'd love to have one that's more community based. And I think we'll get there. I think we're talking to some of the faith-based community and some other folks on those things. This is how this stuff gets done, and it is a process. It is not. You can't just turn the light on and go turn the light switch on and go, oh, hey, look, we're solving the issue. It doesn't happen like that. I think already we're seeing a decrease in the number of incidents and the number of issues that we're having. we have a lot of folks that are unsheltered, and they're unsheltered with some bad circumstance, and they're trying, and we've got to be able to put our hand out. We also have a contingent of the small one, if you will, but definitely a contingent of unsheltered that are probably engaging in some activity that is not beneficial to our community. We can't ignore that. We have to be able to say, again, this is the issue that we have. We have some people in the community who wants to label every single person that's unsheltered as criminally unsheltered. We have other people saying that none of them are doing any of those things. And I think it's kind of more a mixed bag than that, and that's why the situation is more complex. We're going to have people that take advantage of a good situation, but we also have people who really need that. So as we kind of go at this, I think we put almost every resource that we could come up with available out there, but we still got to meet that continuum. So I'd love to see, again, that secure environment and non-congregant shelter kind of in the middle piece. And I think we can have that. I don't think it's really fair for us to have to take people up, invite them to shelter, and then say, hey, if you don't make it in our shelter, you have to go to jail. That's not working with people. But at the same time, we need to have an alternative to go, hey, look, you can go here. It's probably not the most desirable thing because there's a lot of accountability in it, but that's where we need you. The second part is, again, having that piece where we can bridge people into moving into a new place. So those are the things that we're going to be working on in our office. And again, we're also going to be working with folks one person at a time. I want to thank Brandy. This week, we were able to place a mother and 2 children in, and we really appreciate it. They had been unsheltered for about 4 months, and we were able to find a spot for them. So we're doing everything we can, case by case by case. I just want to applaud everybody's efforts. It seems like we're really having a good conversation and a healthy discussion with the county, and I think that relationship's come a long way. So I think the best is yet to come in how Tucson is a leader nationwide in this issue.
I know Vice Mayor wants to speak as well. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you to staff for the updates. I think we've all been having to address these multiple issues in each of our wards, and so I want to take a moment just to thank the folks that we have been working with and have been coming to the table, seeing themselves like they have the concerns, but also see themselves as part of the solution. And with that is the Splinter Collective and the neighbors around Esteban Park, and trying to work together in addressing some of the issues around the trash, and working with PD too around any kind of criminal activity coming up through there. So also working with the frontage road hotels. A lot of the hotels were having issues with broken windows and a lot of just activity that was detrimental to folks who were staying there. And what I appreciate from all of them, that they weren't just, the city isn't doing enough. It's like, these are our issues. What can we do? What do we need to do? How do we need to be in partnership and relationship to the city? Because we understand that people are hurting, and we don't just want to pretend like, everybody's a criminal, but what's our role? And so I really want to do a shout out and thank a lot of our business owners. But some of the questions that I had was, we have a new system that we've implemented, but it has the same name as the older system that prioritized in the past removal and criminalization of encampments. And so a lot of folks are still expecting the same type of response. So how are we visibilizing, the approach? And then are we working on having like a business owner's resource guide to help with a lot of that communication?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, first of all, I apologize. I kind of glossed over your leadership in those spaces, and I think it really doesn't give it justice to talk about the partnership with the frontage road businesses and hoteliers as well as the Splinter Collective. And I think your point is excellent, and I've seen it in almost all of your efforts where people are saying, how can we help? And people have stepped up, and the frontage road hoteliers are a great example where they actually provided not only resource in terms of people, but they provided food and water and things for the neighborhood. So thank you for your leadership on that. I apologize for not focusing on that. You bring up a great point and one I hadn't thought about, to be honest with you, and I think that it might require some different marketing, because I do think you're right that there's an expectation it's the same model, and it really isn't. We just picked the model that seemed to make sense in terms of the name, but we didn't think through. So if you don't mind, let me rethink the name of that, so that because it is not the same. It is really about tracking and organizing ourselves around that. So thank you for pointing that out.
Some of my other remarks, because I think we all realize that there is a need for needing congregate shelter, so that we can give folks a dignified place to start building a sense of security and safety. And I think it's important to mark that the systems that we're putting in place should not be paternalistic or be authoritarian. That what we really need to do is create the conditions that will support people, because at the end of the day, we're autonomous people. All of us want to make our own decisions, but we need to create the conditions where folks can have a roof over their head. And once they have that, they have then, the opportunity to look for work, and that we could support them, with job placement, that we can support with folks receiving the proper mental health support, that we can help people work on their addiction, because addiction always originates in pain, and drug use is just an emotional anesthetic. And so just trying to take a paternalistic approach to that isn't going to change it. And if anything, I believe it's going to be worse. And that we can't, in a society, view prison or anything that looks like a prison or a tent city an acceptable form of long-term housing for those experiencing homelessness, because when incarcerating people, none of us stop to think and say, well, who's going to pay for their food and shelter? Because we're okay as long as they're being punished. And so I think we really need to move away from looking at people who are experiencing homelessness and are just trying to survive in a broken system, that we need to acknowledge that. And again, how do we create better systems, better conditions for folks to then have real agency to get their life back on track? And so continue to push, and that we need to continue to accelerate having congregate shelters so that we can get more folks off the streets and into dignified housing.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilwoman Lee?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for bringing this back to have this conversation again. I just want to thank the team. You all have been doing such amazing work, and that was really a catalyst for the conversation that the city manager and I had about how do we make this visible, not just for us, but for the community as a whole, so that everyone is aware how we are allocating dollars and how those dollars are being used to move the needle in the direction that we want them to go. And so for the city manager, and thinking about this report or this dashboard or however we can communicate and tell this story back to the public, I think what would be really helpful, and we talked with Liz last week about this too, is thinking broadly about what are the true objectives? What does success look like for the city as we address this, for our business community, for our neighborhoods? What does it look like? And then what are the metrics that we can identify to measure our progress against? And as we were talking to Liz, even what we talked about last year, I think it was last year or the year before, with voucher utilization and how the team worked to get the utilization rates up, eviction prevention, what are all of the things that we are doing as a city to address housing and address the needs that we have? So thinking about what the objectives really are by stakeholder groups, and then how can we measure that and report that back in a really easy to consume format is going to be really important for us. So I'd love to provide any content on that and encourage my colleagues too, what all you feel is important to contribute to the story that we want to tell. Thank you.
Mayor, Councilmember Lee, I think that's exactly the goal, is to identify not only the report out, but also the metrics around that. Because the conversation, and it's great when we do all these wonderful things, but if it's not moving the metric, whatever that goal is, then people might scratch their head and say, what are you doing? So I think that our first order of business as a task force and as a team is to really hone in on that. And you mentioned some of those constituency groups and those folks, the business community clearly, and neighborhoods, and keeping in mind the Vice Mayor's point, also the unsheltered. We have to have a conversation around that as well. So what I'll do for the next time is do both, start working on crafting the framework for the reporting tool and also the framework for those objectives and those goals. And between now and then, if you have thoughts or ideas, I'd like to keep them to maybe 3 or 4 so that we're not too scattered, but certainly all of that feedback will go into feeding how we can track our progress. And I also think that it's important to include our partners at the county in that as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I don't see my colleagues. I don't know if anyone else wants to contribute or add to this discussion. Councilmember Kozachik?
Yeah,
No?
I think both Kevin and I. Do you want to go? Okay. Suffocating. So yeah, thank you for bringing this back. I have a few different thoughts. First of all, to the notion of giving it a public face. When you don't see the duck's feet, it looks like nothing's happening. But there's a lot of work going on. I do have a question before I start in with some of my points, and that is the material reference to pilot that is happening in Ward 4. We have lots of neighbors in the Midtown area who are participating, would like to participate more fully. And it sounded like you're doing something like that in Nikki's ward. Can you share that and how we expand that?
Sure, Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik. So thanks to Councilmember Lee really pushing hard on neighborhood cleanups and really starting with some state land discussions and some roll-offs and that evolved into a conversation about vouchers that we can give to neighborhood members and or associations that are willing to take trash to the sustainability camp, to the landfill. And so we basically gave them, these little papers that says a voucher, go dump your trash, right? But the key has really been making sure that we are focused on the cleanups around the community as opposed to just go clean your backyard. That's important, and we're up for that. But I think that what we're finding is that people are using them in the spirit in which they're given. So that has been going on for, about a month, and I think that we've gotten good feedback on that. I'm happy to expand that. Again, we wanted to try it. It's not I didn't want to make it this bureaucratic process. It's really more about, here's a piece of paper and it's signed, and you go take it down to the landfill and you get credit for, you don't have to pay for your truckload of trash if you're willing to do that. That's the spirit and intent. Mayor and members of council, if you're up for it, I'm happy to expand the program post-haste.
Okay, I'm not sure, and I haven't polled anybody, but I'm not sure how receptive people would be to having to truck it down to the landfill, but perhaps place a roll-off strategically in neighborhoods. We do have neighbors already going out into washes and actually giving bags to unhoused people and saying, you clean it up, we'll take your bags and we'll get rid of them. So maybe tweaking the project, but I'm open to the conversation.
Mayor, let me just make a comment there, Councilmember Kozachik. We've really tried to stay away from roll-offs because we really had some challenges in terms of we place them there and then there's some folks that are doing things they shouldn't be doing with them. So instead what we've done is said, let's coordinate a cleanup, so on a Saturday or whenever, and we'll go and we'll actually, quote, pile it up, and then Monday morning we'll show up with our crews and take it off or take it away. Happy to expand that conversation, but that's open to the rest of the council as well. If you're interested, we can do that. There is a coordination component of that, so we don't want everybody piling the trash up, all at the same time, because we'll be inundated. But if we can coordinate that as a part of even the Brush and Bulky Plus program, that's definitely where we're at. So we'll certainly reach out to you.
Okay. So I want to piggyback a little bit on some of Paul's comments and also some of Lane's comments. There was a recent meeting that I attended and several other people attended. Mayor's office was there, Paul's office was there, City Manager Jan Lesher, Chief of Police, the Sheriff, Pima County Attorney, and several others. At the end of a setup session, that took about 45 minutes, where the group who initiated the meeting was framing the issue in their opinion, I was given 2 minutes to respond to that 45-minute harangue. And Paul correctly pointed out that this is a highly complex issue. Even the discussion of homeless, the use of the phrase homeless, are we talking about seniors? Are we talking about youth? Veterans with PTSD, SMI, opioid addicted people, people who have been victims of domestic violence? There is not a single solution to any of that kind of array of people that fall under the umbrella of people who are unhoused. So for anybody in the community to make the assumption that, quote, solving homelessness, there is a silver bullet that we're going to come up with, is simply ignorant. It doesn't reflect the complexity of the issues that people bring to the table, and therefore the complexity of the different agencies and different resources that our city staff and county staff are also trying to bring to the table. So I wanted to share that, and if any of that group would like to have a serious conversation about what is involved in this, might be happy to have that. We have roughly 30% of our staff time in the Ward 6 office dealing with this issue on a daily basis. This is not something that's under the rug. It's not something that anybody in our office, and I know that the rest of the offices are dealing with it on a regular basis as well. The material says that we're exploring the Mission Annex with the county. There is a group that would like to pretend that that is a new conversation. The reality is that conversation has been going on for months. And I know because I met with Dan Ranieri from La Frontera, with Chief Nanos, and Dan Sullivan from the county probably 4 months ago. This is a conversation that's evolving, and right now it seems to be tracking the whole notion of pretrial services. There is lots of space indoors in a very dignified setting that could be used for shelter space as well. So I'd like to see that conversation begin to expand to not just the pretrial conversation, but to how do we provide space on site for people, because we have suffered a loss of capacity as a result of COVID. Not just in our shelters. Casa Alitas with the asylum seekers, they began with about 350 bed capacity. They're down to about 180. And so they are now looking at a large facility to co-house asylum seekers as well as unhoused populations. And so this is not just a city of Tucson, gee, COVID hit and we lost all our rooms. It's everybody in the region trying to work on that same dynamic. I have passed on to the city manager several suggestions for large warehouse types of sites that could house no barrier, low barrier, probably 300 to 500 capacity. We need to see that conversation expanded as well, and let's act on some of that. If we need a low, no barrier shelter that is going to have that kind of a capacity. I've also mentioned the idea of establishing a specialty homeless court. And Mike mentioned earlier, the next time he comes back, he's going to be bringing information from the court system. That could provide people with an option of let's seek services as opposed to go through the whole judicial system. And again, something that is an area that we should be exploring more aggressively. With respect to TPD, the chief in the material that we were given really focused on, quotes, violent crime involving the use of a gun. That needs to be expanded. We're seeing, we met with a merchant on Speedway that had a guy wander in with a machete threatening customers. We have another merchant on Speedway that had a burglary take place and they had 15 to 20 bicycles ripped off. So totally appreciate the need to focus on violent crime with firearms. But when people are being threatened and businesses are being burglarized, and not with just petty larceny with a pack of cigarettes, but several thousands of dollars worth of merchandise, that needs to be acted on equally by the police department. We need the participation and the cooperation of the Pima County Attorney's Office. I know that the county is having those conversations. I know Chief Kazmar is having those conversations. But that needs to be a real tool for TPD, because once the word spreads that nothing happens when you get to that office, then lawlessness can prevail. And so we need Laura Conover's office as a part of this conversation as well. Finally, I met yesterday with our new IT director, and we talked about the form. And there are a couple of small tweaks that we need in it. Number one, about 90% of the report that we're getting at the ward office simply says "in progress." That doesn't communicate anything to the ward office or to the constituents. And so we need a more robust kind of description of what does "in progress" mean. What can we report back to constituents that what's really happening? And finally, there is a place on the form that allows for one email address to be provided for our HCD folks to respond back to somebody. We need more than one email address. We need the constituent, we need the ward office, we need to be able to provide information and receive information. The feedback loop is too restricted. And so our hands are really being tied. But anyway, that's really what I've got. I really applaud the work that's being done. I would love to see the homeless court. I'd love to see the low, no barrier shelter. The partnership with the county is great. But really the message is the complexity of this issue is really not respected when people step up to say the city's not doing anything about homelessness. That shows a gross ignorance of what we're trying to deal with, and why there are so many different agencies and entities involved in this conversation. So thank you, Mayor. That's what I've got.
Yeah, no, absolutely agree with you, Councilmember Kasachik. Good input on the homeless court. I think we used to have, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Rankin, we used to have a homeless court within the city of Tucson, because I know we had a veterans court. Or was it both combined?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, we have a series of specialty courts that we operate through Tucson City Court. You've named a few with respect to Veterans Court, Mental Health Court, et cetera. There are programs still associated with the homeless court, but when we come back with the folks from the court, we'll walk through that together with some of the other specialty court operations that we continue to maintain and never suspended, by the way, including the Compass Court, which is the consolidated municipal problem-solving court that includes an element of where the defendants both have homelessness issues, but also drug issues and a diagnosed mental health ailment. But we'll be able to go through all those with the folks from the court system at the next discussion we have.
Okay, perfect. I do know that Councilmember Dahl was wanting to add to the discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. A lot of the points that I was going to make have been made by my colleagues. We're all facing daily frustrated business owners, frustrated neighbors who are reporting impacts that they're suffering because there are unhoused people in their neighborhoods or doing criminal acts to their business. I applaud the Tucson City's team that is working so hard on this. We've made a lot of progress. It's clearly not enough because the complaints we're getting is not. So my challenge is, how can we do this better? What more resources do we need, especially focusing on businesses and neighbors? And let's tweak things. One new concern is fires. And I'm not sure where that falls in the protocol, but I think it's very dangerous when there are fires in alleys next to wooden fences, when there's fires next to businesses. And so whenever there's fires reported, I think that needs to have a focused response. It pains me that so many of our Tucson residents are unhoused, are hooked on fentanyl due to very complicated but actually kind of simple ways we dealt with healthcare and the way we deal with people who have problems. It's such a simple, cheap solution for people, and it's such a deadly solution. So the more we can focus on resources for people who are addicted, I think that's beneficial as well. Thank you to everybody who we work with from our office. My staff has become well informed on this issue and appreciate the interactions, the relationships that we've developed with you, and we'll continue to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dahl. Just to summarize some of the ideas that my colleagues have shared, I absolutely agree with Councilwoman Lee about the outward-facing information that we need to provide our community and our small businesses. We have an encampment reporting tool that we should be putting on every piece of social media that we can, with Housing Community Development and our Housing First folks. In our website, we should actually have a web page dedicated for resources and tools for neighborhoods and businesses that have concerns about homelessness and issues related to crime in their neighborhoods. I believe Councilwoman Lee was the one that brought out the 2007 report with county, city, and Arizona Department of Housing regarding homeless issues. Maybe we should dust that off and share it again with Pima County, pull in the Department of Housing to the conversation. They've already given us a $2 million grant. Look at what was recommended back then, and if it's still relevant to what we're doing now. But yes, informing the community, letting them know all of the work that we are doing is very, very important, including a report out to the community. But sharing the encampment tool, sharing the response from our TPD to our community safety, health, and wellness, to what Mari Vasquez is doing, and the partnership between Pima County and the city of Tucson, because I just want to make sure that you all know the city manager and I have been meeting with County Administrator Lesher and Chair Bronson to talk about these issues, to update each other, to find solutions to this issue, because it's big and complex, and it will take all of us to be able to keep our community safe. And to be honest with you, we also have to make sure that the community knows that we are enforcing in areas where there are concerns regarding illegal activity in these encampments. So with that, Mr. Manager, I don't know if you want to finalize your thoughts and the input that you received from my colleagues today.
Sure, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity. There's a variety of things, and I won't go into all of them. I will give you a couple of quick thoughts, though. I think it's important, and I heard it, I didn't hear it specifically stated, but I will state it. What I'm hearing from you, and I've heard from you for years now, is we will not criminalize homelessness. It is not a crime to be unsheltered. And I think the bottom line is making sure that we are providing the services that are necessary. It is not a green light to break the law, clearly, and so folks choose to be homeless or unsheltered, that's fine, but there are rules and laws that they have to abide by, and that will be part of the conversation going forward. I also think that there's a conversation about the investments that we've made or not made. And I think that they all go together as we bring these conversations about unsheltered and homelessness along with our community safety and even our public safety piece. It's important to refresh everyone's memory at what you all have invested in our public safety departments and services, as recently as adjusting salaries to address some of our recruitment and retention challenges in our police ranks. And I think oftentimes that gets forgotten. With regard to the public facing reporting tool, I could sure use some help if you have ideas on what goals might look like. And again, maybe 3 to 4 at the most goals that we could identify as metrics. I've got some in my head already. We're working on a few things, but if you could help me articulate that in language that would resonate with your constituencies, I think that would be great. Mayor, I know that you had asked that these updates occur every 2 months, every 60 days. You may want to consider, depending on the movement that we make on a variety of these fronts, we may want to increase the frequency to maybe monthly, depending on some of the movement that we're going forward with. In some ways, that might actually be easier just to keep you in real time on what we're up to. I don't think it's necessary to do it every meeting, but I do think that there could be some value in having this on a more regular basis, because I think that if we need direction from you on specific items, it would be a great opportunity for us to go down that path. So that's just a thought, Mayor, and I apologize. I shouldn't probably talk to you about that ahead of time, but this is how these work, right? We build the ship as we move, because it's important that we have that opportunity to keep people in the loop and make sure that people understand they do have an opportunity to provide feedback. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Really appreciate all the work that you're all doing on this, that my colleagues are doing on this, and I agree with you. We should have it monthly because things are moving fast, and sometimes you need the full mayor and council approval. So we should bring it back in January again to do another update on this. With that, if there's no other input, feedback from my colleagues, we're going to take a 15-minute break, because I know many of you entered the meeting without having lunch. So hopefully you can get a little bite to eat and stretch your legs, and then we'll be back here at 2:30. Alrighty. I did hear that some members of the redistricting committee are in the audience. So I just wanted to see if we wanted to move with the item 12 and then go back to the RTA one. Are my colleagues on the council open to that?
Sounds good, Mayor.
Ready. So let's move to item 12. Time has been set aside for review and discussion of the Redistricting Advisory Committee report and recommendations. Ms. Message, if you want to open us up with this item, and then we could open it up to my colleagues on the council.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. As you know, the city charter requires the city to decide if they need to redistrict the second year after a decennial census, which 2022 is the second year after the 2020 census. The Redistricting Advisory Committee completed their work and submitted a recommendation on their deadline of November 30th. Just to let you know, they did find that the city's maximum population deviation overall was 13.4%, which is over the 10% target. Found that they did need to redistrict. So they made recommendations, which they submitted 3 proposals to you. They are listed as proposals 2A, 2C, and 2D. All of those bring the maximum population deviation below 10%, which is the constitutionally presumptively valid percentage. Along with those three maps, the committee made some recommendations regarding the process itself, what they would like to see in the future, and made some suggestions on guidelines, policies, and the timelines especially for redistricting. 2024 is a redistricting year, so any direction that you give would go into effect in 2024. I did also want to let you know that the redistricting committee is required to hold at least one public hearing, but when they found how interested the public was and the number of comments that were being made, they scheduled 2 additional public hearings, so those were heard on November 3rd, 17th, and 29th. They took all of that input into account when they were preparing proposals for you. I think that's about it if nobody has any questions. We do have Chair Mark Crum and committee member Dr. Maribel Alvarez in the audience.
Ms. Message, can we invite Chair Crum up to say a couple of words, just, you know, add his thoughts to what was commented, and also Dr. Maribel Alvarez, see if they want to both add a couple of words and their thoughts in the process and what they have in front of us today.
Thank you. My name is Mark Crum, and I'm chair of the Redistricting Committee. Mark Twain had 3 rules for public speaking: be brief, be to the point, be seated. So here goes. The Redistricting Committee for 2022 began as a team. We discussed a large number of different options. We investigated, we listened to the public, we argued, and we worked very hard, and we ended our work as a team with the report you have today. I'm a big believer in adding value, and if I don't have any value, I shut up. But as to the point, and it regards the future, the good news and the bad news. First, the bad news. There isn't any good news. We've kicked the can down the road. We can see the end of the road, and at the end of the road, there's this big brick wall, and it's called population. And we have no choice but to deal with it. So says the Supreme Court. In the past, redistricting committees have dealt with this, and it's only going to get worse. This was a lot of work. And what do we have to work with? Well, we found out that we have a lot of ill-defined and conflicting rules and policies to provide us direction, and they don't. And that's why it's really important, I think, for the mayor and council to intervene in this and help future redistricting committees out so they don't have to repeat what we went through. Thank you. And with that, unless you see it differently, I will be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Crum. Dr. Alvarez?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council, city manager, city clerk. The process was very challenging and painful at times. And the committee acted within the guidelines to do what was the lowest common denominator we were asked to do in terms of the standard deviation of population. But there were a lot of other issues that we could not address in the short time that we had for the meetings. And we're urging council and mayor to consider establishing some sort of broad-based educational effort, study group, task force that could really open up the conversation. Essentially, the situation is this. There are guidelines that the city is asking to enact as its core principles, and they cancel each other out. Along the lines of population distribution is also the fact that Tucson is a minority-majority city where the vote, the Hispanic population, the historically marginalized communities are packed into 2 districts. Wards 5 and 1 are nearly 70% Hispanic, and it is important for representation for communities to find each other and to have a cultural identity. But when these groups are the only ones where the Hispanic vote is packed, that is the definition the Supreme Court has provided for dilution of the vote. What we found was people conflating the larger issue of political representation and power and dilution with ward lines in a way that almost was landlocked. You only had to go on the edges clockwise, and when you did that, it was a Rubik's Cube. You just couldn't make it work. We presented you with 2 rough proportionality maps just for you to see them. What would it look like if there was a 3rd district ward that was also majority Hispanic? But it was so disruptive already for the very intense sentiments of the public that you will not, and we're talking about very granular things. We're talking about people saying that if you live on the south side of Tucson, one side of the street on 12th Avenue is Ward 1, the other one is Ward 5, and that line shall never be crossed under any circumstances. When in fact, the cultural cohesion of those communities remains the same geographically. And we try to make the point many times that the ward lines are political lines that are meant to be shifted according to population every once in a while for practical reasons. But the fact that people came to us and said, West Side for vida, but Ward 1, do not ever mess up with any of the lines that are existing, contradicts one of the city objectives, which was give preference to the option that reduces dilution that may exist from otherwise previous packing. So when you say give preference to that, but the first principle above that says maintain the established ward boundaries. In other words, you just can't do redistricting. If you try to maintain the established boundaries and they have to be contiguous, then you cannot ever alter the way in the other principles call you to do, which is to give preference to options that reduce packing and give preference to options that advance rough proportionality. It's interesting that both principles, rough proportionality and the deviation of population, both have been affirmed by the Supreme Court. So they're both important, but they're also ranked in a very different way, and one has a metric and the other one doesn't. So we were very clear that we would go for the metric of below 10%, but we were not very clear on what is the metric that says that a major American city in the Southwest can actually be a city where the Latino population vote is diluted because it is packed into 2 wards. This issue was almost to the point where we just couldn't have the conversation, Mayor. It was emotional for people. It just raised all kinds of confusions in what it meant to dilute the vote. So taking one ward and putting in another one was considered dilution and the ploy of gentrifiers or corporate interests, when in fact, the opposite was true. To remove those barriers and to actually make the city of Tucson's ward distribution more democratic, more inclusive, would have required that disruption. But the public consider any type of disruption of the current wards as a violation of such proportion and magnitude that the commission just felt like our hands were tied. So I come at the study session to share this with you in a studious manner, if you will, to tell you that this is a serious issue. It's almost like you have to start from scratch. Another issue that came up was the size of the wards. In major cities like Chicago and Boston, you can see that the wards' populations are roughly around 50,000 people. Now we're nearing 90,000 people for almost each ward, which is really large. Of course, we don't have, it will require a city charter, a vote from the public to change the city charter for creating new wards, but it is something that in the horizon, as the population changes, is going to have to be considered. There were so many challenging issues and such confusion on the way that people were using language and definitions that just flew in the face of sometimes rational arguments, because that's not what dilution means. Dilution means that you're packing the district, the vote, the Hispanic vote. So the only way that we saw through it is to recommend that you, before you get to the next redistricting phase, try to do some sort of broad community consensus where people can really reimagine what it will look like for the city, almost with a map that is not colored by wars already, but with a map that says, what would it look like if we actually applied the principles of rough proportionality, minority vote, and geographic belonging, which is important to people. If you live on the west side, you want to feel like you are on the west side, but we kept telling folks we don't have the power to move the geography of the city. There's still west, north, south, and east. The lines that cross through that may sometimes be arbitrary. It may veer this way, it may veer that way, but you're still largely on the west side. But people were very, very sensitive and very upset about it. And I do believe that there was a lot of good intentions and good desire to get into the messiness of it through some sort of a study process that will not have the pressure of the timing that we were working with. So thank you for listening to those thoughts. We deliver you some options, and we also wanted to show you the rough proportionality maps that will give a third majority ward and let you consider and ponder what that looks like if you begin to actually alter the boundaries of the existing wards. And last but not least, it doesn't mean that geography is not important. It obviously makes sense for people to feel connected to certain projects. There were certain initiatives in Ward 3, for example, that of course it makes sense. There's a lot of investment. There's a Ward 6 the same way. People are committed to certain projects and desires to work together. But at what point does that become just an impasse? An impasse where you just basically cannot ever redistrict then, because the guideline says you should not alter the boundaries. Well, that's what redistricting is. You alter the boundaries. So I leave you with that conundrum. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Crum, and thank you, Dr. Alvarez, for coming at study session to talk to us about your experience and your thoughts and your feedback to Mayor and Council. I know that you gave us a final representation regarding start engaging the community with a year in advance, to educate the community of what all this language means and what the responsibility of redistricting is on our appointees. I agree with you. You know, the city of Tucson has been growing and growing and growing. And to be realistic, the city of Tucson has self-segregated. At the beginning, it was because of redlining. right? Redlining prevented communities of color, Black, Indigenous, and Mexican American folks from purchasing homes in certain areas of the city. So they had no way of being able to live in Midtown or in downtown or in the east side or the north side because of redlining. This is the horrible result of racist laws that were put in the books way back when, right? And it continued up into the 50s and 60s and 70s. But the city of Tucson and its population are obviously very segregated. There are 2 wards that are highly packed with Latino residents, but Latino presence is growing throughout the city of Tucson. And the last census says that Latinos in this community amount to about, and Suzanne, you correct me if I'm wrong, about 43% of the population in the city of Tucson is of Latino heritage.
That's correct, Your Honor. I think it's closer to 44%, but yeah.
44%. And so there are certain wards that are growing much more Latino population outside of Ward 1 and of Ward 5. And so that's the conundrum. How do we, by law, and according to the Supreme Court, unpack some of the Ward 1 and Ward 5? And we can no longer rely on, well, the West Side has always been in Ward 1. That is not fair. We are diluting the voice of Latinos throughout the city of Tucson. And we here on this table have to recognize this. Even though many of us are used to working with particular neighborhoods, or those neighborhoods are used to being represented by a particular ward, we have to think outside of how we've always done things, right? Because racist systems rely on people saying, well, we've always done it this way. Well, the way we've done it is obviously diluting certain minority voices in this city, and we just can't, and we cannot let it continue happening. We just cannot. We've got to do the right thing. And I realize that this time around, we might not get to where we need to get. As a matter of fact, I really don't care what map you all prefer, because it does nothing to the issue of unpacking Latino voices from 2 particular wards. So just the fact, let's just look at my example, right? Just the fact that there had not been a Mexican-American mayor since 1875 should tell us something about representation in this city. I'm happy that we broke barriers and that we made history in the city of Tucson. With me being elected in 2019, but we're at a point where we need to take action. So with that, I'll open it up for my colleagues on the council to discuss their what they see, what their concerns are, what this conversation is. I agree that we gave way too little time to the Redistricting Commission to have a thorough and sufficient conversation with the community. So I really like the recommendations that the commission has brought to us. I know that we have a public hearing later on tonight, but I do want to make sure that we discuss through some of your questions, comments, or concerns. Anyone have any comments? Councilmember Cunningham?
Yes, Your Honor. A few things. For the most part, I feel like
what's happening is that we've got multiple forces trying to dictate how we do wards. And the other piece that we're really having to struggle with is that, and I've dealt with this the last 2 times. In the last 2 redistricting processes, I've either lost precincts or added precincts. And no one wants to be the new kid on the block. No neighborhood association wants to have to establish a new relationship with their ward office. It's rough. I mean, especially some of the neighborhood associations that are long established, they've established those communications, they've established those things. So that's one of the challenges that we're dealing with. The other thing is the challenge that I think the elephant in the room, or not really the elephant in the room, but just how much demographics have changed, not just in Tucson, but around the country. And so we had these voter protections in place for years and years and years, and now they're almost going against what we were trying to accomplish. There's a few thoughts here. Number one is, as far as the maps go, there's some minor tweaks. I'm willing to listen to whatever my colleagues want to do. Every single map, Ward 2 is exactly the same. So I'm just going to listen on that piece. But going forward, I'm trying to figure out kind of what the charter says, or what and how it goes against the Federal Voting Rights Act or goes with it. But how do we make this work so that we have a ward system that just makes a little more sense? And there's some things that we can probably consider here that we haven't considered in the past. One of the things that I've always wondered is, like, on the east side, we have this little panhandle that goes up north of Grant and slides up to the side, and then it abuts Ward 2 and Ward 6. From a geographic standpoint, how can we do it where not only do we meet all the voting requirements, but it also makes sense on how we manage the city? We've always kind of talked about that. Like, we have 6 regions of the city, yet we have 4 teams with the police. We have 3 different park districts. And I've always said, maybe if we kind of align that, remember, the impact fee districts, we just lined them up towards this past time. We did that for a reason, because it made a lot more sense on the impact fee front to at least line up with the wards. So we reduced them and lined them up with the wards. That would make sense for our 4 teams. That would make sense for, on the police side, that would make sense for our 4 regions that we have with fire, because I think we have, 4 assistant chiefs? And so I'm kind of just trying to figure out how we can set it so that not only do the wards reflect the voting demographics, but they also help in making the administrative side of the city and the ward office role in the city be more seamless. So that's kind of my input for today, but I'm happy to, I think this process is so convoluted at this point, it's almost like we have to reconstitute it. And I don't even know where to begin on that. I guess I'd defer to the city attorney.
Mr. Rankin?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Cunningham. So to change the process going forward, I don't think there's really an issue with the charter. The charter really doesn't provide all that much about redistricting other than give the general principles with respect to redistricting plans themselves and prohibiting the use of a redistricting plan for the purpose of favoring or disfavoring one political party or person over another. The code section, which we actually amended in advance of this process in order to at least incorporate the concepts of rough proportionality, and you heard a description of that from the speaker, which is designed to at least reduce dilution, either through packing or fragmenting practices of the past. So I think those policy objectives are already incorporated into the code. But if the mayor and council want to have a conversation going forward after this round about how those different objectives can be used to work together more rather than work against one another in some instances, then I think that could be a healthy conversation that could possibly result in some code changes, including with respect to the process. I think you've heard several times, and many of you have already said it, that the process this time didn't give the committee a lot of time to go through the recommendations. So certainly consideration of changing the procedures so that this is a longer process with more input and more time to reflect is something that you can look at and give direction about going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Redgate. Any other of my colleagues have any comments, feedback, input?
Mayor, I'll just be real brief because we have the public hearing tonight. First of all, I agree with much of what Paul said. The challenge that we have in Ward 6 is that we're the only landlocked ward. And so this happened 2 redistrictings ago where we don't have any room to grow other than taking more land mass or population from other wards. I had 2 times ago was advocating that we take on some of the northernmost pieces of the ward that really abut unincorporated Pima County, and that wasn't accepted. So if we're talking about redrawing map boundaries, I would advocate that for whoever's in the Ward 6 seat, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, they have an opportunity to grow in areas other than simply accreting somebody else's population base. So that's one point. Secondly, I want to thank the committee members for their hard work. I know that they put in more time than what they had anticipated, and yet the reality is, as we've heard, that wasn't enough. And so I think that there's value in the conversation about extending the time. And I think some of the burden shifts, much of the burden shifts to us to have that kind of policy discussion later on so that they're not faced with the conundrum of having competing priorities. And so, well, if we do this, we can't do that. And so I think those are totally valid points. And I forgot the other point I was going to make, so it must not have been too critical. I guess that's it.
Mayor, it's
Good
Nikki.
points, Councilmember. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to thank the committee. My team and I watched every single meeting, and I know how challenging this work is, and I really appreciate all of the thoughtfulness and your willingness to go into these really complex conversations. So thank you so much for all of your work to do that and bring us back some recommendations for action. I just want to share with my colleagues one, whichever map we go with, a potential minor amendment, don't worry, it involves more cows than people, so it hopefully won't be an issue. But in precinct 275, that is vacant land that is in Ward 4, and my team and I have been working already with the State Land Department on a future PCD. And whenever we move forward with this, I would like to offer some sort of an amendment to that keeps that land, that vacant state land in Ward 4, Precinct 275, as we can continue moving that project forward with state land. So that's all I had, Mayor, and thanks again to the committee.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you. Not only huge appreciation to the volunteer members of this committee that had more meetings than were promised and did really fine work considering the situation, but also thank you to the City Clerk Suzanne and your team for the extra work of producing the maps and thinking this through and shepherding it through. Thank you very much. It seems like it's almost an impossible task, especially since not being disruptive is one of the guidelines as well. And I think to get past the 2 wards, we have to be disruptive at some point. I was very concerned with the first map, which I learned was done just to make precincts whole. Took away a part of my ward would have taken away a part of my ward that we had invested a lot of time and money into, upwards of $500,000, and built relationships. It's the Thrive in the 05 area, which needs a lot of attention. And so we would have done that for a year, expecting to do it at least for 4 years, and we would have had to stop. So there may be a solution, and I just throw this out there. At one time, we didn't have staggered elections. Maybe we could do a one-time where we have all the elections 1 year. You know, have three wards go for 2 years, so that the change happens at an election time, so that people who know what they're running for, and they don't have to get 2 years with other wards, or 3 years, or 1 year. That's an unbaked idea that just occurred to me, because I don't see us getting consensus on the disruption that would need to happen to make it minority, majority, fair, unpacked wards. Just a thought. But again, thanks to the committee, thanks to Suzanne and her teams, and like Paul, none of the 3 proposed ones affect Ward 3, so I'm going to listen very carefully to my colleagues, and minor amendments I'm down with. Thanks.
Mayor, I remembered my really cogent point. So
Go ahead.
the synapse fired. With respect to adding wards, the population, we're at 90,000, round numbers, we're at 90,000 per ward right now, and that's a pretty big number. I have a challenge knowing all my constituents on a first-name basis at 90,000. 50,000 might work, but not 90. There is a charter-driven process for that, and maybe the city manager city attorney can bring us into that. Adding 1 ward would put us in a situation of where we could have a 4-4 tie in votes, and so maybe we're looking at 2 wards, and what that process would be. It's voter-driven, right? It's a charter change. So maybe, Mike, you can share with us in the committee.
Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, that's absolutely correct. Changing the number of wards would require a charter amendment. You may recall several years back, there was a charter review committee that looked at issues that included the number of wards, as well as the timing of elections and the length of terms, et cetera. And there was a lot of discussion about the number of wards, but yes, fundamentally you're correct. Changing the number means amending the charter, which means a ballot measure for voter approval.
I think what we're talking about is, updating kind of good government issues that we're coming up on. It is expected and encouraged, I believe, that we update the way we do things. So maybe it is a good idea to have, in January of this coming year, a good government type of item on the agenda, so that we can discuss this particular issue, and maybe other possible changes to how we do business in the city of Tucson. Councilmember Fimbres, and then the vice mayor.
2 maps, 2A, 2C have the opportunity for public review and public comment. My office has received many calls, emails in support of map 2C, reflects the comments made during the REC public hearing. What is our time frame on this, Madam Mayor? Can we wait, push this out to January, or do we have to make a decision now, today?
I think that's a question for Suzanne or Mike.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres. The decision is not on the schedule for tonight. You have a public hearing tonight with the idea that there would be some additional discussion and direction with action on December 20th. Per the charter provision, the decision by the mayor and council on a redistricting year, which means this year, has to occur by December 31st.
Okay. We're going to have to the next meeting, Madam Mayor, to decide on this issue. It's going to be a hot issue. It's a hot potato now. Be a hotter one later. The challenge for us. But I agree with you. We can't keep 2 areas bottled up all the time. Minority votes segregated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for bringing up the good governance. I know we talked about that in the past, and we're always kind of dealing with like rapid response items, and we're not necessarily thinking about the future. And so I think we also need to shift how we do charter changes, if that be just ongoing, right? Because we were a lot of times confined by the charter that was built in a different time, for a different city. And we've continued to grow and evolve, and we need to catch up with the times. And I think those are some of the limitations that we're feeling right now. I know that we had this conversation two years ago, and I don't really want to rehash what everybody has said. I think it was very clear that we're never going to get to a more just and equitable city if we don't disrupt the status quo, and that's hard. It's really hard. I think that my time in office, what I've realized is that change makes people very uncomfortable, but it is the only constant in our life. In every facet of our lives, it's change. And so the issue here is how do we have principled conversations around what our values are in this community and how we want to show up. And I think that's been lacking. And so I am definitely interested in going back and seeing, okay, that we thought we made adjustments to the process last time. We learned a lot more this time around. As far as the timing of it, I think the charter also says that they need to meet between October and the 31st of December, or that's the time frame we have. And so do we need to change that to allow people more time? Because I think, you agree, when folks are feeling like you're trying to rush a process or make a decision and people aren't informed, it's scary. And so I think definitely having a process that has a lot of civic education as part of it. A lot of us are unaware. We just went through a redistricting process for our state ledge and our federal representation. And we went to those public meetings and, made our decisions, but there was never a resistance that those changes needed to happen. It was gonna happen. But I understand folks' hesitation, especially at the city level, because we're like the front line of government, and people do have relationships with their council members differently than they do with their state legislators or their, congressional representatives. And so we know that relationships are really important. So that's one side of it, and I hope, all of us in the council understand that. The other side of it too, having been somebody who was politicized in college and learned about, redlining and packing, this council looked very different in the 60s and 70s. And as you have the civil rights movement and the Chicano movement here in the city of Tucson, folks realized that the way that we were going to wield power and have the representation that we needed was to step in and to be at the table, because like people say, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And so there was a clear understanding that we needed to have representation. And so what that has looked like, and I get to benefit from that, was that work that happened in the 60s and 70s to get people like myself, like the mayor, like Richard in office. But that now has been like 60 years, since that happened, and we're still living in we still have that same mindset that that's enough, that having crumbs is enough. And so much has changed, and we need to continue to change. And so for me, seeing that Ward 1 and Ward 5 are still the two districts that are packed, and we're not representing, all of our Tucsonans here at the table is a problem. And so I want to continue to push if we need to bring this item specifically in a study session item in January that talks about making a plan for the process. Or do we have that conversation as part of a bigger, good governance package, that this is an important piece of it? But I think we can't let this fall through the cracks again. In 2 years, we having the same conversation, because from what it sounds like, this happens every single time. Nobody's satisfied. Everything we feel the limitations. And so, if that's the case, then we need to change. We need to change the system. We need to change the process so that we get better outcomes.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to say a couple of things in addition to what I've already included in my comments. One, I want to reiterate that it does not matter which map is selected by my colleagues on the council. I don't think any of the maps do justice to unpacking districts within the city. And two, I just want to remind the community and my colleagues on the council that our election system, we are elected in the primary in our wards, and in the general, every single Tucsonan has an opportunity to vote for each and every one of us. So at the end of the day, each and every one of us have a responsibility with each and every Tucsonan throughout the city of Tucson because everyone elects us. Now, that's not just the mayor, that's all of us. And so lines that we're talking about today are imaginary. They are imaginary because every single Tucsonan votes for us in the general. We have a responsibility with every single person. That is the ethic that I understood when I was a council member for Ward 1. I cared as much for my East Side residents than I cared for my own residents that I represented for Ward 1 on the West Side and the South Side. So that is what I think helps us work with each other throughout, crossing ward lines, is because I want to make sure that we're representing and we're doing good for the people of Ward 6 as much as for the people of Ward 2 and Ward 4. And so I just want to remind us of that lines are imaginary, and it's at the end of the day, it's going to be doing the right thing, which I believe is unpacking those wards and having fair representation at the table versus the relationships that we've created over the years, which I think any neighborhood can, I'm pretty sure that, Councilmember Dahl could dump all of the information to Councilmember Kozaczek if it were necessary, if those lines change within those neighborhoods. So I just want to remind us of that in the public, that we all have a responsibility with each and every resident of the city of Tucson, no matter where they live. With that, I don't know, Suzanne, if you want to close with something, or Mr. Rankin, if you want a specific direction, or if we should wait for next week once the public hearing is closed.
Mayor, I don't know that we need direction today. If there is a desire to give some direction about scheduling, a study session discussion about the process for future redistricting years, that direction can certainly be given now, but it could just as easily be given after you finish up this process on the 20th.
Alrighty, thank you. I think it would be appropriate for us not to give direction during the study session right now. I think it would be appropriate to make sure that we have the public hearing tonight, and that when we come back, we have a little bit more direction to staff after we hear from the community, if that's okay. Okay. Alrighty, anyone else want to add to this item? I don't see anyone jumping at it, so we will move back. Thank you so much again to the committee members for all of their work. Thank you so much for coming to study session to give us your opinion and feedback. We appreciate the service that you've done for the residents of Tucson. Thank you so much. Alrighty, we move on to, remind me, Miss Clerk, I think we're going back to item 9.
Yes, Your Honor, unless you were going to take item 13, I believe.
Do we have our presenters for this item?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so let's do item 13 just to make sure that, you know, we don't keep them here any longer than they have to. Item 13, we have a presentation on state issues. Andrew Greenhill has our lobbyist in Phoenix here present. I don't know if both of them are here. I'm so sorry because I invited them to be with us in person and I'm not able to be there, Doug. I am so sorry, but I'm happy to see you virtually, my friend. So Andrew, go ahead and open up the item and you can take it from here.
Great. Well, thank you, Mayor, Honorable Mayor and Council. Today, the item on the agenda is consideration and of the 2023 state legislative agenda. This is something that Mayor and Council do every year. I want to thank Mayor Romero, who invited our state lobbyists to come and speak. Unfortunately, Kathy Sensman, one of our team, was not able to come down from Phoenix to Tucson today, but we are lucky to have Doug Cole here with us. The idea is to have Doug give an overview of the election results, what kinds of dynamics and things we should be looking for this session. That gives us some context to understand what kinds of legislation, what kinds of issues we might be seeing this legislative session. So then I'll turn it over to Doug, and then after that, with Mayor and Council approval, we can talk about the draft state legislative session and hopefully, respectfully, get a direction on that. So with that, Doug Cole has been representing Tucson, part of our state team, for over 20 years. He's the COO of High Ground. Doug has worked with me and others from the city over those 20 years on many, many bills and issues. There's too many to count, but I'm happy to introduce him and just say that whether it's water, housing, local control, taxes, Doug has been there with us, lobbying on our behalf for many years. So really glad to have him here. And with that, I'll turn it over to Doug for his perspectives on what we might be looking for this state legislative session. Doug.
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you, Mayor, for the invitation. And it's good to see all the council here. It's fine. It's really nice to be back after the pandemic and be here in person and back home in Southern Arizona. As the elections were a game changer here in Arizona. Governor-elect Hobbs, as we all know, defeated Carrie Lake by around 17,000 votes. It was a very close election. She'll be inaugurated along with the other statewide stakeholders on January 5th up at the state capitol. The election was canvassed yesterday by the Attorney General, the Governor, the Secretary of State, and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. There were no fireworks like there was in 2020. President Biden didn't call in, which was attempted back in 2020 by then President Trump. But what that does with the canvass going through yesterday, it starts two processes. The first process is the automatic recount of the Attorney General's race, which Attorney General-elect Chris Mays won by 511 votes. And they'll start that statewide process, so all 15 counties will have to go through a complete machine recount of that election. They will also be recounting the Superintendent of Public Instruction's race between Superintendent-elect Tom Horn and the current Superintendent Kathy Hoffman. And there's one legislative district up in the Maricopa County Legislative District 13, where the two House seats will have to be recounted between the two Republicans that came out second and third in those races. But what's interesting, I just I was looking at your nice board of all the Tucson mayors back to the 1800s there on your board. It's so interesting to see. Is a little perspective of what this election means for the state of Arizona. The last time that we had a governor, a secretary of state, and the attorney general, and those are all three successions to the governor's office, that were all Democrats was in 1978. And that was right before Bruce Babbitt acceded as the Attorney General to become governor after Wesley Bolin had died. Interesting also, it's been since 1950 that we had a Democrat governor and 2 Democrat U.S. senators. And fun fact, that was Dan Garvey, Senator Hayden, and Senator McFarland. So things have changed a lot in Arizona, that we have now Governor-elect Hobbs and the 2 U.S. senators are now Democrats. So Arizona is changing. So I just want to put that in perspective. Statewide turnout for this off-cycle election, non-presidential election, was roughly 62.5%. To put that in perspective, in 2018, which was the last off-cycle, it was almost 65%. So voter turnout was a little bit down from our last cycle. Didn't seem like it with all the political ads and such. In 2020, which is presidential year, you expect the turnout was a lot higher, and that was nearly 80%. Maricopa County, the turnout was about 64%. Here in Pima County, it was about 63%. Pinal County only had about 55% turnout, but Yavapai County, just to juxtapose things, they had a really high turnout of 75% that voted. So the other thing that happened differently in this election, as you all know, because of one particular party, the Republican Party was urging their voters to hold onto their ballots or come to the election to one of the voting centers or the precinct centers around the state, that 290,000 early vote by mail ballots were dropped off at polling locations. Now, the election systems in the 15 counties cannot handle that. Because all those have to be hand verified, and that all happens Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and that's why the elections in Arizona take so long. That's over 100,000 more that were dropped off in 2020. So what does that all mean for the state legislature? I've been doing this, as Andrew said, for many years for the city. This is the highest amount of turnover that we've had in the legislature. In my career, we have 41 new legislators. That's 28 new House freshmen that are true freshmen in the House. Six senators are going to be true freshmen, and 7 former members are coming back to the legislature that served previously. So our former Secretary of State, Ken Bennett, got elected to District 1 in Prescott. David Farnsworth, Catherine Miranda are coming back to the Senate. Anthony Kern is coming to the Senate. Lauren Hendricks, Lydia Hernandez, and Steve Montenegro are all coming back to the House. And of course, then we had the normal House to Senate switch back and forth. I won't go through that long list. But I think another interesting fact, and Arizona has been a leader with the election of Governor Hobbs. We remain the leader in the state of, in the United States for having women governors. We have more women governors than any other state in the United States. I think that that's something to celebrate, that diversity. But in the state legislature, we also lead in the United States, and we continue to lead. In the Senate, there's going to be 15 women and 15 men. It's 50-50. That's how it should be. In the House, there's going to be 27 women and 33 men. So that's something else to celebrate. We can talk about partisanship back and forth, but that diversity, I think, is something to be proud of as an Arizonan. In the legislative committees, they've both been named by the incoming President Warren Peterson and incoming House Speaker Ben Toma from Peoria. The political makeup remains the same as last year. It's 31 and 29 Republican majority in the House and 16 and 14 in the Senate. President-elect Peterson won by only 1 vote in what some say was an unfair election process, and how that some say was unfair is 3 members that were in contested races that didn't win and were not ahead at the time were allowed to vote for the next Senate president. That was something that was a departure from history, and since he only won by 1 vote, many feel that the Senate president race would have gone differently. Speaker Toma won by a 17-14 vote. They didn't allow in the House members that had not won to be part of that process. But Mr. Toma is going to have to contend with that's a very close vote for Speaker. We'll have to contend with the Freedom Caucus side of his caucus. That's going to be very difficult to navigate. Another interesting thing is last month's election resulted in the state's most politically diverse legislative districts in more than 10 years because, as was mentioned earlier, we went through a redistricting process. That's going to require Republican lawmakers to work together with Democrats like they haven't had to do since Jenna Napolitano was governor in the mid-2000s. At least one Democrat won in all 5 competitive districts in the House. Those central areas, and all those districts are up in Maricopa County and in Pinal County. Those are Districts 2, which is north central Phoenix Valley, District 4, which is Paradise Valley, Arcadia area, District 9, which is West Mesa, District 13, which is the Chandler area, and the District 16, which is down in Pinal County. Those were targeted early by Democratic Party officials. 5 of the legislatures, 30 districts will be split for the next 2 years with 1 Democrat and 1 Republican member each, something that has not happened since 2008. Usually only 2 or 3 of those districts split like that. So what does all that mean? Well, one of the things that Governor Hobbs has said that she would do from the get-go was to address the Hobbs decision from the get-go. That's going to be a very difficult political process to go through with the makeup that I just told you about. But I think and it'll be interesting to see if she does call a special session, because we have the Republican leaders in the House and Senate saying, well, if she calls a special session, we'll just adjourn, which they can do, and that they can play that game for a while. But I'm happy to say, as we go through talking to the new members and the current members of the House and the Senate, that 2 issues really are coming to the top that I think are going to be more bipartisan issues coming forward, and that is water, that your assistant attorney, city manager can tell you, knows a lot about, being on the WIFA board, and housing. I think those are going to be 2 issues I know that this council and mayor care a lot about, and I'm very optimistic that we'll be able to move the needle on those issues, because I think everybody agrees that those are 2 big issues that need to be dealt with in Arizona right now. The budget's going to be very difficult, just as Governor Napolitano experienced back in the aughts. There's going to have to be probably a time, there's going to have to be some vetoes, and there's going to have to be some working cadence between the Republican House and Senate and the Democrat governor. The other thing that's going to hamstring things a bit, in the last sessions, even though the numbers were one vote in each house, you had a number of moderate Republicans that chose issues that they would break from their caucus and get some things passed and stop some bad that many considered pretty extreme legislation. So we don't have that now. So it's going to be an interesting give and take. I think there's going to have to be a dance between the executive and the legislature to see what sort of music's playing and how they're going to work together. I think we're also going to see probably a lot of executive orders by the governor on things that she'll have difficulty getting through the legislature. She'll do by executive order. And we'll also see probably the legislature challenging after the recount, if Chris Mace continues her lead in the Attorney General's race, probably see the legislature become more actively in litigation because they won't agree philosophically with the Attorney General. I think opportunities besides water and housing, we'll be working with the governor on budget priorities and directing federal dollars more appropriately. Arizona, and I think we've talked about this over the last month as we've met with most of you here at the table. Arizona is a unique state in that our federal funds are appropriated by the executive. It does not have to go through the legislative process. So there's a lot of federal funds still floating around out there, and with the new executive, and I know the mayor's on the transition team, which is great representation for not only the city, but everybody south of the Gila. We're really excited about that. Appropriating, having the executive dictate where those leftover federal funds that the Ducey administration did not appropriate. So with that, I can go through, discuss the ballot propositions. There were 10 of them. I think we all know pretty well. If Mayor or Council want to talk about those, I'll save everybody's time and open for any questions.
Any questions from my colleagues?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Mr. Cole, Governor-elect Katie Hobbs has issued a plan for housing. Is that some of the measures you think might gain bipartisan support, or is it leaning a little too far left?
Mayor and council member, we saw some good groundwork that started 4 years ago in the legislature, and there were many hearings that Andrew and I and others here from the city participated in, your housing director, in the legislature. No governor they're not king or queen. They don't get exactly what they want, but the fact, and that's a very good point, Mayor and Council, that a good portion of her platform is devoted to housing and resolving those problems. So I see a lot of weight behind that, because she's going to make, I would assume she's going to make it a priority. She said she has after the election also, and I've been speaking to members of her transition team and to her political advisors, and they all agree that housing needs to be addressed along with water. So I look for good things. I don't look for easy things or quick things. Maybe there'll be some federal appropriations that she'll draw down quickly that's available to her that have not been spent by the current administration. But systemic changes and such, I think, is going to be it's going to be a marathon, not a sprint. Very good question.
I do see Councilmember Fimbres' hand up. Councilmember Fimbres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can the mayor and council be reminded of how the position of lieutenant governor will be filled?
Yes, that was Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres. That was this has been an attempt that was last put on the ballot and barely was defeated back in, I think it was 92 or 94. I can't remember, when Governor Symington was governor. And Senator J.D. Mesnar put this on the ballot as Proposition 131, and it passed 55 to 45. And what that does is, in the next gubernatorial election in 2026, the nominee from each party will choose a running mate, and they'll run as a ticket, just as Joe Biden and Kamala Harris ran federally. And the lieutenant governor will be next in line. It does not replace the Secretary of State. There'll still be a separately elected officer as Secretary of State, but they'll move down to second in line, not first in line. But the lieutenant governor will run with the party nominee, be of the same party, and be part of that governor's administration in a high-level capacity. It could be chief of staff, director of a major state agency such as Department of Administration, et cetera. But that won't happen until 2026. I hope that answers your question, Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Doug. What measures are being considered to deal with issues surrounding the smoke shops that are throughout the state?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite, on the smoke shops? Oh, yes. Yeah, okay, legislative smoke shop, I'm sorry. I'm sure that issue will continue to come up. It's discussed in the hallways. The Pima County delegation talks about it and tries to move the needle on that, and I know you all have it. It's going to be, I can't tell you how specific issues are going to run because of the political dynamics right now. We've got to see how the cadence goes between the executive and the legislative branch. You have a very conservative Senate president who aligns more with the Freedom Caucus type. President-elect Warren Peterson was part of the audit. He signed a lot of the subpoenas to the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors. So he's from the Far East Valley. He is very conservative. He's going to stop a lot of things that he doesn't like. Whereas the Speaker Toma likes to work the legislative process and can tend to negotiate and compromise in some things. But Senator Peterson's a very bright individual, but he's very, very right-leaning.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Andrew, for your work.
Thank you, council member.
Doug, it's been a minute.
My colleagues?
Oh, Your Honor?
Go ahead, Councilmember Cunningham.
Doug, it's been a minute, though I did see you over there and I was talking to other people, so we didn't get the chance to say hello. But during the Napolitano administration, the last time we had a Democratic governor, towards the end of each session, every year, pretty much at the end of that budget process, we'd see the line items come out. Was the line item process altered in the last 10 years, or will the governor still have that in her pocket?
Mayor Romero and Councilmember Cunningham, there was a lot of the history of the line item veto, and Arizona is lucky that we have the line item veto. It really wasn't used until the 90s when your dad was in the state Senate. In fact, I think it was used when your dad was in the majority for that brief period between 1990 and 1992 for the first time in decades. And that immediately was litigated. And I think that your county attorney can go through the history of that. It was also litigated. It was used frequently by Napolitano during the aughts, and there was also litigation on that. But the authority of the line item veto in budget bills, and I'm talking the main fee bill, is very clear and is very loud. Where it's been litigated over the years is the burbs or the fee bill, or the burbs, which are the trailer bills to the budget. The attempts by the executive to line out authorizing language and things like that wasn't a straight appropriation, which is where, and I defer to your very knowledgeable city attorney. That's where it got a little gray, and the Supreme Court over time has defined what that means. But the bright line is appropriations in the fee bill, and I would defer to Mr. Rankin.
So the strikers are still in, but the appropriations can be worked on.
Yes, and I think Doug's summary is really good, but one additional thing that did happen after the prior session was that the Supreme Court threw out several of the burbs because the legislature tried to pack unrelated issues into those budget reconciliation bills. So that kind of swings it back the other way too, and helps keep those budget reconciliation bills from being the vehicles for just throwing in, random unrelated legislative topics.
So there's two remedies on the strikers with that, but the gist historically of the line item on the budget process is still available. All right, thank you.
And Mayor and Councilmember Cunningham, it's very defined and a very powerful tool by the executive, and I see her using that. But as your city attorney stated, the Supreme Court's been very clear about log rolling and keeping things to single subjects and not throwing everything in one big, quote, budget bill because they couldn't get it passed through normal circumstances. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
Any others?
Mayor, just
Andrew, did you want to? Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Kozachik.
Just real quickly, want to put an item on Doug's radar screen. I was in a conversation yesterday with some people who are actually with the League of Veterans up in Phoenix, and they're talking about bringing in two things. Number one, some federal housing money for military transitional housing, but simultaneously they're talking about working with, is he Representative or Senator Kaiser? You got it.
He'll be state senator.
All right. So working with him about some new legislation that would, and from the sounds of it, it would be preemptive, but they're talking about using renewables in construction. And so sort of, I'm trying not to use the word mandating, but facilitating, greasing the skids for using renewable products in residential and or commercial construction. And so while that all sounds great, if it's got a preemptive piece in it, it would put us in a bind in terms of having to support the concept but oppose the bill because of the way they frame it. So if you run across that, if you might remind them that we love building with renewables, we'd love to see that brought into the marketplace, but to take the voice out of local jurisdictions is going to cause us some problems.
Mayor Romero and Councilmember Kozajic, preemption is always, as Andrew's going to get here in a minute, and it's always our front and center in our legislative agenda. But I'll bring that up with Senator-elect Kaiser. He's also been named the chairman of the Commerce Committee, so I can see him working on something like that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And Senator Kaiser also chaired that Housing Supply Study Committee that the mayor mentioned in her State of the City address that we hosted actually right here in this chambers. And so he's been a leader on the housing issue writ large. We'll see what legislation comes out of that. That committee is still meeting and talking, and we'll see what reports come out of that committee. But I've not heard that they have talked about materials and housing materials, but if they do, we'll keep an eye out for that. So thank you. So Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you, Doug. And so I think Doug gave a good perspective of what we should expect at the legislature. Still a Republican majority in both the House and Senate, but with a Democratic governor, there'll be some interesting new dynamics. With that, I want to just present that the 2023 state legislative agenda was in the materials. Again, we do this every year. I'd say that Tucson's is probably more comprehensive than any other from any other city, and proud of that. Again, this mayor and council has traditionally taken positions not only on issues that directly impact the city, but also issues that impact our residents and our businesses, like education or healthcare or civil rights. So this state legislative agenda reflects that. As always, there are some principles that we lead with when we talk with legislators in the governor's office about what's important to Tucson. That includes, of course, protecting city funding, defending local authority, investing in local economies and infrastructure, enhancing public education, health and safety, supporting environmental sustainability, and protecting our water supply. This year, for the first time, we've elevated some of the housing-related pieces that have been in other places in this agenda to form a seventh kind of lead category of expanding affordable housing, which again will include getting more state participation and support for the range of housing issues that we've talked about here at this table. Again, everything from emergency shelter and related services to affordable and even market rate housing. Again, as Doug said, we expect that to be a big issue at the legislature this year. And, we go in optimistic, hopeful to work with all the different stakeholders on the issue, and that's both sides of the aisle. It's also the home builders and realtors and the multifamily association, housing association. So, we'll be working on that pretty seriously through the session. And I think that, that we made some changes to this based on your input to make sure it's clear that housing issues are some of the top issues for the mayor and council. Some other changes to this, again, I know it's a dense document. I just want to make sure mayor and council know about. We did add some language making sure that we call for unspent federal funds, including COVID relief funds that went to the state to be invested in infrastructure and programs for Tucson and Southern Arizona, including housing and law enforcement. And that refers to what Doug talked about, that there's monies that were appropriated by the federal government to the state, just like we received ARPA funds, the state got similar funds, that some of which are unspent. And we will advocate for those funds to be spent on mayor and council priorities. We added language about smoke shops, and again, there have been a number of mayor and council members who talked about the issues related to smoke shops. Towing cost recovery, clean energy financing is one that we've talked about here at this table that I want to make sure is in here, and that we will continue to advocate for more financing mechanisms that allow residents and businesses to get some assistance to be able to afford weatherization, solar, other investments that reduce their energy use. Water conservation is another one that there's some new opportunities this coming year, given that last year the state appropriated $1.2 billion to the WIFA, the Water Infrastructure Finance Authority, of which $200 million is available for conservation programming. And we'll look for opportunities once the rules are set by the WIFA board to pursue monies for programs that enhance or expand some of the great water conservation programming that we already do here in Tucson. And then the last thing I'll say is, and I guess I'm thinking about the earlier conversation about housing and houselessness. We talked a lot about this, the local governments, the city, the county, and all the different programs that we're doing, that the city manager articulated, and we heard from staff. I do want to say that the state, I believe, can be a stronger, more consistent, and more strategic partner with local communities across Arizona, including Tucson, when it comes to dealing with housing issues. We always pursue more money for the Housing Trust Fund, more low-income housing tax credits, and I just want to make sure Mayor and Council and the community know that our fellow cities who I talk to regularly, Phoenix, Tempe, Mesa, Chandler, Glendale, Scottsdale, they're all having the same conversation, and we are shoulder to shoulder about wanting to encourage and advocate that the state, through their ability to provide funding as well as to provide some more tools for us, maybe to allow us to use some tools that they took away from us in the past. There's a number of things that we believe the state can do to assist, again, all the great things that we're doing locally, and that'll be a key focus for us this session. So with that, Mayor, I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm sure Doug will answer more questions if asked, but respectfully, what we'd really like and need to go forward to start meeting with legislators is comments on and ultimately approval of the 2023 state legislative agenda. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Andrew. Really appreciate your presentation as well as Doug's. Just to finalize the thoughts regarding the election with the results that we've seen, it's wonderful that we have pretty much the entire slate of statewide candidates really go to the hands of Democrats. We haven't seen this in a long time. All of the work that Tucson and Southern Arizona and Pima County have put towards electing, Governor-elect Hobbs. She realizes it, she knows it, and she wants to make sure that she maintains a good relationship with Tucson. That's why she decided to put me on her transition team. And what I'm advocating there is that we see diverse representation in department directors, not just gender and ethnicity, but also representation from other areas of the state of Arizona, not just Maricopa County. So it has been my job to, give input and feedback on department directors or individuals from Southern Arizona and other parts of Arizona to be department directors. And so it's a fast and furious process that I've been a part of. We continue to have discussions, and it's looking good so far. I agree with Doug and Andrew that now with the current governor, we have much more of an opportunity to work in partnership with the state and the different departments on the issues that we really were not given the opportunity with the previous administration. That goes with federal funds as well as other state funds. I agree with affordable housing. To be fair, Tom Simplot from the previous administration was a good partner to the city of Tucson. The proof is that we received our first ever LIHTC affordable housing housing tax credit from the state of Arizona with Tom at the helm, and then we just received a $2 million grant for housing affordable, houselessness protocols that we applied for. I think that we could go for more, and infrastructure is another issue. Infrastructure funding is something that's important that I believe the city of Tucson and Pima County really hasn't been part of the, whenever the pie is cut, the city of Tucson receives nothing or very little. So I think we have an incredible opportunity for infrastructure and affordable housing investment by the state here in Tucson. Other than that, I'll open it up if anyone else has any additional comments. I'd be more than happy to hear.
Mayor, I have one quick comment, and more of a question, and that is that right now there's still consideration of a special session to raise the cap for spending on school districts. Do we have a voice in that? Do we know the position of the governor, or what can we do to help advocate for that so they don't lose that money?
So Honorable Mayor, members of the council, actually good timing for that question, because Governor Ducey did make some comments yesterday about the possibility of a special session. Doug, do you want to?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, yes, Andrew is correct. Governor Ducey did make comments yesterday. During the budget process, he promised mainly Democrat members and the chairwoman of the House Education Committee, Michelle Udall, that if they voted on the budget that was in front of them, because they were having trouble getting votes, that he would look favorably upon calling a special session on the aggregate expenditure limit issue. That's a $1.2 billion issue for our K-12 schools, that he would do that if he was shown that the votes were there to get the two-thirds majority that's needed. That has been delivered to him, and many members that were party to those discussions have been having press conferences in the last month. As early as late as day before yesterday, they had another one, reminding him that he did speak up and say that yes, he did make that promise, but he would and has seen the vote count, but he would also like to see some of his priorities also be considered, and wants to be sure they have the votes for those, and that those priorities are assumed, and this is coming from his chief of staff. That he would like to expand the dollar amount for the ESAs, which is the fancy name for vouchers, which is currently at $7,000 a student, that amount be raised. So I don't think that will go politically, and it being that it's December 6th, I see the chances of a special session on the AEL issue and on the Maricopa County transportation tax to be probably hovering around the 8 to 10% at this point of that happening. So I hope that answered Mayor, Councilmember Kozajic's question on that. That has to be done by March 1st. Otherwise, all the monies that the schools, this is a constitutional issue, the monies that the schools, they have the money in their coffers, they just can't spend it. And if the aggregate expenditure limit is not addressed and raised, the school districts starting March 1st will have to start drastically cutting their budgets this far in their budget year, which exacerbates the impact of the problem.
So the new administration could still achieve it?
So the new administration's the deadline, Mayor Councilmember Kozajich, is March 1st. So that will be a sprint to see if that can get done. And that could cause some major constitutional issues on how to move forward. It's a very, very serious problem.
Yeah, I can see some possible horse trading on, with the new Senate and House on that issue as well. I know that the governor-elect wants to see that happen, but to reach 2/3, I'm pretty sure that there's going to be some demands on the House and Senate side.
I fully agree with you, and that may involve some of the issues I just mentioned that the current governor wants regarding ESAs.
Yep. How unfortunate. Any others? Andrew, do you need us to approve the legislative agenda?
Honorable Mayor, members of council, respectfully, yes. I'd welcome a motion to
So moved, Madam Mayor.
approve the 2023 state legislative agenda. Thank you.
Second.
There's a motion and there is a second. Any additional discussion on this item? On my end, I just wanted to inform my council colleagues, their staffs, that they are invited to our legislative update with our Southern Arizona delegation. We're putting that together. When is that coming up, Andrew?
Mayor, that is December 21st, and I'll make sure Mayor and council will get the information about it.
It's usually a really nice occasion to sit down with our elected leaders that are going to the House and Senate, talk to them about the priorities for the city of Tucson and how we can work together to help them with our priorities. So I highly recommend that you all and your staffs join us. It's really fun, and it's a time to update each other on issues. So with that, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Doug, for coming over. Really appreciate you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Alrighty.
Mayor, we've received a
Suzanne?
request to take a 5-minute break.
Absolutely. 5-minute break it is.
Thank you.
I'm all for that. Thank you. Suzanne, can you remind me what we have to do next? I think it's item 9 and 10.
Items 10 and 11, 8, 9,
Okay.
10, 11. No, I'm sorry. 9, 10, and 11, Mayor.
RTA.
Yeah,
And-
9, 10, and 11. I think I'll do item 11 first because I think it's one of the quickest ones. And then we'll move to 9 and then 10. So item 11 was requested by Councilmember Dahl to discuss and give a direction regarding the City of Tucson regulations, towing regulations and fees.
Thank
With
you, Mayor.
that, Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I can make this real short. I asked for this item after I read an article in the Daily Star about the predatory and illegal actions of one particular company. Since the article ran, my office has been contacted by 2 people who were also victims, including a current Tucson Police Department officer whose son's car was towed and illegally held. To stop this, there are things that other cities have done that Tucson can do, as I pointed out in my memo. And I have a motion for your consideration, and I'll move it now, and we can have discussion afterwards. I move to direct the city attorney to prepare an ordinance that references the points in my memo and return in February for consideration and adoption. Furthermore, during that time, please do outreach to towing companies and the Tucson Police Department in advance of returning to mayor and council.
Second for purposes of discussion.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Your Honor.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Your Honor, when Kevin brought this item, I'd also read the Star article. It's something we should probably take a look at. Without a doubt, we can't have predatory towing practices happening in the city.
I agree. I think that Councilmember Dahl had suggested that Phoenix has a similar ordinance where it disallows predatory practices from towing companies. Just want to hear a little bit from Mr. Rankin on what is available to our disposal to be able to institute similar practices here in the city of Tucson.
Sure, Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Dahl. As referenced in the Mayor and Council memorandum and actually in the requesting memorandum from Councilmember Dahl, this is one of the areas where state law actually allows for some local regulation of a business activity. In this case, we're talking about non-consensual tows. So we're not talking about towing situations where if your car breaks down, you call a tow truck to help you out, that these regulations kick in. This has to deal with private towing companies towing vehicles from private property without the consent of the vehicle's owner. And as was highlighted in the article in the newspaper, it's unfortunate that there are one or two bad actors out there who pad their pockets with higher fees and with practices that make it difficult for the vehicle owner sometimes to get their car back in a timely fashion. So a number of Arizona cities have in fact adopted local regulations that include caps on the fees that can be imposed under these types of tows, but also regulate or prohibit other, we'll call them predatory towing practices, like cruising certain areas, waiting for a car that they can tow, not allowing folks to retrieve their personal items or even the proof of ownership of the vehicle when it's in the yard in a timely fashion so that they can get the vehicle released without paying higher fees. Caps on the fees, not just for the tow, but on the storage costs, as well as certain provisions about, well, what happens if the vehicle owner returns even before they've got the car fully hooked up, and requiring the release of the vehicle at the scene, things like that. So as part of the direction, we would put together an ordinance based on those models from the Phoenix area cities, including Phoenix and Tempe. We'd socialize that with the towing carriers to get feedback from them to make sure that we wouldn't be creating unintended consequences for the towing companies that are the good actors, and then bring it back as directed by the February meeting for mayor and council consideration.
Mayor, I have a
Alrighty.
question.
So go ahead, Councilwoman Lee.
Mr. Rankin, as part of your outreach, would it be possible, I'm just thinking about like my neighborhood, and sometimes the homeowners association will have to contract with the towing company to have vehicles removed if they're parked illegally. So they're pretty important stakeholders. I'm thinking about businesses who hire those companies as well, just to make sure that that's kind of all in context for what we're doing.
Absolutely, and we'll make sure that we get it to the council offices as well to help, socialize the concept with any groups that you think are important for the outreach.
Mike, I had a similar question. There are there are several midtown neighborhoods, specifically around campus, who have those same kinds of agreement with respect to university-related events and illegal parking. So we'd want to have that conversation. Also, I'd like to hear from, does this begin the planning commission process, or are we going straight to ordinance, or what kind of public process is involved?
So this would not be an amendment to the UDC. It would not be a land use. It would be a business regulatory practice. So it would come back to the mayor and council as an ordinance for your consideration for adoption at that time, or for further direction from the mayor and council if you want a schedule for a public hearing, for example.
So I guess I'm just wondering if we might be wise to engage that process, so we've got our public planning commission in to look at it, inviting stakeholders in. And the other my last question is, if you could, so the whole notion of cruising, these are public streets, and so how do we manage some guy driving his truck up and down public streets and say you can't do that?
Really, what this is regulating in respect to cruising, this is not about illegal parking on public streets. This is about parking in businesses, and the particular bad actors will cruise, and they will make tows, including from businesses where they don't necessarily have a contract with that business owner, and or where they don't demonstrate that the appropriate signage is in those parking lots that warn people, notify them that if they park there, they'll be towed. Now, those things are already prohibited under state law, but what you'll see in some of the local ordinances are some supplemental provisions to help prevent that practice by requiring, for example, the tow carrier to document that the signage was there with photographic evidence, things like that.
Maybe I'm just not understanding the notion of cruising. Then when I read that, I'm thinking, we used to cruise Speedway, which is simply saying drive up and down Speedway, right? some of the
not
60-foot
that,
speedway.
not that.
Steve, the Jack in the Box at Speedway in Swan is closed, and there's no high schoolers hanging out there
Speedway and
anymore.
Swan used to be the Bob's Big Boy parking.
That was my
before
spot
the
right
action.
there, man, in high school.
Well, I used to cruise South 6th Avenue, so I wasn't familiar with the speedway cruising. Alrighty, well, if we have a motion and a second, no further discussion on this from my colleagues. Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you, Councilmember Dahl. We move back to item 9. Time has been set aside for Mayor and Council to provide direction regarding the RTA Technical Management Committee recommendations to the RTA Board. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, it's disappointing, I guess, to say the least, that we need to have a conversation like this regarding a recommendation that has been crystal clear from this body, specifically as it comes to North First Avenue. You had taken a position that you wanted it to proceed. You had taken a position some time ago with, I'll use the term recommendation, but really a decision that it be a 4-lane cross-section. You had been working with the staff to make sure the public was engaged in that process. And here we are, Mayor, I think last week you had sent a request to place this item on the agenda, which is scheduled for Thursday, specifically to get the project moving. I know that Councilmember Dahl has been engaged in this in terms of the public folks pulling out hair. If I had some, I'd pull it out, Councilmember. But the real disappointing piece is specifically on pages 76 and 77 of the materials for the December 8th meeting, outlines that there is still, quote, work to be done to address the drainage and the drainage improvements, which basically makes it sound like we as the city have all this work to do, which is very disappointing to say the least. What I would ask, and by the way, the specific agenda item was to look at the TMC recommendation. The TMC recommendation is outlined in the materials, basically said, we as the TMC recommend that the North First Avenue project continue unless the RTA board thinks that additional public outreach is necessary, which is fine. That's a conversation that can be had at the policy level. Certainly, I would hope incorporating all of the work and all of the information that had previously been provided on that project. The difficulty that I have with this project and the language that's included in the materials is very simple. In order to armor, if you will, a roadway to make improvements, that's a roadway cost. If there are floodplain and flood control improvements that benefit others, particularly businesses or private property, then certainly that can be a flood control conversation. And our partners at Pima County have been great about that conversation. They were very receptive under Downtown Links. But to have this thrown up again as an impediment to delivery of the RTA 2006 program just speaks to how difficult it is for us to be partners when we are asked to go forward with recommendations to delay 22nd Street, to delay Houghton Road, have these conversations. We then in good faith do that. And then this turns out to be, well, you still haven't finished this piece, so we can't move that forward. So I'm expressing some frustration that you don't normally hear at this, because I think it's important that I have been very consistent in my messaging to you and to the TMC that our role is ensuring the delivery of the 06 program. And that is the commitment that we as a region made, and we will do our part to make sure that happens. That does not appear to be consistent across the board when I see materials that outline the challenges and problems that they're throwing up in order for us to complete the program. Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to comment. What we will do, Mayor, is prepare some comments that you can make at the December 8th meeting to express our concern. I know that Councilmember Dahl also had some thoughts that he shared with me yesterday, and we would be happy to have whatever conversation you'd like at this point. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. Just a simple question before I hand off the mic to my colleague, Councilmember Dahl, because I'm sure he wants to add some commentary. This floodplain issue, can you tell me a little bit of the history of the floodplain improvements and what is and is not eligible for RTA funding? And have we had conversations with Pima County Flood Control about this particular problem for First Avenue?
Sure, Mayor. And I don't know the basis for the interpretation of the RTA staff. What I do see is in the materials a very matter-of-fact statement that says, per RTA statutes, floodplain improvements are not eligible for RTA funding. That is factually correct in that floodplain improvements that benefit adjacent properties where there is other benefits outside of the road, absolutely, and there should be no question about the use of RTA money. What we are talking about is protecting the roadway, which is a need in order for us or anyone to make improvements to that roadway and ensure that it is traversable in whatever the storm event is, whether it's 50 or 100 year, et cetera. That's the distinction here. And so I think my challenge, if you will, is that the language says floodplain improvements. Now, there was a study that was performed back in 2006, I believe it was, commissioned by the city of Tucson, and it's entitled A Navajo Wash, Oracle to Fort Lowell Road Drainage Alternatives Analysis, which does outline recommendations for floodplain improvements, and the North First Avenue component or alignment traverses Navajo Wash. And so as a result, there has been used now to say those flood control improvements are necessary in order to proceed with the roadway.
Has there been conversation with Pima County Flood Control about this issue?
Mayor, at a very high level, I've told them exactly what I just told you. They have suggested that they are willing to have conversation about the flood control or floodplain issues as opposed to the roadway issues, because just like the RTA is saying that the floodplain issues need to be addressed, the flood control district is saying we'll do the floodplain issues, but not the road issues. And they distinguish that very clearly for us.
Okay, are they open to the issue though? Are they open to the infrastructure investment needs about this floodplain?
Mayor, in my conversations with the county administrator, there is an openness. I would stop short of suggesting that Ms. Lesher has agreed. I think there is always an openness for conversation in our relationship with the county. And I think it's really a definition conversation of which pieces might benefit the region and the area versus the roadway. And we are on track to have those discussions sooner rather than later.
Well, and conversely, there has to be a conversation about how much funds are going to benefit the roadway on the RTA board side. So it's very disingenuous to have, language by the RTA staff saying that, the entirety of this amount is not eligible for RTA funding. But I mean, we will have to bring in the interpretation of what we have seen historically with a project like this with the RTA. And of course, I would love to be able to get the interpretation from Mr. Rankin on what is eligible on what piece of First Avenue. With that, I'll open it up. I know Councilmember Dahl wants to add some commentary on this, so go ahead, Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. Here's the short version of my frustration and outrage. Recently, my staff met with administrators at the Satori School, which is located on North First Avenue. Why did they want to meet with my staff? Because they are very concerned about the safety of their students in regards to traffic deaths and injuries on North First. This is a safety issue, first and foremost. We'll invest this money to make it a better road for pedestrians, for bicyclists, for all traffic, intersections, all up and down the road. This seems to be the latest excuse. I've been in office a year as of today, and this was an issue from the very beginning. The work had already been done by the city. The public involvement had already been done. And it's been a year of excuses about why the RTA doesn't want to do this. We are very concerned. The reasons for delaying this project is, as everyone has said, disingenuous. And I'm not sure how I or the residents of Ward 3 can support RTA Next when RTA will not deliver on the promises for road improvements that are threatening the lives of residents in Ward 3. Thanks.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Two things. I just want to get, I need some clarity here. So our engineers have signed off on this project, more or less?
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, so we've done a needs assessment study where we've actually looked at the 4-lane and cross-lane cross-section, and we've done significant outreach, and actually this governing body has approved the 4-lane cross-section. And so that is what we're looking for approval from the RTA board to move forward with the 4-lane cross-section as studied.
But our assessment is good as far as we feel that whatever flood, obviously we have an engineer who says that their flood concerns can be mitigated pretty, correct?
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, we haven't been able to go to that level of detail on the design yet. And so that's the challenge, is that while we do have a study from 2006 that was looking at the Navajo Wash, we have not done the level of detail work that we need to do on North First Avenue that typically comes with the design concept report and more involved design, engineering design. So that's, we just haven't got to that point yet.
So I'm just really confused here. Something isn't adding up. This is the 4th consecutive meeting in which we've had a discussion about RTA. I even volunteered and was going to punt a project because I want to try to be the good guy and work with them. But I'm really having, is this, and I don't want to be accusatory here, but is this because they don't have any money and they're inventing ways to delay projects? I mean, I'm not trying to be dramatic. I really want to know if that's what's going on.
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, I don't know that we can answer that question. You heard during the presentation when the executive director was present that there is a shortfall and they're looking for ways to close the gap. We gave them options with those 2 projects that were recommended by the council, but I can't answer that with a definitive yes or no.
What I'm worried about is at this point, based on some of the press that we've had, based on the last few discussions we've had, and now this, which I know isn't my ward, and I don't want to step on anyone's toes, but I'm actually pretty familiar with the First Avenue situation because my son lives out there. And the bottom line is I kind of smell a rat here. I don't know what we can do next except recommend
a staff change to the RTA board. I don't know how we do that, if there's something that we're supposed to do there. But for me, I'm very much concerned. This has kind of been building up, man. Come on, this isn't a surprise. But you can't all of a sudden drop a project that we're doing everything right on. I'm not good with that. We already have to work really hard to have the state work with us, to have our largest school district work with us, and with the county to work with us. And now all of a sudden PAG's become an impediment to the stuff we need to be doing. We can't, that's an unacceptable situation to be in. So we either need to find a way to make a change, or, I don't know what power this body has to recommend to the RTA that they need to go into another direction, specifically on this item, or we just need to, go back to the well and be like, hey, look, RTA Next, tough, man. You guys couldn't get it done.
Mayor, Councilor Cunningham, the direction that the mayor and council have previously provided to Mayor Romero as the representative on the RTA board has been clear in terms of the projects. You were expressly clear already on the delivery of the program, which included North First Avenue. And I believe that there was also language about a 360 review. I know that Mayor Romero has been working with her colleagues on the RTA board to make that happen. I'll let her comment on that. I don't know that additional direction is needed at this point. Keep in mind that this is a standing item that we try to bring to you before the RTA board meets so that you're aware, and you can then provide guidance to the mayor as your representative as you see appropriate.
I understand that, but I still don't it's not adding up to me why they didn't impede the progress of this project. I just don't. I'm not seeing, unless they're not being honest with us and transparent about the situation that they're in. That's kind of how I see it right now. No offense to anybody out there.
Mr. Manager, the TMC has recommended that First Avenue project move forward, correct?
Mayor, that's correct, and it was recommended to the board, to the RTA board, that it continue on unless the RTA board thought that additional public outreach was necessary, and it was compared to the Broadway change in scope. And the reason that's important is because we anticipated that, and a lot of public outreach was performed on North First Avenue as a part of the conversation of the scope reduction or the width of the roadway from 6 lanes to 4.
I also requested that the First Avenue item be placed on the RTA board agenda, and it really was not. It was included in a item that we have had for the last, I would say, 3-4 months, the cost to complete remaining RTA projects, which is I think it's item 7. I want to make sure that we put the actual First Avenue project and direction to move forward in front of the RTA board, and I will be asking further, and I don't want to put anyone under the gun right now in terms of answering this question, but as itemized, as included, First Avenue as it is included in this RTA item, can Mr. Rankin, could we move forward with direction in terms of what the mayor and council want to do to proceed with the First Avenue project?
Mayor, members of the council, quite frankly, I think you've already done that in terms of given the direction to move it forward in the manner that the project's already been modified to bring down the costs, but while still addressing the safety issues that Councilmember Dahl has brought up at every one of these discussions. So I think that direction is already there, and in advance of RTA consideration that you'd be asking for, Mayor, I certainly will provide you whatever assistance I can in identifying the authority for the expenditures we've been talking about as being eligible costs as part of the RTA project, and trying to, rather than trying to shift those costs over to some other entity, whether that be Pima County Flood Control District or otherwise.
Okay. I think that the direction from my colleagues on the council has been really clear. We all agree that First Avenue should be completed, or at least started during, as quickly as possible. We brought it to the RTA board. We've been flexible enough to have the potential of moving a couple of RTA projects to a potential RTA Next, or be covered, however way they could cover it in the near future. So I think we, as a mayor and council, have given plenty of steps, plenty of flexibility to the RTA, enough so that they proceed with the projects that we do need to proceed with. So you have my assurances that I will push as much as I possibly can in this coming meeting to make sure that First Avenue makes it across the board, literally, and that the RTA board approve the movement forward for First Avenue. I don't know how else to. I don't know how else this. I clearly understand that the RTA staff are putting roadblocks, quite literally roadblocks, in front of us to not get our projects done. So again, only thing I could do is bring to my colleagues on the RTA board the direction that you all have given me, and this is very clear that that we want to make sure that this project is completed as soon as possible. Any others would want to add any commentary?
Yeah, I have a couple of thoughts on this. First of all, question: are they including the $30 million floodplain work in their project cost estimate?
Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, I don't believe so. The cost estimate, as I recall, was $113 million for that project, and I don't believe that they are including the work outside of the right-of-way, outside of the roadway.
Then it shouldn't matter to the RTA, frankly, that in terms of project costs, and to Paul's point about them looking for dollars, these aren't their dollars anyway. And they've already indicated that they're not going to cover it. However, they did cover, in partnership with the Pima County Flood Control District, a major culvert on the Downtown Links project that was specifically intended to mitigate flood damage on 4th Avenue, 6th Avenue, and some of the downtown area. So they paid for that. They paid for a bridge over on the Sabino Canyon extension out on the east side that actually added roughly $20 million to that project, which, when it went to the voters, was a $9 million project, round numbers, and that escalated the cost of that considerably. They also have gone forward with the Grant Road widening without mentioning anything at all about, for instance, the fact that you can float a kayak down Alvernon when we're in a monsoon. So this is completely hypocritical of these guys to be throwing this flag right now. They're saying we have to go out for a more public process, and they equate this with the Broadway, and they say that the Broadway corridor planning process led to the board's decision to use bus pullouts in lieu of dedicated bus lanes. That is not at all what that public process wound up. That public process skinnied that roadway down from 150 to 124 feet. It took it from 8 lanes to 6 lanes. They had nothing to do with bus pullouts versus a dedicated transit line. And in fact, to this day, they continue to say you cannot do a dedicated transit lane down there, which to me would be a local jurisdiction's decision in terms of how we move our traffic. So this whole memo that they've got is just absolute BS in terms of them trying to slow this down and throwing all these different, frankly, phony excuses up in our face. So totally supportive of the mayor moving this forward at the next meeting and saying, look, Fisher cut bait, guys, but we're done jacking around with you. And this is yet another example, and when we get to the next agenda item and have some points about whether or not we should even participate in Next. And this is a good reason why there's a big question mark there. Kind of circling back to the agenda item, though, on TMC, they're finally factoring in inflation into their project cost estimates. That was clear in some of the memos. It leaves them $1 billion short. And so now everyone's being asked to scale back our requested project lists. One of those, of course, is First Avenue. But we gave them a cost analysis on First Avenue back in 2018. It was $73 million. They've jacked around on this thing now. It's $113 million. Is there any surprise now that they're running out of money because they keep stringing the city of Tucson out, and labor and materials goes up, and all of a sudden our $73 million estimate, which was what we presented to them when we gave them the analysis, the skinny down version, has now escalated by what, 27, 30 something million dollars. So surprise, surprise, they're in a financial hole. Maybe they should have taken our 2018 project suggestion and run with it, and we'd be done with the project by now. They have about, I looked at their map here. They've got over $563 million worth of projects projected for Next up in Moran and Oro Valley. Nikki's area's got less than a third of that. You know, so again, the whole notion of where they're coming up with these project these project lists, and then telling us to pare back ours. So I guess my question after all that is, what is our new project cost target that they've put on, that they've told us to come up with, and when is it due?
So, Mayor, and I'm going to let Sam give you some specifics, but I just want to preface it by suggesting the key here is we're talking specifically about completion of our projects in RTA 1 or the 2006. There's a parallel conversation about making sure that the cost estimates on RTA Next are appropriate as well. So we'll focus specifically on the 2006 program. So Sam, go ahead.
Then that question will come up in the next item then.
Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, so I believe we discussed this at the last council meeting in which that you all voted to delay 2 projects. And so the numbers that we provided to you during that meeting reflected the updated cost estimates for our remaining projects. And I don't have the numbers right offhand, but essentially that by delaying the 2 projects, both 22nd Street, Keno to I-10 and Houghton Road north of Broadway, essentially balance the books in terms of completing the 2006 plan. I think if you look in some of the material from the TMC meeting, it does mention leaving a funding deficit of approximately $20.7 million, which is rather small compared to the $150 million that we were looking at previous to that.
And those are in current day dollars?
Those are in current 2022
and
dollars.
So as we sit here, that it's just like that little ticker of inflation. It keeps escalating. So what do we need to do here, if anything, or is it, as I guess Mike Rankin said, we've been clear to now. Do we need to do anything affirmatively, or are we kind of status quo?
Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, and you know the entirety of the council. So this item, again, is a standing item where before the mayor attends I'll call it regularly scheduled, but the scheduled RTA board meeting, the council has an opportunity to hear the TMC recommendations and also provide guidance to the mayor on that. This, quite frankly, has already been addressed, and I don't know that any specific additional action is necessary. I think the commentary here has reinforced the previous actions that were taken by the mayor and council. So I'm not sure that we need anything specific at this point, Mayor.
Okay, I guess the next to last paragraph on that, whether it's page 76 or 7, says that their staff is recommending a public court or planning process prior to the RTA board making a decision, which would effectively kill the project for RTA 1. And so I guess we need to tell them that we're not doing that, or that we've already done that, or?
That could certainly be one action, Mayor, that you could entertain for the meeting on the 8th and have support from the council.
Yeah, I agree with you, Councilmember Kasachik. The mayor and council has been very clear that we want First Avenue to move forward, be funded, and start construction with the current 5-lane. And so, yeah, no, public processes have happened. We have all of the results of that public process that we can share. And I believe we have shared that information with RTA staff. And I believe with the board as well. And if it hasn't been shared with the board, then I'm going to request that we do that. But public processes are just, another delay tactic. The process has happened. It's thorough. And the numbers clearly show that there's no need to have an 8-lane roadway on First Avenue. But the safety elements are absolutely necessary because there are crashes, pedestrian and bicycle and car crashes almost every day along First Avenue. So the safety element is huge. So I agree. I don't need any further direction. This is something that I will be advocating for at the next RTA board meeting, which is on the 8th, I believe. Anything else that you wanted us to discuss, Mr. Ortega?
No, Mayor, thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, so we've got some clear direction on First Avenue. This is for item 9. We can move on to item 10 now. No further comments on item 9. Okay, hearing none, we move on to item 10. Time has been set aside for Mayor and Council to discuss the material and provide direction for the RTA board regarding RTA Next plan. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, as outlined in the materials, this is a continuation of the RTA Next conversation. We had brought this to you prior. Keep in mind that the prioritization of the projects is based on the Move Tucson project program, whereby we received feedback from the general public, put that all into our recommendation to the RTA. The RTA has since gone through a process to start whittling down the number of projects. I forget the total number that they received from all of the jurisdictions, but I think it was in the $3 or $4 billion range. They have recommended that we be down in the 1.1 billion range with all the projects. So this is the next opportunity for the mayor and council to have a conversation about that. There are other projects that are of interest to us. You also asked last time regarding the categoricals, the categorical funding pieces. We'd provided you that information in terms of the breakdown. The RTA has not discussed the specifics of those categorical projects, but keep in mind that that's also an important aspect. The total target revenue is about 2.3 billion. So it'll be broken up, and the materials outline that for you in terms of the named projects, which also includes a carryover of $150 million from RTA 1 or 2006 RTA into RTA Next. So ultimately, it's a conversation, Mayor, in terms of the priorities that the Mayor and Council see both on the named projects and at least start to have conversation about the categorical projects as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Ortega. As I mentioned before to my colleagues on the council, I was at the November 14th meeting. Unfortunately, I had to leave. Yes, the November 3rd RTA board meeting prior to the discussion regarding categorical elements and funding allocations per plan element. Before I left, however, I said that I wanted to see flexibility in categoricals, including input from the Technical Management Committee as well as the Citizens Advisory Committee to further refine funding allocations and consider additional categoricals. One of the most important categoricals that I believe should be a part of the discussion and we should have a robust discussion on are transit, investment for climate change provisions, transit, bike and pedestrian safety elements, and other considerations. This council we've been discussing, concepts of a potential streetcar extension, bus rapid transit line to be included for the potential of an RTA Next. For that transit element, I want to make sure that this council adds their opinion in terms of that particular project that we've been, discussing for at least a year and a half, but really haven't made it a point to include it under categoricals in a potential RTA Next. So I just wanted to make sure that we've been having, very casual conversations about the potential of having bus rapid transit from Tohono Tadai, connecting into downtown, and from downtown having a streetcar extension into the airport. No, no one road or street has been decided on. I've been saying, if we connect through Oracle Road, we could have a potential dedicated lane for the bus rapid transit system from Tohono Tadai to downtown. But all I want to make sure that we talk about today is if we are in agreement of expanding our transit system with a possibility of an RTA Next. So just wanted to invite my colleagues to add to this discussion and to consider including the possibility of a BRT streetcar expansion. With that, I'll go to Councilmember Cunningham.
A few things that I wanted to talk about with regard to the transit item on RTA Next, if there is an RTA Next. I mean, are we going to get First Avenue done? I mean, let's be honest, but yes, we should always be looking to the future. So let's talk about that. One of the things we've talked about for a long time is the multimodal sports campus that's going to be built at the Keno Sports Complex. It's a really cool community asset. I'm not a big fan. I would have had it downtown. I'd rather the city build their own. I mean, I have my own things, but let's be honest. If the vision for what Pima County is going to do is realized, it'll be a neat thing. The problem is that as we all know, the Keno Sports Complex, specifically what used to be known as Tucson Electric Park, that stadium was built now 24 years ago. You want to know how many hotels have been built within a mile of that stadium since it's been built? That many. In fact, the only hotel that was within 1 mile of that facility is now a homeless shelter. We need to have a real conversation about how do we make that spot active. What we do see is we have 12-gauge conventional track from our downtown depot to the backside of the Keno Sports Complex. The northern end of the Keno Sports Complex abuts that 12-gauge track that's owned by UP. We could use something like a doodlebug. Now, for those of you who don't know what a doodlebug, that's what diesel is in Thomas the Tank Engine. For those who don't follow Thomas the Tank, that's a self-propelled passenger car that you can put on a 12-gauge track. You can do that and incorporate it into our BRT system. I think the other thing that we've all talked about with BRT is I'd love to head east.
if we're going to have Rio Nuevo up and down Broadway, we might as well have BRT up and down Broadway. And I'm talking going all the way out to Wilmot or even Pantano if BRT, if Rio Nuevo is ever extended, which I hope they could consider that. I really do. Third, we should go out south. So an interesting thing happened on the way to the forum. You can get from downtown to the casino. And while you're going from downtown to the casino, Desert Diamond, to be specific, you go through South Tucson, the city, on South 6th. You hit the airport. You hit the rodeo grounds. You hit the VA. There's all these like places where people actually have to get to, and a lot of them serve clientele that don't necessarily, or would be very big candidates for using transit. So we want to have that BRT that serves the airport, the VA, the city of South Tucson, and the tribe, and look at our partners for that. These are the things that I think we can do with the BRT discussion. A lot of people for a long time said we should go to the foothills. I got news for you. There's not a lot of people in the foothills, proportionally, that actually use transit. Even more importantly, one of the places we were going to go was the Tucson Mall. There ain't going to be a Tucson Mall. So we probably may want to temper that discussion and actually use that to go down the heart of Drachman, where PCC is, and up Oracle, maybe to Grant or to the Wildcat Inn. That might be the northern leg that would actually serve more of our population properly. So those are the pieces that I have for BRT. I think it would be a good vision to actualize for RTA Next. I think it can be done where it's absolutely incorporated into the streetcar and it takes into account the different destinations we have. For those of you who know what a dork I am about this, I've already named the stops up and down Broadway. There's going to be Williams Center, Elcon, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, I'll stop there. Thank you very much for indulging my time, Your Honor.
Well, the good news is that you do want to include additional funding for BRT streetcar extension, which I completely agree. I think we're the 33rd largest city in this country, and most metropolitan areas and large cities have some sort of either light rail or streetcar to their airport. And I think that we should strive for that vision. Either way, right? You know, whether it's a regional effort, a local effort, or a federal effort. And I actually think it will take all layers of government, local, regional, and federal, to be able to fund a streetcar BRT extension. So any others want to add to this discussion? Mr. Ortega, I just wanted to ask you a question. Going back to the funding sources, I have been having discussion with Federal Transportation Administration and Transit Administration about, you know, what would it look like for the city of Tucson to come to the federal government to add, to ask for a BRT streetcar extension? And there are many ways of doing it, but I just wanted to ask about funding sources. And if you can expand on that, I would really appreciate it.
Sure, Mayor, happy to do that. So this is a very timely discussion and very important, because if there is a conversation that the council and the mayor would like to have with regard to a potential RTA or a potential project, the RTA, the future RTA, is an important source. So first and foremost, Mayor, you mentioned the federal government, the opportunities in the federal government. I think that's key to moving these projects, either the BRT or the streetcar or both. And the configuration of that will be a function of the types of funding sources that would come from the federal government. So I think that's, I'll call it first and foremost. The second, as I mentioned, is a regional source. There's value from a regional source in terms of economic development, movement of people, et cetera. And I think that would have to be factored in, which the regional source would be an RTA component, and then a local component. And that local component could be in terms of city dollars, but it also could be city financing. I don't have any of the details of that. Those are the three general sources. Now, scattered in there are other CDBG dollars, other federal money, other state money that could be made available. But what we would do is pool all of those resources to develop a plan. I think the important piece here will be for the mayor, for you, Mayor, and the council to provide direction. If you want to pursue that, then we will certainly go through the exercise of trying to identify the costs associated with that, which will then give us an opportunity to bring financing or funding options available or that may be available to the conversation so that everyone is clear.
Righty. Any others? Any other thoughts?
Yeah, real quickly. I don't know how quickly, but
Go ahead, Councilmember.
so the challenge that I'm having with this whole conversation, well, a couple of challenges. First of all, the timeline that the Citizens Advisory Committee was given was by November 2022 from their material, that the CAC will identify a list of named corridor projects. This is December, and they haven't even begun that. Well, they've begun it, but their conversation has really been truncated. I can't see Midtown supporting the priority list that is in front of the board right now unless categoricals skew heavily towards things such as safety elements and multimodal. There's a single project, corridor project in Midtown, and the residents are going to wonder where is the beef for us in this whole thing. So yes, categoricals are going to be a key piece to whether or not and to what extent the Midtown area, I know, is going to support RTA. But Paul mentioned earlier that the challenge with respect to administration. By the way, Rio Nuevo has already spoken about funding BRT down the Sunshine Mile, and so we, there are, if the rubber-tired transit down from Country Club into downtown, so that's a conversation we have. One of the things that they're going to need, though, is that dedicated lane, or they're just going to be stuck in traffic. So there's that. Back to that again. But I want to share with the council and the mayor and staff some of the challenges that our own representatives are having right now on these citizens volunteer commissions. I try and track this stuff pretty closely, and I've asked staff to queue up a YouTube. This is only going to be about 3 minutes, but it's really going to show what our volunteer representatives are putting up with. And so go ahead and cue it, and I'll tell you when to stop or run it.
First, I'd like to welcome Ian Johnson to his first CART meeting. Thank you. And going on to approval of minutes from May 26th. Do I have a motion to approve?
Second.
I just want to let everybody know I cannot hear on my end.
Oh, sorry.
Discussion.
An addition on item 3 under committee reports. I'd like to add the language after what's included in the minutes.
Sorry, once there's a vote taken, we can't go back.
There was no offer for discussion.
But there was a vote taken already.
I'm sorry, but I wasn't given a chance to discuss them. That's not appropriate. You should have called for discussion after a second.
According to Robert's rule, once there's a vote taken, we can't go back to the item.
Wait. There should have been a discussion of the minutes. I have some things I'd like to add to the minutes. And I don't see why you're preventing me from doing that.
Follow Robert's rule.
I mean, what do? We'll get up and walk out to protest? How do Chair, I don't see how this is appropriate.
According to rules, once there is a vote taken on an item, we cannot go back.
There should have been a discussion after the second. There should have been asked for additions or changes to the minutes after the second. I will submit them in writing. I'm so flabbergasted. I can't be allowed to submit an addition to the minutes of what actually took place in the meeting. Is that what you're preventing me from doing that?
That's not what we're saying. We're saying once there's a vote taken, we cannot go back and take an action on it.
Okay, let me stop it now.
I did not.
The point is kind of made. So that is our representative on the CART committee. The protocol at this table and under Robert's rules is there's a motion, there's a second, there's discussion, and then there's a vote. And the person who was stopping our representative from having that discussion was Farhad, saying, nope, we got motion, second, boom, vote, no conversation. So our own representatives are being prohibited from having productive conversations. In yesterday's Citizens Advisory Committee, the RTA staff said that they're unwilling to meet after 5 p.m. because, quote, they have other things going on in their life. And so they are effectively setting up absolute barriers to participation from our volunteer members on those committees. They have now sent out a letter of notice of potential dismissal from the CAC to 3 of our representatives that are essentially saying that if our representatives don't click their heels and stop questioning the status quo, then Farhad and his team are going to remove them from that committee. Now, in February, the RTA agreed to add Tucson representatives to the CAC. Now, because some of them are challenging the status quo, they're threatening to remove them. Our vote in February was to stay at the table, to give the process a chance, and to quote Ted Maxwell, who has said this over and over again, the operative word in RTA is regional. Disenfranchising City of Tucson representation in these volunteer committees is not regional, Ted, and to the rest of the group. So if they are actually, so to Paul's earlier question about is there a need for a change of administration, if this is an example, and it is, 3 very salient examples of how our representatives are being treated on these volunteer committees, if this is an example of how they're going to continue to operate, number one, yes, there needs to be a change in administration, and that would be Farhad. And number two, I don't see any purpose in our moving forward with RTA Next unless and until they change the way they're treating our representatives and letting them engage productively in this conversation, in their conversations. So your question was, do we support BRT? Yeah. But my larger question is, are we even going to continue to engage in this kind of BS when the RTA board is threatening to throw our representatives off the CAC, not letting our representative on the CART committee even engage in a conversation under Robert's rules, sending them out completely inappropriate messages about open meeting law, and then asking us to reduce our project list. So I'm really not supportive of any of this moving forward unless and until the RTA board changes the way they're doing business with our representatives. That's all I've got.
Yeah, no, I absolutely hear you, Councilmember Kosacek. This has been going on for some time. I cannot add much to this discussion because a lot of it happened in executive session. What I can tell you is that I've requested that our city attorney, possibly we need to get an outside third party attorney to define for not just the executive director, but the RTA board, what is open meeting law? How do we interpret open meeting law? Because it seems to me that open meeting law is being interpreted by the RTA board attorney and the PAG attorney as very, very, very limited. And so it's just more, it's just more barriers to the city of Tucson to be able to continue forward. And I have been very clear that I and my colleagues, you've come along with me. We want to work on this. We feel that RTA is valuable. But when our representatives in different citizens committees are being shut down and not afforded the space to give their input and feedback and opinion based on their experiences. And that's the reason we expanded the CAC and CART and added another member at TMC so that we would have fair representation at these committees. And they're being shut down. And so it is bigger conversation than I think this item allows us to discuss. I have been trying to connect with Mr. Rankin so that I give him my feedback on my concerns, but this is happening very publicly. You know, our appointees are being sent letters of them violating open meeting law only because they shared they shared an article with their colleagues on their committee. It is very convoluted and concerning to me, and I would love to hear from our city attorney and anyone else. If you want to finish your thought, Councilmember Kozachek, I'm more than happy to hear.
Well, I'll just finish by saying this. At the November 3rd board meeting, Ed Honey admitted on the record to having had he and a few others had already discussed funding buckets outside of the regular meetings, and yet they're telling our representatives that they're not allowed to have conversations outside of the regular meetings. So Honey is violating their own policies. Maybe they ought to look internally in terms of changes on their board.
So, Mayor, members of the council, so one of the difficulties in my weighing into this is that I am not PAG's attorney and I'm not RTA's attorney, right? I'm legal counsel to the mayor and council, and of course I have opinions, and I shared some of them at our last meeting as to how the open meeting law appears to have being applied over in those meetings and in the context of those committees. I'm happy to, if we have a conversation, maybe even an executive session for me to give some additional legal advice to my client, the mayor and council. But as you may have noticed in just the article over the weekend in the Star by Mr. Steller, who was also asking questions about some legal statements being made in connection with the RTA and liability and harassment, et cetera. I pointed out again, I answered the question, but I noted that, I'm not their attorney. And so as the mayor mentioned, ultimately, many of these decisions that you're talking about are decisions to be made by the RTA board as that entity. And if they need to secure independent legal advice, as the mayor mentioned, that might be a route that they need to consider.
Any others? Well, I know how frustrating this is, and like I said, I am proud of the work that this mayor and council have done in terms of taking many steps towards the RTA board and our other colleague jurisdictions. We are trying to be we're trying to resolve issues that are presented to us. We're trying to do everything we possibly can to work with other jurisdictions and the executive director, but it just seems as though, like I said before, there's roadblock after roadblock after roadblock put in front of us, and not by my colleague jurisdictions. I think my colleague jurisdictions want to work towards resolutions of our issues. This is very expressly an issue of the RTA staff. And it is horrible to me to think that one person, because of selfish reasons, could explode such a good opportunity for the region to bring in additional funds to do infrastructure that will take us into the next 20 years of what we need as a region. One person can explode it all, because it has nothing to do with mayor and council now. Mayor and council have done and will continue to do everything we possibly can to salvage the RTA. It is depressing and disconcerting that one person could explode all of this because of their selfishness. You know, I think we need to continue having discussion about this as we continue to move forward. But I agree with you, it's December and these things have not been resolved. The categoricals have not been discussed either at CAC or TMC. And that timeline that was put together by the RTA board back in August will have to be taken a look at and, you know, rethought. So just wanted to continue on. Mr. Rankin, you help us move around as well as you, Mr. Ortega. How we move forward is important. You know, we need to have some legal advice, I think, in terms of where we move as a mayor and council. Anything else from my colleagues on the council? Hearing none, I know that we still have an executive session. Mr. Rankin, how do we move forward?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, the room is filling up, and we've got some folks who are going to be here, obviously, for the regular meeting. One option that you have is rather than adjourn the study session, you can move out of study session, go ahead and go into regular session, announce the time that you'll begin the regular session, and then we can come back and we can do the executive session last after the conclusion of the regular meeting, if you so choose.
Okay, alrighty. And this executive session has there's some timelines we need to meet, correct?
There is some time sensitivity, so I promise I will try and keep it brief, but there are a few things that you at least need to be thinking about in advance of the next meeting.
Okay, alrighty. We can proceed with that just so we don't have, you know, the audience waiting for all of us, and I'm concerned because I'm getting sicker and sicker through the meeting, and so I might have to jump off at one point just because it's been a long meeting. But what I'd like to do is complete the study session and then go into regular meeting. I will need your help, Mr. Rankin and Ortega's, as well as the vice mayor's help, just in case I need to jump off a little bit here and there so that you all help run the regular session. We need to finish the items on the study session agenda. We're gonna go to item 14 now. That's discussion of regular agenda. And if I may, I'd like to consider removing an item from the regular agenda. That would be the decision on vice mayor position and move it towards the December 20th meeting, if that's okay, Mr. Rankin. Is that allowable by charter?
Yes, Mayor, that'd be perfectly fine. The current vice mayor would continue to serve until the mayor and council make a decision with the next election.
Okay, so if that's good, I'd like to have us remove that item and move it to December 20th. Okay, does anyone else have any items to remove from the agenda or consent agenda? Hearing none, we go on to item 15. Does anyone have any future agenda items for any council meeting? Hearing none, study session is adjourned. The regular session will begin. I'm going to give us 10 minutes of a break. So we will adjourn at 5:40. at 5:40, we'll come back and start the regular session.
And thank you, Mayor. And just to be clear for the record, the intention is to come back and reopen the study session for the purpose of the executive session and the direction following it after the regular meeting is concluded. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rankin. And but before we start, I don't know if I should, I don't know if I should start and do a roll call or just announce that the vice mayor will be running the regular meeting for me on my behalf. I will be having to drop off and let the vice. Call to the audience and the public hearing that we have, and I trust that my colleagues on the council will proceed in a good way. Thank you all so much, and thank you for bearing with me.
You're welcome, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Have a good meeting.
All right, with that, council will stand in session. Roll call.
Mayor Romero is virtual. Mick Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Cunningham.
Here.
Mr. Dahl.
Here.
Mrs. Lee. Here. Mr. Fimbres.
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Here.
And Mayor Romero, who I already announced is virtual. Councilmember Fimbres is also appearing electronically.
Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Reverend Yoon Young Ko, First United Methodist. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us have a moment of invocation. Almighty God, Holy One, Spirit of life, Spirit of love, Spirit of community, Spirit of justice. We ask your blessings on the people who have been called to lead the community in the city of Tucson. They have heavy responsibilities to administer the city of Tucson. Dear God, remind them that they are in your care, guidance, and wisdom, so they can serve the people in Tucson, make this city a better place for all of us, and lead this city in the right direction for the common good. You know that there are so many hardships and difficulties the mayor and city council members must deal with and solve together. Please hear their concerns and limitations as well, because there is no perfect human being on earth. So grant them in all doubts and uncertainties the grace to ask what you would have them do, that they may be saved from all false choices, and that in your light they may see light, and in your straight path may not stumble. Grant them the wisdom and courage to know and do what is right and good and true. May they speak out when it is time to speak out, and listen patiently and receptively when it is time to listen. May they and we always be guided by the spirit of community, by the spirit of justice, and by the spirit of love. This we pray in the name of all that we hold sacred and holy, all that we hold good and right and true. May it be so.
Amen. I pledge allegiance.
Item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
Okay. Does anybody have any personal appointments to be made at this time? Seeing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
All right. City Manager's Communication number 339 dated December 6 is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the Mayor and Council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? And with that, I'm going to take the liberty of starting with Ward 5 with Councilmember Fimbres, and then we'll jump over to Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. On Friday, December 2nd, the ribbon cutting of the new Public Safety Communications Department in Ward 5 took place. Thank my colleagues on the council who showed up, the mayor. I want to congratulate everyone involved with the construction of the facility, which is an important step of PCSD to serve the public through 911 center and soon the 311 systems. I also want to congratulate PCSD Director Sarah McDonough and her leadership team on the work they are doing to improve the work environment at PCSD and improve the communication system. They're dealing with the challenges and making the important strides to work through them. This Saturday, December 10th, local charities are holding their 14th annual Bike in a Box at the Elks Lodge, 89 North Oracle Road, giving out 500 bikes to underprivileged children. I want to thank just local and local charities for their work to the children and needs of this event. Sadly, Madam Vice Mayor, on December 4th, Ward 5 and the city lost a dear person with the passing of Billy Kerr, but she was asked Mark Kerr's mother. Billy was a graduate of Tucson High, class of 1947, veteran in softball and tennis, attended the University of Arizona, was delegated to the 1948 Democratic National Convention, worked at the Pima County Assessor's Office, and had a 59-year marriage to Clark Kerr, which was one son, Mark. Please keep Mark and his family in your prayers. My condolences to him and his chief of staff and Billy's family for their loss. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Vice Mayor, that's all I have.
Councilmember Cunningham.
First thing, I want to thank everybody who participated in Disability Pride Day. It was the first event of its kind in Tucson. We organized it. I want to give a big shout out to Chris Desborough, who works for my office and is visually impaired. The event was organized by just about everybody who organized and volunteered and participated in the event suffered from some type of disability. The cool part is that we even had artists perform, including the exceptional education class of Gridley Middle School, where I teach, and they brought the house down. I also want to give a shout out to Patrick Lucas, a volunteer in my office, for making it happen. It was in conjunction with the International Day of Persons with Disabilities. We plan on having the event next year. And because of their response, if you want to be involved in the planning, you want to contact my office now. It was really, we ran out of space for tables. We think we're going to have about 3 times more vendors next year and about 10 times more people. We'll probably end up moving it to the Tucson Convention Center, which is a little bit of a bummer because I'm rather provincial when it comes to having it on the east side. Speaking of the east side, let's talk about some things that are going on this week. First of all, Trail Dust Town Festive Fridays have started, which is a it's a holiday thing they do every year at Trail Dust Town. It's pretty cool. And their show, Santa's Little Outlaws, is also going on. The Friday Zoo Lights are in effect. Everybody check it out. And 8:30 to 10 a.m. this Saturday with at the Udall Center in Ward 2, Cookies and Cocoa with Santa. So if you've got someone who may be interested in that, I'm just saying, it might be that time of year. Look, happy holidays, Tucson. We're gonna see you guys on the 20th, but let's get it out of the way now. Happy holidays. I hope everybody had a great Turkey Day, and it's great to be here.
Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Today is my 1-year anniversary of being on this City Council. I want to thank all my colleagues and staff I've interacted with for helping me climb the learning curve of how we do this stuff together. I am so proud of all the work that we do and my small contribution to it. A lot of events, holiday events. I encourage people in Ward 3 to sign up for my weekly email newsletter. You can do that on our website. One special event I want to emphasize and mention is the Winter Haven Festival of Lights. It happened last year, the first time after COVID, and it was kind of a mess because there was so much pent-up demand to go see that spectacular. I want to thank especially Andy Squire from the City Manager's Office for helping shepherd a better city response so we can make sure that the public safety, police are involved, traffic control, and garbage pickup will be done superbly so that the neighbors aren't affected. It's a great event. Bring your kids. It raises money for the community food bank. Thank you.
Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Last Friday, Trees for Tucson, Tucson Clean and Beautiful, and neighborhood volunteers and my team planted another 30 trees along the pathway at Purple Heart Park. The trees planted are 30 of 200 that will be part of the Urban Tree Improvement Program run by, I'm sorry, U of A, but Texas A&M. Had to say that. I know. And coordinated locally by the Arizona Department of Fire and Forestry in sites around Tucson. These trees will be a joint research effort to plant, monitor, and collect seed from the newly planted trees that demonstrate climate-ready traits such as drought and pest resistance. I want to thank everyone for their commitment to planting the trees in our community and in our park, and we look forward to planting many more this upcoming spring. The first Thrive 29th Block Party will be this Saturday, December 10th from 10 to 1 at Freedom Park. It'll be a great community event for those who live in the area. And there will be free food trucks, also hot cocoa, Councilmember Cunningham, live music, performances, raffle prizes, free family photos, jumping castles, games, pretty much everything you can imagine. So it'll be a good time. So hopefully you can join us. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Kozaczyk.
Yeah, 3 quick items. First of all, the 4th Avenue Street Fair begins is this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and half a Sunday. Should be great weather, so go down and support the local merchants and the artisans that come in from all over the Southwest. It's a great show. Secondly, Sunday, December 18th at 2 p.m., The Loft is going to show A Nightmare Before Christmas. It's a special event for me for a couple of reasons. Number one is my brother was the director of photography in it, was nominated for an Academy for being DP. Secondly, though, he has aphasia. Aphasia is a progressive disease that affects your ability to both speak and to understand language. And they're going to give 10% of the proceeds this week on the 18th to Friends of Aphasia in Tucson. So that, hope you can carve out some time, 2 p.m. on the 18th at the Loft. And finally, I join Richard in extending condolences to Mark Kerr and his, his loss of his mother in the last couple of days. I know it's a gut punch, and so we wish Mark and actually the whole staff over there the best. So.
Thank you, Councilmember. I have a couple of items. I want to recognize my staffer, Angela Reyes, who was awarded the Women Who Care Award from Care in Action last night. Angela was recognized for her dedication and commitment to the community, so I want to congratulate her. This coming weekend, December 9th and 10th, from 6 to 9 p.m., the Bikes Annual Art Auction is back after a 2-year pause. I am a past Bikes Collective member, so one of my favorite events of the year. Stop by the Catalyst Makerspace at the Tucson Mall on December 9th and 10th from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. to support local artists, Bikes staff, and take some cool art pieces home. December 10th, from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., we're having the A Mountain Community Cleanup. Neighbors in A Mountain community are getting together at 10 a.m., starting at the welcome sign on the corner of Mission Road and San Juan Trail to kick off the cleanup. We'll have tools and snacks for volunteers. There will also be another cleanup on Saturday as part of the Santa Cruz River by the Heritage Site. You can follow our newsletter, Know Tucson, for more up-to-date information, or by visiting our website at tucsonward1.com. On December 11th, Sunday, December 11th, from 9 to 11, we have our monthly Fuga Second Sunday BC Burro West Side Ride. Join me and staff for the ride, starting at 9 a.m. from the Ward 1 office on the corner of Alameda and Grande. And then December 15th, from 4 to 8, the Tucson Alliance for Housing Justice End of the Year Celebration and Resource Fair. Join us in community at the Splinter Collective Art Studio Warehouse on Thursday, December 15th, from 4 to 8 p.m. at 901 North 13th Avenue for a night of celebration, mutual aid, and everyone is welcome and everything will be free of charge. And then finally, December 17th at 9 a.m., Corazones Unidos de Arizona, 9th Annual Shoe and Jacket Drive, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the El Pueblo Center at 101 West Irvington Road. Yes. The mayor's request, and I can't believe I almost forgot this, we're having the Alba B. Torres renaming at the TCC December 9th at 3 p.m. Okay, so with that, we'll move on to item 4. City Manager's Communication, number 340, dated December 6th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the city manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just a few things. First, also want to echo on behalf of the city employees our deepest condolences to Mark Kerr for his loss. Our thoughts and prayers are with him. Second, we do have an HR director. I will not announce that tonight, pending some last-minute details, but I will be sending out a communication to the mayor and council tomorrow, and I'll copy the staff, so that's a great thing. Last thing is I wanted to just let you know I will be bringing back next meeting a conversation about bus fares. The current language in the direction you all gave me was December 31, so we need to address that in the next or during the next meeting. So I'll be bringing back at that time. That's all, Madam Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 5.
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's Communication, number 342, dated December 6th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
On this evening's agenda, we have 5 requests for new licenses, 4 special event applications, and 2 agent change acquisition of control restructures. All are in compliance with city requirements, so an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B 1 through 5, 5C 1 through 4, and 5D 1 and 2 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker card before making your presentation. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Call to the audience is scheduled to last for 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask that the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. We do have a significant stack of folks seeking to speak at call to the audience. If we don't get through everybody on that stack, you will be first in line for our next mayor and council meeting on December 20th. But I do ask, so that we can accommodate as many speakers as possible, that if you hear a speaker make similar remarks to the ones you were intending to make, that you readjust yours so that we can allow for more people to share their thoughts and opinions and criticisms and whatnot. So with that, we'll get started. Aura Duggins. And if I mispronounce your name, I apologize. Douglas. Ora Douglas.
Here. I want to say I live in Ward 5, and we were part of the program where the city built some homes, and I was wanting to purchase a home there, and I've had problems with this program ever since I've been in this house. I've tried to meet with Liz Morales. I haven't had good representation from her, and so I thought I'd come to the meeting tonight to share that we're having some issues in Ward 5 with the houses. They should have been sold 3 years ago. The city's still making money off these properties, and these are low-income families. And Liz Morales has not ever set up a meeting with us to ask questions about what's going on. And I think when she has a position like that, and the homes are set up for low-income individuals, she has to do her job. And for 3 years, we have paid extra money when we should have bought those homes, lived in them for 15 years. And 3 years, I paid extra money for this property. And we still have residents who have not purchased their property, and they're still paying additional monies that should not be going out to the city. It should remain in the people's pocketbooks. It's hard times right now, and you cannot get a meeting with Liz Morales. She will not come and address these issues. And I have a problem right now with my roof, and the city sent me something, says, well, I've purchased a home already, it's not my problem. The problem was prolonged 3 years before I purchased this house. And I told them that when I bought this house, you guys are still responsible for it. So somewhere, I hope somebody on this board here could get a hold to the city with Liz Morales and fix these problems that we're having with the city, because people are losing money and not purchasing their home. It wasn't set up for 25, 30 years or however long the city could allow it to go. It was set up for 15 years. This is all I have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Manager, Madam Mayor, we have somebody look into this issue for us. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, Councilmember Feem is happy to do that. We will get back to.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Richard Laguna.
Thank you. I want to first put everything in God's hands. I want to thank all of you for this time. And I'm also in the Ward 5 for Mr. Freeman is here. And I was going to let you know, Mr. Freeman, real quick, that we just found out about the disability. My daughter has disability, and she really wanted to go. I'm a DJ, so if you ever need somebody to DJ, Christmas music for the kids and everything, I volunteer myself and my courtesy for the kids, because we're going to make sure we go next year. Right, Mama? Yeah. She loves basketball anyway.
Will she DJ too? That's
yeah, oh yeah, she break dance. Hey,
that's what's up.
Hey, you let me know and we'll be there. I got the whole setup, disco ball and everything. And we got disco ball and everything. But anyways, I'm also here, Mr. Freeman. We're also in your Ward 5. My name is Richard Laguna. This is my daughter, Annalisa Laguna. We've also been in the program of Parkview Homes. I've been here before, the first time it opened it up. You know, I'm a single father. I raised 3 kids on my own. And the greatest dream you can do in America is to provide a home for your kids and give them what we never had when I was a kid. But anyways, I'm here to also say that I'm in the program of Parkview Homes. I've been there since 2004 to 2019, was 15 years. I'm still paying on my house. They're still taking money from me and my daughter. Okay, 9/6/22 of this year, they obliged me to get a certificate of a 4-hour course. It took me 5 hours because I'm not too good in computers. I got the certificate in September, and that was part of my, I guess, program. The city needed this just for the basis of purchasing my home. I had $25,000 in 2019 to pay for my home, but because of the COVID, we got held back, and I understand. I still had to pay my rent, COVID or no COVID. I'm down to, here's my receipt, my Pyramid Credit Union. I'm down to $14,000. I had to buy a vehicle for my daughter. I was driving my van for 9 months. I had insurance but no tax. I had to get rid of my 2 cars to buy a van with the purchase of $1,000 I had to take out of my savings to purchase a car for my daughter, take her to school and back. She goes to the disability program, so I make sure she gets to school and back. So I'm self-employed. But anyways, I'm just here to let you know, Ms. Morales called me one time because I came to the first council meeting after the COVID. She had called me, told me, she promised me that I would purchase my home, and she told me what I wanted to hear, but there's no actions. Or Terry Gulligan. I talked to him one time since 2019, Ms. Morales, and the only reason she called me was because I came to the meeting and specified that, is that my time?
Yeah, if you can come to your concluding remarks.
Okay,
Mr.
in other words, I need to resolve this to purchase my home, and because I can't be giving out money that it should have went already to my house. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Freeman, and we'll see you.
Mr. Manager, can we make sure
Mr.
staff follows up?
Manager, Vice Mayor,
That's Mr. Fimbres.
Huh?
can you also make sure that this guy's results are looked into?
Happy to do that.
What's that?
Thank you, Mike.
Oh, he's not talking to me? Oh, I didn't understand what he said. I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Madam Mayor, Mr. Laguna look into his issue and this address.
Thank you, I really appreciate it. God bless you. And I'm a hardworking, self-employed, and everything's for my daughter.
Thank you, Mr. Laguna.
Okay, come on, Mama.
Garrett
God bless you
Weaver?
both.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Garrett Weaver?
Hello. Honorable Mayor and Council, my name is Garrett Weaver. I'm here to speak for Tucson Climate Coalition. I am a resident of Tucson, and I am not paid to speak. Climate change is a very real consequence of our greenhouse gas emissions. Hotter temperatures and less precipitation in the Southwest has left the Colorado River with less water. The situation is urgent. Tucson needs to take swift, powerful action on climate to protect our region from civilization-altering consequences. In business, there's a concept known as the Pareto principle, also known as the 80-20 rule. 80% of sales comes from 20% of customers. Climate is similar. 80% of our greenhouse gas emissions come from just 2 sources, transportation and electricity. If we electrify transportation and make a renewable grid, we solve most of our contributions. We can do this with community choice energy. Community choice energy offers the fastest way to cut our emissions. Cities of 10 states in the US are using it to make their grids 80–90% carbon-free today. Community choice energy is high impact, low cost solution, and it will be a revenue generator for the city. It allows the city to continue its relationship with the utility. The city neither owns the poles or wires nor the generation. It will merely contract. Municipalities need authorization for community choice energy from our state government. We need what's called aggregation authority to bundle the electric load of our community to contract as one buying block. We can ask. Because of the urgency, we should be asking for every tool to combat climate change. Not all of our legislators and commissioners may care about climate change, and that's fine. Maybe they care about consumer choice and the free market. Community choice energy would bring wholesale competition to the state, opening opportunities for entrepreneurs and investors to grow our economy by building out utility-scale renewable generation and storage. Community choice energy allows consumer choice in who they buy their electricity from. I know there are a lot of essential questions. How do you maintain reliability? How do you fund it? Getting a study session on the calendar would be an excellent step as the city embarks on implementation of our climate action and adaptation plan. Looking into community choice energy allows this council to keep its commitments it made to this community with its climate emergency declaration to transition out of fossil fuel production. I ask that you include community choice energy in our climate action and adaptation plan and submit a resolution of interest to the Corporation Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. Next, we have Diane Ediger. Or Dwayne, sorry, Dwayne, is it Dwayne?
It's Dwayne, thank you.
Apologize.
Mayor and Council, I have grown greatly in appreciation. Dwayne Ediger, I'm a member of Sustainable Tucson, a board member, as well as chair of the Energy Transformation Working Group. And I want you to know that I have grown greatly in appreciation for the work that all of you do to make this city and its future and the future of all the people that we are affecting in our choices better. I've been watching you on videos and appreciate, again, the depth of your work. I'm here to talk about the possibilities of working on community choice energy in the near term in ways that will make it more likely to be able to happen in the medium term. We can access funds at the federal level, which are just now becoming available through the Department of Energy, to conduct feasibility studies for a community choice energy program in Tucson that would allow us, citizens, and you, council, together to cooperate in making a more clean energy future for ourselves and all of the living beings of this region. I think that I will leave it there. There is a program, I can give you more details, that is $550 million through the through the IRA that passed federally, are becoming available through grants, block grants, and this will help fund the kind of thinking and studying that will make a good decision for the long haul well-being of our communities. I can supply you with further information as you may desire it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ediger. Next, I have Rick Rappaport.
Thank you. Yes, I'm speaking in sort of community choice energy, but I have a completely different set of facts. I just wanted to, I'll shorten it. Oops, hello? Yeah. I just want to point out that one of our members, Russell Lowe's, has a background in power plant economics, and Bureau Happold contacted Tucson Climate Coalition, and Russell responded with an Excel spreadsheet attributed with, I guess I should read some of it. It was extensively footnoted, and it documented how, I'll call it CCE, differs from currently the Tucson Electric Power, TEP, in cost, CO2 emissions, water usage, and renewable energy. I'll just go through the highlights. It's a very long spreadsheet. You don't have to look at it. Bureau Happold has it now. But here are the highlights. The cost. Based upon the average Tucson household of 750 kilowatt hours used per month, CCE would save $265 a year. That's a savings of about 16%. CO2. The number of pounds of CO2 annually per household that would not go into the air is 11,520 pounds. That's a 76% reduction. 11,520 pounds is about 95% of an African elephant or 2 Suburbans. Water reduction savings. This is pretty astounding. It would save annually about 2,028 gallons of water per household. That's like halfway filling up a 10 by 20 swimming pool, 3 feet at the shallow, 6 feet at the deep end. And TEP has 438,000 customers in the Tucson area. If TEP was delivering what we source, what Community Choice Energy can source and power, we would be saving the equivalent in water of 8 swimming pools the size of a football field, 10 feet deep, or, this is probably more resonant, it would say it's equivalent to the amount of water that 12,369 Tucson households use in a year. Renewable energy, there'd be a 600% increase in renewable energy. It would go a 608 kilowatt hours out of the 750 that are used. I mean, I'll just conclude by saying it seems almost shameful that in one of the sunniest, most solar hour cities in the country, that the renewable mix here that's delivered to people who are using tap electricity is like 9%. It's awful, and you can do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rappaport. Next, we have J.P. Salvatierra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council, and Mayor Regina. Hope you're doing better. We look forward to seeing you back more aggressively. I have a number of issues that I've looked at that seem awkward. The most really despicable thing that I watched as I was going through some of the meetings for the RTA was that it seemed as though the director, this Mr. Faroud, had basically stipulated that if we, as City of Tucson, wanted to get the $100 million worth of revenue that we generated, then we would have to create another proposition. It felt like extortion. Said, we'll accommodate you if you create another bond issue. I mean, if I were leading such a professional thing, and he must be on this board for an extended period of time, but he knows the rules and best business practices of professionals to intimidate our mayor, over something like this. It felt like converting our asset over the last 20 years and then telling us, well, if you don't give us another bond issue, we're not going to have anything to do for you. I want him gone. I wouldn't tolerate that kind of person telling this major group and our constituents in the city, that we have no choice. We can deal with a better person that has a lot better professionalism, in this issue. And if, Mr. Rankin and our city manager have, any say in it, they're going to put some screws to it. It just bothered me extremely, extremely. He was so unprofessional, and he just dismissed us like we were not important. Just like every other outside district got terrific service. The whole northwest side is beautiful. It's incredibly nice. And I still have grass growing out of my potholes of our streets, right in the center city. So the inner city had nothing good to say. The other thing was Reid Park. I grew up next to Country Club and Aviation in that area. And I went to Reid Park. I'd bicycle up there. I had so many good activities and memories of that place that it really bothers me to see that we get, public acclamation doesn't come from a computer survey. We need open public meetings, and that's a crucial thing. If we can't...
Mr. Salvatierra, can you come to your closing remarks, please?
Okay. Essentially, I don't want anything done with Precinct 37. The fact that it's been brought up a time and again is almost like calling up the dead. Stop bothering our neighborhoods, our minority green space. Everyone else has it, but not Reid Park. They're not going to give us picnic tables.
Thank you.
And if we don't get our picnic tables, then it's not a real neighborhood. We have to go to somewhere else.
Thank you, Mr. Salvatierra.
Okay? And Monzo Pool needs to use that slip and slide because
Mr.
if it's not
Salvatierra, you're
used,
taking
just
time
throw it
from
away.
another neighbor who would also like to speak.
I lost
Okay.
my place in line and, you know,
Okay, thank you.
access
Thank you.
delayed is access denied.
Thank you.
Okay?
Next, we have Samantha Wetherill.
Hi, my name is Samantha Wetherill, and I am here on behalf of You Arizona Divest to wholeheartedly support the initiative to include community choice energy. As an organization dedicated to sustainable financial choices and carbon reduction, we find the use of CCE in Tucson would be the best path for opening the door to more renewable energy options at incredibly reasonable rates. In fact, across the country, CCE has been found to have 3 to 10% average savings in electricity bills. Moreover, open energy markets would expand economic opportunity in Tucson. This combination makes CCE an uncommonly favorable initiative for low-income households. Furthermore, not only would CCE be giving the Tucson consumer a choice in what kind of energy they want to use, but also allow them more favorable terms in individual contracts with better consumer protections. Thus, with its consumer saving rates, its ability to bolster green energy, and the fact that CCE is an opt-out program, we at You Arizona Divest urge the City of Tucson to include community choice energy in the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ben Morse.
Hi guys, my name is Ben Morris. I'm here representing UAZ Divest, and here to support community choice energy. And you know, one thing I will say is that frankly, I'm sick of the fact that you guys have a whole climate action plan, but you don't really do anything about it. Like, why is that? And also, not everyone, we need clean energy all across our community. Like, the people who can't afford this and low income are faced with the reality that their energy needs are not efficient. And so we need to mandate that so everyone, even those who can't afford it, can have clean, efficient energy. Thank you.
Next, we have Kyle Snowden.
Hi, I wanted to come here as well to speak on the RTA and RTA Next plan. I know that the city is engaged in the process for planning for the RTA Next, and I wanted to voice my opposition to it. I've been following the RTA in the news as well as through my councilman's newsletters, and it seems like every few weeks there's a new problem with it. Their attempts to push the costs from their own false estimates for projects onto the city of Tucson, their attempts to push the promised projects from 2006 into the next plan, their use of Robert's Rules of Orders to stifle the input from Tucson's representatives on the citizen oversight commissions, and how they've used Arizona's open meeting law to try and stop the Tucson representatives specifically from coordinating to represent our needs on the councils. Beyond those headaches, I'm also concerned with the structural problems with the way that it's organized. The Pima Association of Governments, which manages the RTA and oversees a lot of the, actually billions of dollars of the money, is incorporated as a private organization, and it's not subject to the normal transparency, auditing, and performance requirements that, that public organizations are. I've seen reports in the news that citizens oversight committee members have even received cease and desist letters from the Pima Association of Governments, accusing them of harassment, and been sent memos threatening to remove members from that committee for reasons which it argues it doesn't have to make public because it is a private organization. I'm also deeply troubled that the RTA Next plan doesn't correct what I think is the biggest problem of all, which is how the structure of the RTA diminishes the voice of Tucson residents by taking our over 50% of the population represented in the RTA's regions and diminishing it to a fraction of that in terms of voting rights on the boards. I'm a young person trying to envision my future in Tucson, and I'm very interested in climate change, cost of living, and housing. All the research that I've done speaks to the fact that there's no solution to climate change without urban areas making decisive shifts away from the car-centric infrastructure and toward transit and building walkable communities and bikeable communities. I would much rather see Tucson focus on these inward-facing improvements to build on the urban areas within our borders and promote density, transit, and separated bike infrastructure. I would urge the city not to support or renew their participation in RTA Next unless you are really, really convinced that it's better than something that the city could do on its own. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Snowden. Next, we have Jane Conlin.
Good evening. Thank you, Vice Mayor and esteemed council members and advisors. I'm Jane Conlin. I'm a member of the Tucson Climate Coalition and co-leader of the Tucson chapter of Citizens Climate Lobby, but I'm here tonight to talk to you representing the Arizona collection of chapters of Citizens Climate Lobby. You know that we advocate for policies that cut carbon emissions and strive for environmental justice and economic fairness. We champion solutions that are responsible, practical, far-reaching, with economic and health benefits for everyone. Cities everywhere have taken a leading role in cutting greenhouse gas emissions and building resilience with roadmaps that are a response to national commitments made at the Paris Climate Agreement in 2015 and warnings by the IPCC of climate change and the need to protect communities. So I'm not going to talk to you in numbers, but I want to share a couple of ideas with you. First, the largest impediment to progress in electrification has been lack of investments. As you well know, now with Bipartisan Infrastructure Act and the IRA, cities will have grants and tax credits good through 2031 that will supercharge the transition to clean energy. So many sectors will have access to these incentives from the National Green Bank and the Department of Energy. Nonprofits, residences, businesses, landlords, school districts, faith communities. But here's the deal. How can Tucson be 50% clean and then, or renewable, and then 100% renewable if it relies on electricity that is produced using coal and oil? All the money and the benefits of infrastructure and IRA cannot lead to success if you don't control the source. In fact, a modeling agency or firm, Princeton Repeat, has estimated that only 20% of IRA's potential to cut carbon emissions will be unlocked without access to clean energy. 1,900 municipalities, about 36 million people, about 11% of our entire population have taken control of energy production from investor-owned utilities. Local control of energy production will allow you to innovate with energy design and planning in a way that monopoly-owned utilities just don't. Local public-controlled energy management could choose to put solar panels on public buildings, install charging stations, participate in land use and transportation planning, establish low-income programs. So the local control adds value. It allows cities and voters a way to decarbonize and innovate. You've done the hard work in creating
Come to a conclusion, Ms. Collin.
an action plan. Please don't tie your hands. Don't limit your options. Please include community choice in your action plan.
Thank you. Our final speaker for a call to the audience is Suzanne Schaefer.
Suzanne Schaefer, city resident, speaking for myself. I think that we all bear culpability just being part of the country with the highest incarceration rate in the world, and being part of a society that can't seem to come up with more humane ways to deal with poverty, trauma, mental illness. But currently in Pima County, we're becoming nationally famous for the horrible conditions at the Pima County Jail. And I don't need to go into the details. I think everybody, I hope, has been painfully aware of this for years. But with the current press attention and county supervisors meeting this morning, I just kind of find it dismaying and disappointing that the IGA, the intergovernmental agreement between the city of Tucson and the Pima County Jail, is just on the consent agenda tonight, sort of as a perfunctory, hey, this is what we do. I think that we, as a community, when we deprive people of their liberty for whatever reason, we have the responsibility for their care, for their protection. And I think that we, City of Tucson residents, deserve from you. I haven't heard anything from any city officials or about, in response to reporters reporting these issues. And so I just think that this would have been a great opportunity for you to inform us about how you plan to hold Pima County Jail accountable and how you plan to minimize, the entire city, the police department, the courts, to minimize the number of people that we incarcerate in this system. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, is this something that we could bring up in conversations with the county jail? I'm not sure if these conversations have started and for city attorney, but we have been getting a lot of emails and calls at council offices about this issue.
Vice Mayor, the suggestion would be if you would like to discuss it as a part of a future agenda item, you could request that. It is part of the conversation we're having, as I mentioned earlier in the study session about the courts, and I can certainly have a more robust and expanded discussion there if you like, but if you want something more specific, just articulate it, we can place it on an agenda, and we're happy to have that discussion in the future.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. That concludes our call to the audience. Item 6.
Item 7 is consent items A through N.
Item 7, apologies. Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Vice Mayor, on this evening's consent agenda, we have item A, approval of minutes. Item B, boards, commissions, and committees updating the membership of the Redistricting Advisory Committee, amending Ordinance 11958. Item C is Parks and Recreation, request to rename Alamo Wash Greenway after former Mayor Jonathan Rothschild. Item D is Parks and Recreation, approval of right-of-way easement with Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, DMAFB, for 100-acre Wood Park. Item E is Parks and Recreation, approving Arizona State Parks outdoor recreation grant applications for Jacobs Park and 100-acre Wood. Item F is the Tucson Code amending Chapter 10 Civil Service, adding solid waste equipment operator tier assignment and automotive service excellence ASE certification program, EGSD, and increasing the tool enhancement allowance and certified compressed natural gas inspector assignment pay. Item G is Planning and Development Services, amending the Impact Fee Infrastructure Improvement Plan, IIP, and land use assumptions for streets, parks and recreations, police, and fire facilities. Item H is an intergovernmental agreement with Pima County for the incarceration of city prisoners. Item I is a final plat, S22-022, Sunshine DTA, lots 1 and 2. Item J is real property approving of ground lease with Sun State Towers 4 LLC Public Safety Training Academy, RP 1884 Wireless Communication Facility. Item K is an intergovernmental agreement with Pima County for National Sexual Assault Kit Initiative Grant Program. Item L is a plan adoption 2022 Pima County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan. Item M is an intergovernmental agreement, IGA, for commercial refuse and recycling services between the City of Tucson and the Vail School District. Item N is an amendment to the compensation plan for public safety pay schedules, police exempt and non-exempt, and fire exempt, and adoption of 1031
8, authority to exceed the maximum rate of pay of adopted compensation salary schedules.
May I have a motion?
So moved, Madam Mayor, but item, except item H. Did I hear Mr. Ortega say that we're gonna hold off on that one? We'll process it now with the contract. Michael?
Vice Mayor, I'm not sure. I thought the council member said H. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. It's incarcerated in Pima County Jail.
Yes, I was not recommending holding on that. I am recommending approval of that.
Okay, I'll move to accept all items, Madam Mayor.
Second.
Vice Mayor.
Roll call?
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 6-0. Item 8,
Public hearing, 2022 ward redistricting.
City Manager's Communication Number 329 dated December 6th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a time and place legally advertised per a public hearing on the recommendations by the 2022 Redistricting Advisory Committee. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to a 5-minute presentation. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether you live in the city, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. Diane Litt.
My name's Diana Lett. I am a city resident. I am not paid. I am the treasurer of Feldman's Neighborhood Association and the chair of our Neighborhood Preservation Committee. I have emailed all of you requesting that of the maps that have been forwarded to you, you support map 2C, because that is the map that addresses the concerns that citizens brought forward at the Redistricting Advisory Committee public hearing regarding cracking of communities of interest. There were literally dozens of representatives from the west side, the south side, and the university area really strongly expressing concerns about cracking our communities of interest, dividing our communities of interest among different wards more than they already are. I also heard, not at the hearing, but online and in face-to-face conversations, a lot of concerns brought forward about how ideally what we would like is in this city is another majority ward. None of the maps presented to you would achieve that there's no way around that. You don't, unfortunately, at this time have buy-in for that. The reason why you don't is because there wasn't enough consultation with the community and there wasn't enough transparency. It really infuriated people that new maps were appearing suddenly at the last minute before public hearings with very little opportunity for people to study the maps. And they're very hard to read without the ability to print out large format, 17 by 11 pieces of paper. I used a magnifying glass to read those maps. So I'm still asking you to support map 2C, but I'm also asking you to pay very close attention to what your redistricting advisory committee told you about the flaws in this process and how we could do it better next time and how we could get to a result that I know a lot of people on the council want, which is greater minority representation. We can get there, not this time, I don't think, but at some time in the future if we handle the redistricting process better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Scott Egan.
Good evening, I'm Scott Egan. I live in the city of Tucson, Barrio Hollywood. No one's paying me to speak here. Maybe somebody will pay me not to speak after I'm done. I want to address my comments during this period, call to the at a public hearing, not to the mayor and council, because everyone on the mayor and council and city staff all know what I'm going to say. I want to address my comments to the public that might be watching it, either here or at home. I'm here to object to the suggestion that El Rio Barrio Savaco Precinct 37 is considered a precinct that you can play with, that you can move out of where it is. It makes no sense. Ward 1 has thousands, maybe 8,000, 10,000 less residents than Ward 4. We need to expand Ward 1, not take any precincts out of Ward 1. There is no reason to take a single precinct. You have to add precincts to Ward 1. So to take 37 or any precinct out really makes no sense. But 37 is particularly sensitive to us because you tried to do this 2 years ago. And we objected to it then, and you backed off. And I wonder, what the people, at Reid Park who fought to prevent you from destroying their pond and taking over. What would they think if you came back and you said, you know what, we've reconsidered that. We're still gonna take that pond out. They'd be outraged, and we're outraged that you're trying to do this. The reason that this is being done has nothing to do with race. It isn't to balance the. I mean, you got 3 white boys out of 7 people on your council. That is not a ridiculous representation of our population. This has nothing to do with race, gender, or religion. It has nothing to do with where the freeway sits, or where the river sits, or the division of the railroad track. This has everything to do with political vengeance. We know this, the council knows this. I want the people who are watching to know this. This has everything to do with just a few years ago when Romero and the mayor at the time, Rothschild, tried to sell the El Rio golf course to a private developer. And we objected to it. And Regina got on TV and said there was no plan to do that. When there was a plan to do that, they were already negotiating to do that. We sued to get public documents to find out what the deal was. And what we discovered in those public documents was that the 114 acres of El Rio was being appraised as being empty lots. Empty lots, not lots that had beautiful grass and scores of trees and 3 buildings and electrical infrastructure and no, just empty lots. This is a violation, an attempted violation of the gift clause in our Constitution. City manager knows this. GCU, who were trying to do this scam, knew this too. And it was GCU that backed out of the deal, not the mayor and council. You've never rescinded your votes on that. It was the Grand Canyon University that realized we were coming after them, that they backed off. Now, I should make an exception there. Kozacek and Fimbres both voted against the sale, and I will always appreciate that. But this is what's happening. This is why we're so pissed. You're attempting to separate our barrios again, and we're going to fight it. And if you do it again in 2 years, we're going to fight it then too. Thank you.
Trish Muir.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Trish Muir. I'm a resident of the city of Tucson. I'm speaking on my own behalf and then on the behalf of the Barrio Neighborhood Coalition, and I've not been paid to be here this evening. My comments are in regard to the redistricting of council wards in the city of Tucson. There's been a myriad of issues or objectives that we've heard members of the redistricting committee and members of this body state they would like to address or achieve. Some have said they want to be bold and tackle complicated issues. And as a community, we applaud and encourage anyone who rises to answer the call for a more just and inclusive society. I think all of us in this room and at home can agree that complex issues require effort, investment of time and resources, research, transparency, engagement and inclusivity. Anyone can be bold. Being bold is easy. Collaborating in good faith is hard. Working with and listening to the community can be hard. I've kind of gone through and looked over what the policy objectives were that were given to the redistricting committee. One was that they should maintain and recognizable ward boundaries with a minimum of disruption to sustain the compactness of the wards as they previously exist. They were told to maintain ethnic balance so as to not dilute the Hispanic vote. And I'm assuming that comes from city code. As I looked up the code, what that says is maintain ethnic balance so as to not dilute the minority vote. And so I'm concerned that we're leaving some people behind and we're not looking at everybody. So that was one concern I had. It also says to give preference to options that will advance rough proportionality of minority voting power, give preference to options that reduce dilution that may otherwise exist from prior packing or fragmenting. And I think what you heard a lot of in the redistricting committee meetings were concerns about fragmenting, and specifically for Precinct 37, that the political power of the communities who utilize the resources of that park would now be fragmented. That you would take those resources, you would put them into another ward, and that the community who utilizes those resources would not have political influence in that they couldn't vote in the primary. And we know, I think we can all kind of honestly say that the primary is what decides who sits up here at the dais. So that is one concern I had. Also, in the city code on that section, it refers to, sorry, let me go back. City Code Section 10A44 1D, and that's where it talks about the fragmenting. The purpose of this evaluation by the committee is to provide that the members of the city's minority groups do not have less opportunity than other members of the electorate to participate in the electoral process and to elect representatives of their choice. That to me is very important in a primary election, and I think why the West Side communities feel so strongly about keeping Precinct 37 and I don't even know that they care if it's in Ward 1, if all of it went into one ward. But I think it's that the community that it is a community of interest that they wish to stay together. And so that is why it is so important. That's why we've heard in these redistricting committee meetings some very emotionally charged responses to that possibility of that being broken apart and those groups of community interest being divided and having their voice now silenced because they can't participate in those primary elections, where we know when there's something to change in a ward, we usually look to who's the council member in that ward. We look for their input and their guidance. Well, if these people don't have say as to who that council member is, it's very difficult to feel like you're being heard or that people are interested in what you're saying. So those are my main concerns. I would encourage you to look at map 2C. I know there's precinct 47 and 244 on the other maps. There again, those are communities who've had a really great relationship with Councilman Fimbres. They too want to stay in with their surrounding communities and keep their interests in place. I do think that there may be space, not necessarily this time, to look at the proportionality, but that's going to take time and investment. And I think trying to do it in the span of 1 month and 1 week wasn't really adequate preparation for rough proportionality. And maybe we have to be really bold. Maybe we look at moving council offices. Maybe they need to be relocated. Maybe where they were set originally, that's not allowing you to draw those ward maps in a way that's meaningful anymore and representative of the community. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Patrick McKenna.
Hello, Vice Mayor and Council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you tonight in the public hearing about the redistricting. I was following along earlier in the study session, and so I did want to express to you, well, first of all, Patrick Valencia McKenna, a 7th generation Tucsonan. I'm the president of Barrio Hollywood Neighborhood Association, and I'm here representing the Neighborhood Association, and I'm not a paid speaker. But I was following along earlier during the study session, and I was glad to hear that from what it seems like, you're not at this time considering moving Precinct 37 out of Ward 1. And that's based on the recommendations that you received from the Redistricting Advisory Committee. And I do want to take this time also to thank all the members of the Redistricting Advisory Committee for their hard work. It's not easy to sit up there and listen to criticism and and be really a volunteer. So I do appreciate the position that they were put in. And most of you probably already know that I worked for the Board of Supervisors for 13 years. So I do appreciate what you as local officials have to go through. It's not an easy job, and I do appreciate that. And I do appreciate the fact that sometimes the public does not have all the information, okay? But my main purpose in being here today is to defend my community from some of the comments that were made by certain members of the Redistricting Committee after we spoke and gave our opinions. Now, there's a narrative being spun that the people of the West Side are just not understanding a rough proportionality, that we're not considering the issues of packing, and that we're just being purely emotional. We don't want to change. We just want to defend blindly the status quo because we're comfortable with it, and that we're uncomfortable with change. Well, that's not true at all. We do appreciate the process that you've been mandated basically to take upon yourselves here for the redistricting. We do appreciate that and understand that there are other factors to consider. But moving precinct 37 is not the solution. And let me tell you why. Let's just take a moment and, for the sake of discussion, let's say the community didn't object and we did move precinct 37 into Ward 3. Okay. Well, you would gain a minimal amount of Hispanic voters. And the reason I use air quotes is because I don't think Hispanic is a very descriptive term of the Mexican-American Chicano community in Tucson. But for the purpose of this discussion, let's say you were able to move precinct 37 into Ward 3, and so you increased the Ward 3 Hispanic population by 1/10 of 1%, I believe it was. Okay, so what happens now? Mr. Dahl, it's his 1 year on the council, and I think he's doing a fantastic job. Does he have to step aside because he's not the right color? Well, what are we talking about here, really? In actuality, okay, we're moving precinct 37 into Ward 3. So what's your end game here? Does Mr. Dahl have to step aside because he's not the right color? He's only been here for a year and he's doing a great job. Now, in full disclosure, I campaigned actively for Lucy LaBoscia because I do believe that we need more minority representation on the city council. But something that was lost in this whole redistricting process, there was no discussion of the African-American community at all. And there's no representation here, not even on the Redistricting Advisory Committee. So maybe you should consider that also. One thing also I want to bring up is that there seemed to be some confusion when it came to moving the precincts because the Ward 1 committee person that was appointed proposed moving precinct 18 into Ward 3, not just 37, but 18. So the Ward 1 committee appointee proposed that during the meeting, and staff had to come in and let the committee know you can't move precinct 18 because the council office is located in precinct 18, and also the council member resides in precinct 18. Now, precinct 18 used to just be Barrio Hollywood, but now, because of not a redistricting, but a movement of the precinct lines, we were fine with that, okay? Now it includes part of Menlo Park. So staff informed the redistricting committee that 18 could not be moved for those two reasons. And, just as a friendly suggestion, a very friendly suggestion, maybe next time you could appoint someone who actually lives in Ward 1 so you could prevent that kind of confusion from happening. Somebody that maybe understands the neighborhoods a little better and knows what they're talking about. Now, what really did offend me was, that it? 3 minutes over?
You come to your conclusion remarks?
Okay, yeah, no, I was just very offended by Dr. Maribel Alvarez suggesting that the Hunger Games should begin. You should go back and look at that, at the videotape. Thank you.
Glenda Avalos.
Good afternoon. My name is Glenda Avalos, and I live in Pima County. I have served the Tucson and South Tucson community for 18 years, 15 of those through the Salvation Army and the rest through Casa Maria. I am not a paid speaker. I'm here to simply say that as faith believers, we are called to ease the suffering of all our brothers and sisters, all colors alike, all differences equally accepted. So when you place a decision that you will be taking on December 20th, and it's a decision that will affect people's livelihoods and the future of communities, that doesn't ease the suffering, it adds to it. Why? Because there was no timely manner that it was given, and there was insufficient community input, discussion, or engagement. With that being said, there's a couple of points that I want to go ahead and just bring to your attention, just in case you might have missed them. So when you do sit and conversate at that meeting, you can go ahead and look back to. Councilmember Fimbres stated that the community he represents favors map 2C. They've reached out. They might have not necessarily come and represent or been at the public hearings prior. These are working class communities. They're simply struggling to survive. Again, we add to their struggle and we add to their suffering without educating. There is no problem with change. But change as to history for our communities hasn't favored us. So when we step back and take a defensive state, I don't understand why people are being offended. When you truly know the history of suffering, where you see it every day like I do, it is imprinted. And it's best that you question. It's best that you stand guard and you hold your line, because history has not been good to us. Through this much, there's been much conversation that has been taking place on packing. I just want to state that the mayor herself said that none of these maps address this issue, and they do nothing for packing. Map 2A and Map 2B divide community interests. I foresee the future. 6th Avenue is a hot spot. 12 is too. We have beautiful, diverse culture that needs to be preserved, not prefactured, pre-manufactured, fabricated. It needs to stay authentic. The communities there need to be strengthened. They need to be encouraged. So when these changes come, they're fully able to embrace them, understanding every aspect of it all. I will implore you. Each of you have agreed all across the board that the timing has been inadequate. So with that, take the next 2 years to go ahead and do the changes that you guys talked about during the study session. Implement these next 2 years. Do those changes, strengthen our communities, educate our communities, come and embrace our communities. Go ahead and cross those lines into everyone else's wards. Please consider and vote for map 2C. With that being said, we understand as a community that political lines are meant to be shifted. And we understand that because we're not stupid. We know. But the danger is the way it shifts. That's the dangerous part. I'm just going to end with this. Minimal margins have great impacts, especially in voting, just like we saw with Kristen Engel in the last election. And if I can go ahead and suggest for you to change any type of verbiage on here, change the word disruption. Our communities have had enough disruption, and it's very easy for someone who hasn't experienced disruption to say that it's needed. Thank you.
Miguel Ortega.
Mayor and Council, City Manager Tocayo, good evening. I am the Vice President of the Ironwood Ridge Neighborhood Association. I'm not being paid to be here to present. But I would like to share a few thoughts on the redistricting process. And I'd like to start by first reviewing what you may not have witnessed because of your busy schedules. I know that I think that Councilmember Lee said that you and your staff took the time to watch. That's fantastic. It's important stuff, right? But I want to just remind just a recap. There was a lot of discussion about what we can do to change the boundaries. We were following, you know, the guidance, the city charter and staff recommendations. But there's something that needs to be made very clear. There was attendance by a lot of people from the West Side that were really concerned about the idea of moving Precinct 37 out of the West Side. And there was also a lot of discussion by the Redistricting Committee about big changes. Those two narratives were not the same. They are not the same. One is a narrative that's being manufactured by city staff. I'll submit to you that that's what I believe. And the other was an authentic attendance, an authentic narrative that was created and that continues to be created by the West Side residents who are tired of continuously being attacked. The people that showed up were representing Barrio Hollywood, the president of Barrio Hollywood, Patrick, who's here. Myself as the Ironwood Ridge Neighborhood Association Vice President, representing that organization officially. We also had the Barrio Neighborhood Coalition present as well, speaking in opposition to this move. We had the historic El Rio Coalition, that is a coalition of neighborhoods throughout the city, also representing and spoke eloquently in opposition to this idea. And then we also had representatives from the other surrounding neighborhoods like Brickdom and Menlo, and of course the people in question in El Rio and Sovaco and Precinct 37. And also we had another, you know, we're almost inching up to 400 signatures online opposing this. That was the actual narrative. That's what was actually happened. But I saw that for whatever reason, the mayor's office and Ward 1 office continually being obsessed with pushing out 37. And we've made it clear here that it wouldn't have made that big a difference anyways, right? But this obsession ought to concern all of you, mayor and council, other colleagues. Why is it that the Ward 1 office and the mayor are obsessed with 37? Could it be because of El Rio? Could it be because of Joaquin Murrieta Park? The West Side residents have fought a lot of battles. I'll give you a list of a few. We fought really hard from preventing school closures. Remember 10 years ago, we're actually tomorrow we're be celebrating our press conference at Joaquin Murrieta Park when we talked about preventing that from happening. Of course, we stopped the El Rio golf course from being sold to the private Grand Canyon University. We also fought really hard to try to pass the sanctuary initiative. I, along with a lot of residents, walked in many West Side barrios to pass that. We also stopped that policy by TPD to lessen, residents' ability to witness arrests. If you recall that, we fought really hard. We stopped the takeover of the Barrio Hollywood Neighborhood Association leadership. That was a big battle as well. And here we are again fighting, not once, but twice, the idea to move 37 into West Side. It pains me to say, it really genuinely pains me to say that these issues, the mayor and the Ward 1 council representative were not always on our side. Okay? It pains me to say that. Okay? As West Siders, we understand that we need to have more equitable representation. We understand that we need to make some changes. But we also understand, because we are sophisticated, intelligent, brown people on the West Side that actually read books and have been engaged in politics for decades, we recognize that actually what's more important is when elected officials do right by us. Okay? That's what really matters. And I'll wrap up with this, Vice Mayor, if you'll allow me. I think what's going to happen, and I think what the idea was to try to manufacture this narrative of some kind of like, you know, a manufactured sense of urgency to do something grand. And I think that Chispa and Lucha is going to be called to try to manufacture this. I just ask you, instead of listening to people from Phoenix who have moved down and try to speak for brown people here in Tucson on the West Side, pay attention to the people that are already democratically elected on the West Side.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega.
Thank you.
Our last speaker is JP Salvatierra.
Vice Mayor, Councilman Jonathan Salvatierra, I'm speaking for myself, not a paid speaker. In the redistricting action that I attended, I was very impressed with the members that you picked as delegates. There was one. Patrick Robles. I believe the Vice Mayor selected him. He was very knowledgeable. He was very intent on doing his job. Another individual, Ed H., I'm not quite certain how to pronounce his last name. He was very, I think he was Kevin Dahl's aide or representative. Excellent people. They really had this sincere, earnest intent to find out what's really going on and to do the right thing. It was a beautiful thing to see, and the gentleman that chaired the meeting, Mr. Crum, I believe he might even be here. Yes, wonderful guy, wonderful guy. I was really impressed. He kind of belabored Suzanne in trying to get to the agenda on time and in its coordinated ability, but you know, he was so impartial. And that reminded me of the days of the mayor and council where the mayor did not have a vote. There's another thing that really impresses me about the effort they made, because they really knew the content. And after a while, looking at the maps with them, you could understand what they were trying to do. But they weren't allowed to do the things that you as a council can do. One is create Ward 7 from South Tucson. Create Ward 8 from the area further west or further south. What that does is it empowers the people. It follows the mandate. It doesn't create the packing issues. You know, all the constraints that they were concerned about, you know, keeping out of the agenda, you know, would be resolved with that. But for some reason, South Tucson has always had, you know, to take handouts. Well, how much can you afford to help us with, you know, on our bill with Pima County Jail? You know, they're part of the city. Whether we like it, you know, whether I'm impressed with the whole town because, you know, they're part of our ethnicity, and it goes more than just genetics or, you know, it's something. It's a cultural. It's a sense of loving and caring for one another. I think, and if you'll forgive me, you know, at times I get a little brush about things that upset me, but. You know, I had a wonderful mother. She told me, I love the person, but I refuse to tolerate the behavior. Okay? Simple, simple. You want to create an objection that I'm personally contesting your personality? No. I can turn around on a dime and shake your hand and thank you for something else you did. But I do have the right to point out things that are abject. And that's so important to me. That's our democratic representation. Democratic representation also means that you don't just proxy your vote and say, well, the mayor and the council have the right to overrule the public even though they're really upset. 25,000 people and their representatives came here before you and said, we don't want TEP to have this highline power. And what did you do? Oh, okay. Now, and they got a second bite at the apple, and you gave them a pass, against the public. So in that kind of a situation, turn it over to the public. Let us vote for it. It's not a big deal. It's not on your back. It's a good thing. It's a healthy thing. It's democratic representation at its best, at its very best. And I've lived through many different councilmen, many mayors, and they're really notable people. They take a lot of time out of their day, and they take a considerable amount of flack. And I love you all for caring for the values that we maintain as a city and continuing that goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to be heard on this item? If not, may I have a motion to continue the public hearing to December 20th, 2022?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? This public hearing is continued to December 20th, 2022. What is the council's pleasure?
Oh, wait, do we need to take action if we're keeping the public hearing open?
With a motion to continue the public hearing, the item will come back on December 20th, which was already anticipated for that day to be the date of action by the mayor and council. That'll keep the public hearing so that people will be given an opportunity to speak again at that meeting before you take action on which option or a new option that you choose to.
We have to take action by December 31st.
December 20th will be the last date because the charter provision requires action by the end of the calendar year, December 31st. And that's
Are we allowed to say what we're thinking for the record here?
And so if there is direction at this time in terms of what ordinance to bring back for your consideration, you can give that direction now and we can prepare that. Otherwise, we'll bring back several options.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'd like to go on the record. It seems that two different neighborhoods came today and recommended that 2C seems to be the most unobjectionable. So I'm kind of saying to staff, we may want to think about going that way. I know there's a couple tweaks we need to make actually out on the east side, believe it or not, to that. And I'll turn it over to Ward 4 to explain that right now.
Vice Mayor, are you okay with adding the content? Just so everyone is aware, the amendment that we're proposing in Ward 4 only deals with vacant state land. So there's no people that are really impacted here. This is precinct 275. And this is state land that our team has been working with the State Land Department and other agencies to move some projects forward for future development. So we would like to, just for continuity's sake, keep that vacant land in Ward 4 instead of it moving to Ward 5 for that reason. So we can put more meat on that as we move into formal motions later this month.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember Fimbres and then Councilmember Kozaczek. I didn't quite understand your comments, Councilmember Cunningham, as a motion. It was remarks.
It was just remarks.
Okay.
Mine just remarks also, but I want you to take a strong look at 2C, map 2C, and also include what Councilwoman Nicolay has put into it. So it seems the less disruptive way we can look at business here. Thank you.
Councilmember Kozaczek.
Yeah, thank you. I'm also going to be supporting 2C with the
amendment that, that Councilwoman Lee proposed, and I guess I'm wondering if we have a, now let's wait for the mayor to get back. So that'll be my position on the 20th.
Vice Mayor, could I just request that that map do be updated with precinct 275, just so we have an accurate visual to go with that for the next meeting? Thank you.
The only thing I would like to include, just to continue to have as an option, is 2D with the amendment, only because 2C still keeps us at like over a 9% deviation, and 2D gets us closer to not, having, to not have such a smaller number of people in Ward 1. And so I would just like to still consider 2D for the ordinance for our meeting on December 20th.
So I might suggest that if the mayor and council are comfortable limiting the options that come back for you for further discussion and consideration to 2C and 2D, with the amendment including depiction on the map that was described by Councilmember Lee with 275, I think it is, then a motion to that effect would be well taken here, and we would have the direction to bring those options back at the December 20th meeting.
Can we make the motion?
Go ahead, Richard.
I move that we take the clerk's, the attorney, city attorney's motion to approve the recommendation you just mentioned. It's my motion. 2C, 2D, and the amendment is for Ward 4.
Second.
Yeah, and so based on that motion, we'd bring back ordinances for 2C, 2D with the 275 modification as described by Councilmember Lee.
Need a vote?
And leave the public hearing open.
Correct.
Need a vote?
Yeah, any discussion?
Do we have a second on the motion? I'm sorry.
Yes, Steve seconded.
Kozaczek. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Item 9.
Zoning, C9 22-07, cap storage facility, Wilmot Road, C1 and P to C2, city manager's report.
City Manager's Communication Number 338, dated December 6, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request by Lazarus and Sylvan on behalf of the developer applicant CAP Storage Development, LLC, to rezone approximately 1.6 acres near the northwest corner of Wilmot Road and 14th Street. The applicant is requesting a rezoning to C2. Staff recommends authorization of C2 zoning subject to certain conditions. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of C2 zoning subject to the recommended conditions. Is the applicant or representative present?
Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council, Rory Juneman, 5983 East Grant Road.
Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Madam Vice Mayor and members of the council, yes.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Vice Mayor, I'm going to support the rezoning, but let me make a statement first of all. The principal objections to this are not so much with the new use or issues on the site. The problems already exist at the intersection of Wilmot and Park Place Drive. We've got a confluence of bikes and pedestrians and decel lanes and left-hand turn lanes and signalized traffic crossings that already exist. And the staff is proposing a red arrow for east to south turns out of the mall during the east-west pedestrian phase with some associated signage. This project is going to generate fewer than 25 trips. That's not going to make a big deal on that intersection. But I'm not sure that, to be honest, what staff is suggesting is going to fully address the existing conditions that are problematic for pedestrians, for bicycle riders, for people trying to cross traffic into the ongoing Wilmot traffic. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to move that we adopt the rezoning with the conditions, with the proposed conditions. But I want to meet DTM staff and Blake Olafson out on that intersection so he can describe more fully or with eyeballs on the issue what they're exactly proposing. And I'd invite Councilmember Cunningham to join me as well because right across the street is Ward 2. So we can actually look and see whether or not what's being proposed is going to resolve the existing condition. But with the short message is, I'm going to move that we adopt the rezoning with the condition.
Second.
Discussion?
Your Honor, just wanted to mention we've had some discussions with the schools and some other folks who live on the Palo Verde Park neighborhood side. And, you know, you've got a lot of confluence in the mall used by youth. It may be an opportunity to take a look at our walkability and even a overhead walkway.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Item 10.
Item 10 has been continued to the meeting of December 20th. It's mayor and council selection of vice mayor.
Item 11.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, December 20th, 2022, at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you so much for being here tonight.
And we are going into exec session.
Oh, and just kidding, we're going into executive session.
So Vice Mayor, before we go into executive session, we actually have to resume the study session, read the item into the record, and have a motion to go into executive session.
Your Honor, I'd like to move that we go back into study session and address items 1 and 2 that were originally on the study session agenda earlier this afternoon.
Second.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
So, Vice Mayor and members of the council, item 1 is an executive session noticed as executive session franchise agreement with Tucson Electric Power Company, TEP, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103A3 and A4.
Yeah.
Motion to go into executive session.
I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session.
Thank you.
Second.
Discussion?
Let's do it.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes.
you.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
What's the council's pleasure on item 2?
I defer to the city attorney.
Mayor, and thank you. At this time, it would be useful to have a motion that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city manager and attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session and to schedule an item on the study session for the December 20th meeting of the mayor and council for discussion and direction about the possible terms of a renewed franchise agreement with TEC.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 6 of us? 5. 5 of us? Motion passes 5-0.
I move for adjournment.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.